Chapter 1. The First Night Survivors. Before we begin this mission, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like keeps the generator running. Now let us begin. The alley smelled like motor oil and rot, and Ethan Cole was lying in it with no memory of lying down. One moment he had been standing at the edge of the Apple and parking structure, notebook in hand, studying the slab-faced Umbrella Pharmaceutical building 2 blocks north. The next, nothing. A gap in time like a splice cut from film. And now, cold concrete pressing into his shoulders, the chemical bite of leaked transmission fluid beneath his palms, and a sky the color of a bruise spread overhead. He pressed himself upright and ran his hands across his body in the systematic way Army training had installed, so deep it operated before conscious thought. No wounds. No blood. Jacket intact. Press credentials in the inner pocket. Freelance journalist. The laminated card read, which was half true and half cover for 2 months of umbrella investigation work that had brought him to Raccoon City, chasing an anonymous source who had gone dark 3 days before his arrival. Phone. Full battery, 0 signal. The clock read 11:47 p.m. He stood and listened. The sounds hit him in layers, the near ones first. His own breathing. The drip from a drain pipe. Then the middle distance. Breaking glass somewhere to the west. A car alarm cycling without stopping. A sound that was definitely a scream, but strangled enough to be possibly something else. Then the far sounds, which arrived in a wave his nervous system classified as wrong before his brain assigned them a category. Multiple gunshots from multiple directions, the particular rhythm of weapons fired by people who were afraid rather than trained, and underneath all of it, distributed like a weather system rolling in, more screaming. Not one person. Many. He went to the alley entrance and looked at the main commercial strip. A man in a grocery delivery uniform walked the center line of the road. The gate was the first wrong thing. Dragging, lurching, one leg trailing with a wet sound at each step. The face was wrong at 40 feet in the sodium lamplight. Dark staining across the jaw and throat. Eyes that moved without focusing on anything specific. A woman stood frozen on the sidewalk ahead of the delivery man, groceries spilled at her feet, hand pressed flat over her mouth. Ethan had no weapon. He had never carried on investigative work. Too many security checkpoint complications. His notebook was the heaviest object on his person. He threw it anyway, a hard spinning toss that connected with the delivery man's temple and drew exactly 0 response. No flinch, no altered course, no acknowledgement of impact. The woman unfroze and ran. He stepped between the delivery man and the retreating woman, putting both hands up, attempting to use himself as a barrier. Hey, back off. The delivery man's hands shot out faster than the shambling gait suggested possible. A brief violent surge from the baseline, and both grips connected with his forearm. The bite came before he could complete the pullback. Through the jacket sleeve and into the wrist in one determined motion. He wrenched backward with his full body weight, broke free, pressed his right hand hard over the wound. The blood soaked through jacket and pressing palm both. He ran, south, then west, putting distance between himself and the strip. He passed 5 more of the dragging figures in the next 2 blocks and avoided each one by the simple geometry of being faster than a shuffle. One was crouched in a doorway over something he refused to look at. One walked in slow circles near a bus stop as if the bus was simply late. The wound was bleeding badly. He could feel his pulse hammering at the injury site, the throb of it with each step. He assessed, regular pulse rhythm, so probably venous, which meant time, some of it. He had enough time to find shelter and apply pressure. He did not have enough time to stand in an alley and make peace with his life choices. He found the hardware store a block west with lights burning inside. He knocked hard and called out. Injured, not infected, needed help. Nothing for 60 seconds, then the shuffle of furniture, then the door cracking open to its chain's limit. A pale man in his 60s with reading glasses pushed up on his forehead peered through. The man was Harold. He owned the store. He had a pump action behind the counter, a hunting rifle, a radio cycling emergency broadcasts, and a wife named Elaine upstairs who had been bitten in the yard when the chaos began and who Harold had not yet been able to accept was not going to recover. Ethan wrapped his wrist with gauze from Harold's kit, listened to the emergency broadcasts for 6 minutes, and built a picture. The RPD was overwhelmed and calling for National Guard support. Guard checkpoints were established on all highway approaches, and a STARS operative named Valentine had requested backup from somewhere in the Uptown District approximately 6 blocks northeast. STARS, Special Tactics and Rescue Squad. He had read about them during his umbrella research. They'd been investigating the Arkley murders, the cannibal killings in the hills outside the city, the disappearances that Umbrella's PR team had worked very hard to frame as isolated incidents. If a STARS operative was alive and active in this outbreak, they were the best possible contact available. He borrowed Harold's handheld radio and moved northeast through side streets, using parked cars for cover, stepping around infected figures, and refusing every impulse to engage without a weapon. He could feel the blood loss at the margins, legs slightly heavier, breathing slightly shallower. 40 minutes, he estimated. Maybe less. He heard her before he saw her. A single clean pistol shot, then silence, then the sound of a reload. He came around the corner of a bookstore and found her standing over a freshly dropped infected figure with a Beretta in one hand and a shell in the other, mid-reload when she hadn't needed to finish. Dark hair, tactical vest over civilian clothes that said off-duty when the outbreak hit, STARS patch on her shoulder. She raised the Beretta at him without ceremony. "Identify yourself," she said. "Ethan Cole, freelance journalist. Injured, not infected." He showed the wrapped wrist. Her eyes tracked it and tracked him simultaneously in the specific two-part attention of trained assessment. "Valentine," she said. "Jill Valentine, STARS Alpha. There's a defensible back room in this store, one entrance, solid walls. Follow me." They went in. 12 seconds later the wall exploded. The thing that came through it had been a man once and was now something else, something the human visual system couldn't process cleanly because the proportions were wrong in every dimension. One arm grotesquely enlarged, fused tissue massing at its end, upper body twisted to accommodate an asymmetry that should have been fatal. It moved through the bookshelf to Ethan's right without breaking stride. Jill fired twice into its mass, and the rounds hit and registered physically. The mass displaced slightly, but the displacement did not slow the movement, because whatever was driving this thing was not subject to the pain stops motion logic that governed biology. Ethan moved the wrong direction. He had a half-second of warning, and in that half-second he moved the wrong way, and the sweep of the enlarged arm caught him at chest height. He went through the bookstore's front window on the way out. The glass was irrelevant. The pavement arrived at speed. He lay on the sidewalk looking up at the bruised sky of Raccoon City while his blood pressure made its final decision, and in the nothing where his vision had been, blue text assembled. Ouroboros Protocol Active Loop 1 complete. Subject: Ethan Cole. Survival duration: 41 minutes. Skills retained. None. Reset initiating IN 3, 2, 1. The text dissolved. The alley reformed around him. Motor oil and rot. 11:47 p.m. The message had been real. He had died, and something was counting the deaths and calling them loops. And the city was going to burn him alive until he understood why. Chapter 2. The quarantine line. The second time Ethan woke in the alley, he lay still for a full 30 seconds. He stared at the bruised sky and took precise inventory. Everything from Loop 1 was present in his memory with the clarity of something that had actually happened rather than something dreamed. The wrist bite, the hardware store, Harold's name, Jill Valentine's face and the shotgun shell in her hand, and the Beretta at her hip. The thing through the wall. The pavement. His wrist was unmarked. His jacket was clean. The phone read 11:47 p.m. with a full battery, same as it had read when he first woke here. "Okay," he said, out loud, because saying it made it a decision rather than a response. He accepted the core facts. He had died. He had reset. He was in a loop, and the blue text calling itself Ouroboros Protocol was real and operational. These facts required no elaboration. They required action based on them. The south exit. That was his first target this run, not because he expected it to be open, but because he needed to see it directly rather than know about it secondhand from a radio broadcast. The quarantine announcement had been on Harold's radio in Loop 1. He wanted to map the checkpoint's physical configuration before he decided it was truly impassable. He moved south through the commercial district's back streets, keeping off the main strip where the infected density was highest in the opening hour. The route through parking lot connectors and the alley behind the veterinary clinic was manageable. He passed 3 infected figures and maintained distance from each. He passed the police cruiser, both doors open, abandoned in haste, radio cycling static, and noted it but kept his destination in mind. Checkpoint first, then tools. 3 blocks from the highway on-ramp, the military checkpoint materialized. 3 Humvees angled across all 4 lanes. Floodlights on stands making the barrier line into a small piece of daylight in the infected dark. 6 visible soldiers in full combat gear with assault rifles. The rifles were not decorative. Their posture made that clear from 40 feet. A loudspeaker cycling a quarantine message about mandatory compliance every 90 seconds in a voice that was professionally calm and completely disconnected from the street it was playing over. A crowd of perhaps 60 people pressed against the portable fence sections, shouting, pushing, some passing documents through the gaps. The soldiers maintained the line, but the maintained quality had strain built into it. The the controlled tension of people who had been told to hold and who were aware that holding was a negotiation rather than a fact. He studied the checkpoint from cover behind a parked van. He mapped the gap options. Drainage ditch under the far left Humvee, covered from directly above by a positioned soldier. Right flank gap between the last Humvee and the concrete median, lit by a flood stand and covered by a second soldier. Center was the crowd, which made frontal passage impossible. He was running east routes in his mind. He hadn't tried east yet when the crowd's behavior changed. Not gradually. A pressure wave moved through the crowd from the north before the cause of it arrived. 50 people recognizing threat before they could name it. The collective nervous system of a crowd responding at speed. He pressed himself fully against the van. The crowd broke from the barrier line and ran south and east, and through his position like a river, choosing all banks simultaneously. He held onto the van's exterior mirror with both hands and kept his feet through 3 waves. The fourth was tighter, a bottleneck surge, and a large man's shoulder caught him across the chest and broke his grip on the mirror. He went down. The crowd passed over him. The pavement pressed against the side of his face. The boots came in a sequence that was mechanical rather than malicious. People who couldn't stop even if they wanted to. He registered the ribs cracking before anything else. Then the pavement. Then the particular quality of breathing through damage, compressed and insufficient. He died on a Raccoon City street under the feet of people trying to survive, and the blue text assembled in the dark. Loop 2 complete survival duration. 2 hours, 14 minutes skills retained, none data logged. Southern Highway. Military quarantine. All lanes sealed aerial surveillance confirmed over quarantine perimeter note. South route permanently blocked. Do not repeat reset initiating. He lay in the between space and processed the aerial surveillance notation. The system had eyes at height. It was tracking the city from above his position, which meant the Ouroboros protocol had a perspective broader than any ground-level observer. Something external was operating this. Something with its own intelligence and its own vantage point, watching him run the same night from a position he couldn't access. He thought about what the second loop had cost him, standing in the alley while the city reassembled its disaster around him. 2 loops, 2 deaths, and the only useful data he'd extracted was the shape of the problem rather than any part of the solution. The highway was locked. The military was real and positioned and following orders from people who had decided that preventing infected spread was worth shooting civilians who tried to run from infected. He understood the logic even while recognizing that it would not help him. What he needed was not an exit. Not yet. What he needed was information, specific information about what was happening in the city from someone who had been in it since before the outbreak started, someone with institutional knowledge of Raccoon City's systems and Umbrella's operations, and the specific shape of whatever this was. The STARS operative's radio signal was still broadcasting when he listened for it. She was still alive, still requesting backup, still operating in a city that had eaten everything around her. He needed to find her before he wasted another loop dying to a situation he could map. The alley came back. Motor oil, rot, 11:47 p.m. He was done with south. He needed a different direction and a different strategy, and he needed them fast enough that the next 41 minutes of this loop didn't become another wasted death, but also slow enough to gather the data that would make Loop 3 better than Loop 2. Chapter 3. The woman at the bookstore on the third reset. He went east. Not because he had specific intelligence about the east, but because it was the only direction he hadn't tried that wasn't obviously lethal. North was the Birkin problem. He knew that from the third loop's data and from the STARS signal bearing, which placed the bookstore where the thing had come through the wall somewhere northeast. West was the origin zone of the outbreak's highest early density. East was an open question, and open questions were survivable until they became specific answers. He moved through the alley network behind the Apple Inn, following the connectors through right-angle turns to a parallel street 2 blocks north. The Uptown District, older construction, narrower streets, the particular texture of a city's historical commercial layer. A framing shop, a law office, a hardware store. The hardware store had its lights on. Harold's radio was audible through the closed window. He was close enough to hear the channel clearly, and the channel was giving him RPD overwhelmed, quarantine holding, and a female voice requesting STARS alpha backup at a grid reference he translated as approximately 6 blocks northeast, in the mixed commercial zone near the Uptown Library. He knew that voice from Loop 1, or rather, he recognized the quality of it now that he was hearing it with the benefit of having heard it before. Controlled, precise, economical. Requesting backup while alone in a situation that most people would request evacuation from. He followed the signal bearing. She was on the sidewalk outside the Uptown bookstore with a freshly dropped infected figure at her feet and a Beretta in one hand and a shotgun shell in the other. mid-reload on a second weapon when the situation resolved itself without requiring the reload to complete. She raised the Beretta when he came around the corner, and her trigger discipline was exactly what it should be. Finger indexed, not inside the guard, which told him she had seen enough tonight already that her finger knew the difference between aiming and firing. "Stop," she said. "Identify yourself." "Ethan Cole, journalist. I followed your radio signal. I'm not armed and I'm not infected." He showed his hands. Clean, uninjured, because this was loop 3 and the wrist bite hadn't happened yet in this iteration. She processed him in 2 seconds with the rapid efficiency someone accumulates from making fast, accurate decisions all night. Her eyes went from his hands to the absence of a weapon to his posture to his face. "Jill Valentine," she said. "Stars Alpha. The back room of this bookstore has one entrance and solid walls. Come with me." They went in together. He was 12 seconds into the bookstore, smelling old paper and fresh plaster dust, when the wall to their left stopped being a wall and became a different kind of architectural feature, the kind that a very large mutated organism used as a door by the simple expedient of treating it as one. The thing that came through had once been William Birkin, research director, and was now something that rendered William Birkin's career history entirely beside the point. One arm was enlarged to grotesque asymmetry with fused tissue at its end functioning as a battering ram. The upper body was twisted to accommodate what biology had become under the G-virus's re-engineering. Jill fired twice into its mass. The rounds landed and the mass acknowledged them physically, displaced slightly in the direction of the force, but the movement continued. Because the thing driving this body was not subject to the same calculation that said 2 rounds of 9mm equals stopped behavior. Ethan moved the wrong direction again. He had told himself during the between space that he would not move the wrong direction in loop 3. He moved the wrong direction in loop 3. The enlarged arm's secondary sweep caught him at chest height, and he went through the bookstore's front window with the momentum of a thing accelerated beyond its ability to stop. Pavement. Sky. The orange of fires north of him. Pressure dropping. Consciousness going. Loop 3 complete survival duration. 1 hour, 52 minutes high-value contact logged. Valentine, Jill, SDRS Alpha Team Extreme Threat logged. Birkin, William, G-type mutation. Uptown Commercial Zone note. Priority contact with Operative Valentine recommended. Survival covariance. High reset initiating. He considered the situation from the pavement before his vision fully dimmed, which was becoming a familiar activity. 3 loops. 3 deaths. He had found her twice and died both times before they'd exchanged enough words to matter. The system had flagged her as high value and recommended priority contact, and he was beginning to understand why. Not just because her star's training and umbrella knowledge made her the best available asset, but because she was still here, still operating, still requesting backup into a radio that nobody was answering. That quality, the refusal to stop functioning even when the functional response was plainly not producing results, was the kind of quality that kept people alive in situations like this one. He needed to reach her before Birkin did. He needed to reach her through a route that avoided the bookstore wall entirely, which meant a different approach vector from the east, entering the block from the north rather than the south. He needed to be holding the shotgun when they met rather than showing empty hands, because a person who arrived armed and competent read differently to a trained operative than a person who arrived empty-handed and apologetic. He filed all of it and waited for the reset. He lay in the between space and read the notation twice. Survival covariance high. The system was not just tracking his duration, it was tracking the relationship between his survival and her presence, and it had noted that the two correlated. Something in the Ouroboros protocol's architecture was watching not just whether he lived, but who he lived near when he did it. The system had opinions about Jill Valentine, and its first opinion was that she mattered, and he suspected Loop 2 would refine that opinion considerably. Chapter 4. The cruiser. The fourth reset came with a different header. Ouroboros Protocol. Loop 4 Tier Advancement. First-timer awakened looper skills retained. Basic spatial memory. Loop awareness active note. Subject alpha cognizance confirmed. Standard retention protocol initiated. He came off the pavement and felt the spatial memory the way you felt a pulled muscle. Not dramatic, but present and real. A secondary awareness running alongside his ordinary senses like a second read of a half-remembered map. He knew, without making an effort to know, that the Apple Inn sat northeast and the hardware store sat south-southeast, and the bookstore where Birkin had killed him twice was north-northeast, and the highway checkpoint was south. He knew 3 of the side street routes between the alley and the uptown district. He knew the commercial strip was the highest density infected zone in the opening hour. Not the full city. A skeleton of one. But skeletons were where structures began. He moved to the intersection 3 blocks north where the skeleton told him something waited. The police cruiser was there, angled mid-road, both doors open, the radio cycling static, abandoned in haste. He'd passed it in loops 2 and 3 as a noted detail and filed it. Now he went to it with purpose. Checked the ignition, key present. Dashboard compartment, flare gun, 2 flares, a rain poncho. Locked weapons rack behind the front seats, partially forced by whoever had been here before and not quite emptied. 1 Remington pump-action shotgun and 4 shells. He used the ignition key on the rack. It opened. He took the weapon and the shells and checked the action, and his hands moved through the pump motion with a fluency that stopped him cold. He stood beside the cruiser in the middle of a dying street and worked the action twice and felt his hands doing it correctly. Not adequately, correctly. With the muscle memory of practice that was recent and repeated. He had last fired a pump-action shotgun 11 years ago in uniform, in a different country in a different emergency that had required a completely different kind of damage control. His hands were doing this the way hands did things they had done last week. The system had given him something in his body as well as in his mind. He was standing there examining his own hands when a voice came from behind him. That is a police-issue weapon. I'd like an explanation for why you're holding it. He turned with his hands in the correct configuration, right on the grip, left raised, not a threat without pretending to be unarmed. And Jill Valentine stood 10 feet away with her Beretta at a practical angle, having materialized from the direction of absolutely nowhere. No audible approach. Complete silence. Ethan Cole, he said. Former Army Ranger, currently a journalist with notably bad timing. Found the cruiser and decided that being unarmed in this city was a survivability configuration I wanted to leave behind. Former Ranger. Her assessment moved through his grip and his stance and the specific quality of both. Your form is current. I've been keeping it up, he said. She lowered the Beretta by 15 degrees. Stars has been building a case against Umbrella for 8 months, she said, watching his reaction to the name. He kept his face neutral. My team is scattered. I need to reach the RPD and establish secondary command. She paused, calculating. Can you use that weapon under pressure? Better than I should be able to, apparently, he said. Something in the qualifier registered with her, the honest acknowledgement of a competence that was unexpected even to its owner. She said, come with me. And she was already moving when she said it, because she was a person who made decisions and then acted on them rather than standing in the street discussing them. They moved through the museum connector to the RPD. He logged the route. 6 hours survived in loop 4 before a licker came down from the ceiling in the east corridor, the one place he hadn't yet thought to watch above the doorframe. He died to it with the specific frustration of dying to something he now knew was there and would not miss again. Loop 4, 6 hours, 3 minutes. Spatial memory enhanced. Handgun proficiency approaching threshold. Licker, RPD East Corridor, ceiling drop position, logged. The museum connector was a route he hadn't known before this loop, Jill's route, developed from her own prior hours in the city, the product of her operational planning rather than anything he'd contributed. He stored it alongside the cruiser location and the Beretta serial number and the specific quality of the silence she maintained when she wanted you to know she was thinking rather than not thinking. The RPD building's lobby was a disaster in the way that institutional spaces became disasters in crises. The furniture overturned according to the priorities of the people who'd overturned it rather than any planning. Blood on the reception desk in patterns that told you what had happened without requiring you to reconstruct the specific events. He noted the blood, noted the 2 dead officers, noted the lobby's defensible geometry and its accessible retreat points, and moved through it with the economy that was beginning to develop in his second and third hours of each loop as the survival layer automated itself. Jill moved with him through the lobby, and he watched her work. The instinctive tactical geometry she applied to every space she entered, the way she claimed territory rather than simply occupying it. She was good. Systematically, architecturally good. And the licker above the East Corridor doorframe was going to end loop 4 before they discovered that goodness had its practical limits, because he hadn't yet known to look up. He woke in the alley with the ceiling position filed and resolved. Some deaths were tutorials. This one had been expensive but clear, and he would not repeat it. Chapter 5. 11 hours. The 5th loop he structured like a pre-mission brief, staging first, then contact. Before he reached Jill, before the hardware store, before anything requiring another person's cooperation, he built the base. He went up the Apple Inn's parking structure fire escape, wrought iron, functional, running up the exterior to the second-floor window where someone had previously tied a rope around the radiator inside and left it hanging. He let himself in through that window and spent 20 minutes, cleared the room of debris, pushed the dresser against the door as additional reinforcement, mapped both window sight lines, staged the flare gun and both shells on the sill as signal capability. Not comfortable. Defensible, which was better. Retreat option through the parking structure, covered against approach from 3 of 4 directions. Then he went for Jill. She was at the hardware store, at Harold's radio, processing the emergency broadcasts with her eyes half closed and one hand flat on the counter. The specific concentration of someone building an operations picture from incomplete data. She looked up when the door opened and raised the Beretta, and he said, "Ethan Cole, former Ranger, not infected. I have a base at the Apple and 2nd floor, and I found a shotgun in an abandoned cruiser 3 blocks north." She ran the assessment. "Your approach vector was from the south side access. Through the lot behind the veterinary clinic," he confirmed. "Not an obvious route. I've been moving through this part of the city for a while," he said, which was technically true if loops were duration. She lowered the Beretta. "Harold's wife was bitten this afternoon. She's upstairs. He doesn't know what to do." Her voice held no emotion for this statement, which meant she had processed the emotion and reached the clinical conclusion and was now operating from that conclusion rather than from what she felt about it. "There's nothing to be done." "No," he agreed. "You have a base," she said. "2nd floor, 2 window sight lines, covered retreat." "Show me," she said, and she took Harold's radio with the precision of someone taking a tool from a shared workspace. Not a theft, a repurposing for a higher priority function, and they went. She approved the setup with 2 words and spent 3 hours exchanging intelligence. Her 8-month umbrella investigation, the Arkley murders, the STARS team's scattered positions. He gave her everything he had that wasn't about the loops, which was still significant. His source, the facility layout from photographs, the whistleblower who'd never shown up. They made the clock tower at hour 9. The upper room was intact. At hour 11, moving through the RPD's 3rd floor corridor toward a survivor in the holding area, the hunter came through the skylight. He heard it in the ceiling tile, something heavy moving with specific, controlled purpose, for about half a second before the drop. He pushed Jill through the fire door and pulled it shut from his side. The first hit buckled the frame. He held it. The second hit came. Her voice through the door. "Ethan." The third hit. The door gave, and the darkness came. Loop 5, 11 hours, 18 minutes. Handgun, level 1 active. Shotgun, level 1 active. Medical threshold approaching. Behavioral flag, attachment forming, survival covariance. High. Recommend maintain proximity to operative Valentine. He thought about the behavioral flag in the between space. Attachment forming. Survival covariance high. The system was watching what he built with Jill across each loop and noting that it correlated with his living longer, and it was framing that correlation in the language of behavioral metrics, which was interesting because the system was an AI, and AIs used the language available to them. And the language of behavioral metrics was not the language Ethan would have used to describe what happened in the upper room of the clock tower when the city got quiet enough to think in. He had been in dangerous situations with other people before. In the Rangers, in 2 overseas deployments. In the field work he'd been doing for 3 years as a journalist covering conflicts and corporate malfeasance, and the specific overlap between those 2 categories. He understood operational trust, and he understood tactical reliance, and he understood the way that shared danger created a particular kind of intimacy that was not romantic, but was real, that was not love, but was something adjacent to the conditions love required. He had felt all of those things with people in those prior situations. What was building across these loops was different in quality as well as degree, and he knew it. And the behavioral flag was the system's way of noting that his behavior was already responding to the difference. He carried this forward into Loop 6 and resolved to keep it professional. He did not entirely succeed, but he got better at the professionalism, which was something. He lay in the between space and read the behavioral flag and sat with the feelings it produced, which he could not cleanly categorize, and which he carried forward into the alley without resolution. The kind of question that would remain open across multiple loops, demanding attention he did not yet have the framework to give it. The alley ahead was still the alley. The city was still burning. But he was moving through it faster than before, and the speed was earned rather than lucky. And that was the specific difference that mattered in Loop 5. Chapter 6. The extinguisher on the 6th reset. He pre-staged the fire extinguisher. He took it off the bracket in the 2nd floor RPD corridor near the evidence wing early in the loop, before the route took them past the breach point, before the proximity that the creature above the ceiling would register. He carried it casually, the way you carried a tool when you already knew what job it was going to do and were simply moving it to the worksite in advance. At the 5-hour mark, in the evidence wing corridor, he heard the ceiling begin to talk. Not a sound most people would have isolated. The specific pressure displacement of something large moving along a structural support above the tile grid. But he had been listening for it deliberately, had been mapping the subtle acoustic texture of the building's ambient sounds against the intrusion of this particular weight pattern. He stopped. Jill stopped beside him. "Above us," he said, very quiet, moving toward the junction ahead. She calibrated her hearing, 3-degree head tilt, the specific listening posture he was beginning to recognize as her acoustic attention mode. 20 seconds of careful silence. Then, "I hear it now. Something large." He had the extinguisher ready before they reached the junction. He positioned himself to the left of the evidence wing door, nozzle aimed up at the projected drop zone. She took the right with the Beretta at the same zone. The ceiling tile above the door gave in the specific way ceiling tiles gave when something came through them quickly, and the hunter dropped into the discharge from the CO2 extinguisher at 4 feet. Close range, full blast, the cold gas hitting eyes and scent organs and exposed tissue simultaneously in a sensory overwhelm that fractured the creature's coordination for 2 seconds, which was exactly 2 seconds longer than it needed to take for the shotgun at contact range to finish the conversation. The hunter went down. The corridor went quiet. Her breathing, his breathing. She lowered the Beretta over 3 slow seconds and looked at the downed creature, and then at him, and her expression was doing something specific that he was beginning to learn to read. Not assessment, which was faster and more mechanical, but the longer process of recalibrating a model. She was updating her understanding of who she was looking at. "You carried that from the second-floor bracket," she said. "I thought we might need it here specifically. You positioned at the precise drop zone." Not accusation. The careful delivery of observed facts being arranged into a pattern. "How did you know exactly where it would land?" "The ceiling's structural supports run in a specific direction," he said. "The weight I was hearing was moving along the support grid. The junction door is the lowest accessible point in that grid from the angle of approach." This was partially true and also deliberately insufficient, which she would notice. "That's very precise reasoning for someone navigating an unfamiliar building under pressure," she said. "I work from available information," he said. She held his gaze with an expression that had identified a gap between what they've been told and what they can verify, and who has decided to hold the gap open rather than fill it with an assumption. "I want the fuller explanation when you're ready to give it," she said. "When I'm ready," he agreed. "All right," she said, with the professional acceptance of a tactical partner filing an outstanding item for later. She turned and moved toward the evidence wing, and he followed, and the conversation was suspended but not closed, because Jill Valentine did not let things she had identified as unresolved simply disappear. They cleared the evidence wing with the methodical efficiency that was developing between them, not quite synchronized yet, still 2 people operating on parallel tracks rather than a single unit with shared awareness, but tracking toward it. She covered left, he covered right. She moved to the filing cabinet. He moved to the desk, and neither of them narrated the division of attention because it was becoming automatic. He found something in the desk's lower drawer that hadn't been there in Loop 4, a ledger with dates and amounts and names that were not RPD personnel. The amounts were in the range of 6 figures, and the names included several umbrella-adjacent shell company designations he recognized from his investigative research. Irons was not just an informant. He was receiving payment at a level that made him a contractor rather than a compromised employee. He photographed it with his memory and noted that the ledger represented a significant upgrade on the photograph he'd been carrying across loops. Jill moved to his shoulder and read what he was reading and was quiet for the 2 seconds she used to process evidence that confirmed a theory she'd already built. "This goes to a federal prosecutor," she said. "Not just internal affairs. Federal. When we get out," he said. "When we get out," she agreed. And the city shook slightly. Not much, just the precursor tremor of something large moving underground. And they both looked at the floor and then at each other, because they both knew what caused tremors like that. 22 hours survived. Ethan died to a Birkin structural trigger in the City Hall basement, a collapse event he hadn't yet mapped the mechanism of. But 22 hours was better. The extinguisher method was proven. The gap in their conversation was real and waiting, and he would fill it when the loops gave him the right moment. The question was whether the right moment was as far away as it felt. Chapter 7. Handgun Level 1 Loop 7 arrived with 3 new entries in the pre-alley text. Handgun Proficiency. Level 1 Active Shotgun Proficiency. Level 1 Active Combat Reflexes. Threshold 1 achieved. He felt all 3 as properties of his body rather than properties of his memory. Not dramatic transformation, no cinematic surge. More like picking up a guitar after a long absence and finding the chord shapes were still in the hands, clean and accurate. Except that in this case the chord shapes were combat skills, and the guitar was firearms, and the music was staying alive. His grip on the Remington was automatic. His stance was correct without being arranged. When he crossed an open intersection at the 20-minute mark and an infected figure lurched from behind a van, His body had already completed the lateral step to the right before his conscious mind registered the threat. The reflexes were real, accumulated. The system was building something in his body across the loops. He moved through the first 3 hours differently. The base-level attention required for navigation and basic threat avoidance had become automatic, which freed the analytical layer for higher work. He went to the RPD with the specific intention of seeing Iron's secondary desk. He had noticed the annex off the evidence processing office in Loop 4 as a space he hadn't investigated, and subsequent loops had given him the pattern recognition to understand that the chief was running something from this building that the building's official records didn't reflect. Jill was with him by the second hour, navigating through the RPD with her own operational purpose. She was looking for radio equipment capable of reaching outside the quarantine perimeter. He navigated them to the roof access through the west stairwell, and she worked the backup transceiver while he went back to the second floor and the evidence processing annex. Iron's secondary desk. Top drawer. Personnel files with handwritten annotations. Umbrella facility access codes, copied in Iron's specific script. A STARS personnel list with notes. 3 names had eliminated written beside them in red ink. At the bottom of the drawer, under a leather wallet, a photograph of Brian Irons in a restaurant, hand extended across a white tablecloth toward a man in an executive suit with an umbrella lapel pin visible. Handshake. Smiling. He took the photograph to Jill. She looked at it with the focus of someone applying full analytical attention, and what moved through her expression was a sequence, recognition, a specific controlled disgust, and beneath the disgust a cold satisfaction that was not quite relief, but was its necessary precondition. 8 months, she said. We suspected this for 8 months and couldn't get the direct link. She folded the photograph and placed it in her vest with the care of someone handling evidence. When we get out of this city, this reaches the right people. I'll make sure of it, he said. Her expression assessed something beyond tactical utility, something about whether a person could be trusted with the thing she'd just decided to trust him with. You mean that? She said. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment with the weight of that yes, and then said, let's clear the 3rd floor, and moved, and he followed, and the partnership had something new in it that hadn't been there before, a shared stake, a mutual obligation that went beyond the immediate night. He thought about the photograph in Jill's vest as they worked through the building's administrative levels. She had put it there with the specific care of someone who understood chain of custody, not just tucking it away, but folding it in a way that protected the image surface, placing it in a specific pocket she'd mentally designated for evidence rather than supplies. The care was automatic, procedural, the product of training that had become instinct. He was watching for these things now across every loop, building a profile that was more specific than operational and that he was not yet ready to examine too closely. He was watching her assess the RPD's roof transceiver setup when the first hint of the clock tower problem presented itself, a fragment of umbrella communications traffic that her backup transceiver caught, referencing clock tower package and detonation parameters in the same transmission. She caught it too, and her expression shifted from assessment to alarm to controlled response inside 2 seconds. Clock tower, she said. Umbrella has charges there. I know, he said, and then caught himself. I mean, that transmission suggests. She turned with an expression that was adding the pre-staged extinguisher and the predicted liquor sealing position and the layout of Iron's secondary desk to this new entry in the column of things he knew that he shouldn't. Right, she said. That transmission suggests. Her gaze stayed on him one more second. How many things have you suggested that were actually knowledge? He said, I'll tell you tonight. She said, yes, you will, and turned back to the transceiver, and he watched her back and thought that she was going to be considerably more than surprised when tonight arrived. They ran 18 hours. Ethan died to an airstrike cluster at the clock tower. He had been asleep in the upper room when the first impact came, a tactical error he noted with clarity and resolved to not repeat, and the noting was the first step toward not repeating it. Chapter 8. The cell in the 8th loop. Ethan made a deliberate choice to let Irons trap them. He had the trap mechanism mapped from loops 6 and 7. The chief waited in the 2nd floor north corridor near the stairwell junction, positioned to cut off vertical movement using an emergency override keycard. He could avoid the trap easily. The west approach to the 2nd floor bypassed Irons' position entirely. He chose the north approach instead because he wanted to understand the trap from the inside, to see exactly how Irons operated when he believed he had the advantage, to map the full mechanism for the purposes of dismantling it cleanly in future loops. And because Jill had a lockpick set that he'd observed from the outside several times and never watched operate in full detail, Irons guided them down to the basement with the particular manner of someone performing warmth over the architecture of a trap, the slightly too close physical positioning, the hands never far from a keycard panel, the smile that was performing more work than a smile should need to. He walked them to the holding cell, gestured them inside with the language of safety and protocol, and hit the override from outside. The door clicked shut. He stood on the exterior side with the too-wide smile. You'll be much safer here until I can arrange proper extraction. The situation upstairs is quite complex. Jill looked at the bars. She looked at Ethan. Her expression contained several layers: assessment of Iron's behavior, assessment of the cell's configuration, and, the third layer, increasingly present across the later loops, assessment of him specifically. You expected this, she said. I thought it was possible, he said. And you walked in anyway. I wanted to understand how he'd do it. She held on to her several opinions about this reasoning and produced the lock-pick set from her vest pocket. A small leather roll, well used, the tools shining at their working ends from accumulated contact. She crossed to the cell door and knelt before the lock and began working with the focused economy of someone for whom this skill had long since passed the threshold of automation. Her hands on the picks were extraordinary in the specific way that highly practiced hands were extraordinary. No wasted motion, no hesitation at the decision points, the intelligence of repetition visible in every touch. How long have you been doing that? He asked. Since I was 14. She didn't look up from the lock. My father taught me. He said that knowing how to get out of locked rooms was a basic life skill that educational institutions consistently underemphasized. A brief pause, not hesitation, an adjustment of pressure. He was right. What did he do? Law enforcement. He retired early. He died when I was 21. She said it with the evenness of a person who had long made peace with grief, but who kept it in an accessible location rather than a sealed one. He would have been useful in this situation and terrible to worry about. He sounds like someone worth missing, Ethan said. She looked up from the lock briefly, not long, and something moved through her expression that was too fast to fully read, but that had real feeling in it. Then she looked back at the lock and said, he was. And 3 minutes and 41 seconds after she'd started, the cell door opened. She stood and put the picks back in her vest and said, Iron's vault code. You know it. Bottom of his desk drawer. For digits. Then let's use it, she said. And they went to find Irons and lock him in his own facility with his own code, which had a satisfying symmetry that Ethan felt Jill appreciated even if she didn't say so. They locked Irons in his own vault using the 4-digit code Ethan had read from the drawer in loop 7. The chief's expression when the vault door closed on him was a study in a specific quality of fury, not the loud fury of the surprised, but the cold, contained fury of someone who has been outmaneuvered by people he had categorized as manageable. The vault door was thick enough that they couldn't hear him after it closed. That was satisfying, Jill said. I thought so, Ethan agreed. You knew the code, she said. It was a statement, not a question. I read it off the desk earlier, he said. When you were looking at the ledger, she said. Which you also appeared to have pre-located. The desk was where the evidence was, he said. Irons wouldn't have kept it anywhere else. She studied him for a moment with an expression that had moved past the professional assessment and into something more personal. The look of someone deciding whether to push on a thing or to table it for the right moment. She decided on the right moment. Tonight, she said. Tonight, he confirmed. They moved through the rest of the RPD's second floor with the smooth efficiency of a 2-person unit that was beginning to learn each other's rhythms. He found himself adjusting his position automatically to cover her left side. She always checked her left side last, for reasons he now understood, and so he'd begun filling that gap. She seemed to notice this without remarking on it. She simply moved with him and let the coverage happen and applied her full attention to what was in front of them rather than to what was being handled on her flank. 22 hours survived. Progress steady, but the pattern was still building, and the next loop would either confirm or break it. Chapter 9. Nobody has a memory like that. In Loop 9, Ethan spent the first 6 hours mapping the RPD with concentrated attention. He had the lobby, the second floor, the evidence wing, and the route to the clock tower from multiple loops. He had not yet given the full building his undivided analytical focus in the way that systematic intelligence gathering required. He had been survival first and building intelligence second, which was the correct priority ordering for the earlier loops when survival itself was the challenge. In Loop 9, survival was mostly automatic, which freed his attention for the second layer. He stood in the second-floor stairwell for 3 minutes before Jill's arrival and studied the evacuation plan behind its tempered glass case, standard fire code installation, floor plan of the full building. He compared what he was seeing to what his accumulated loops had taught him about the building's actual layout. The basement section was labeled utility crawlspace in the plan. He had heard room acoustics from that section in Loop 8 when moving through the corridor above it. Not crawlspace sounds, but room sounds. the particular echoing quality of a space withstanding height and volume. Someone had altered the official plan to hide what was down there. Irons, almost certainly. He memorized both layouts, the official false one and the loop-derived real one. Then he moved through the rest of the building in a systematic grid pattern, noting every room he hadn't yet entered and every corridor whose full extent he hadn't yet walked. Jill reached him at the 2-hour mark at the hardware store. The introduction, the operational partnership, the move to the Apple and base. All of it flowed with the efficiency of a procedure he had been running long enough to internalize. She noticed the efficiency. She always did. They were in the RPD's north corridor at the 5-hour mark when he said, "Don't go right," without looking at the direction he was redirecting them away from. She stopped. Why? East corridor. Liquor on the ceiling. 40 feet in. She calibrated her hearing with the 3-degree tilt and held it for 20 seconds. She frowned slightly. I hear something. Faint. 40 feet is the outer edge of its audible range under these ambient conditions, he said. She was quiet for a moment while they went left. Then she said, "You've been navigating this building all day without looking at a single map or directory." "I know the layout," he said. "How well?" "Well enough to reroute around threats I heard before you did," he said. She stopped walking. Not a tactical halt. A deliberate stop to have a conversation she had decided needed to happen. "You've been navigating this building for 6 hours without once consulting any reference material," she said, with the careful precision of someone stating what they have observed rather than what they've concluded. "You navigated directly to Iron's secondary desk, not his primary office, the secondary desk, as though you knew it existed before you entered the room. You predicted the liquor before it was audible." Her focus carried the quality of someone who had identified a gap in their operational picture and intended to close it. Nobody has a memory that accurate. Not for a building they've been in for one day. "There are things I can't explain simply," he said. "Try," she said. "Not here," he said. "Not in the middle of a corridor with a liquor 40 feet away. When we're stopped. When we have time. I'll tell you everything." She held his gaze for 4 seconds. She was running the calculation of whether an unexplained competence in an ally was more useful to push on now or to table for the promise later. "All right," she said. "But the conversation happens. Tonight," he said. "The clock tower's upper room." The conversation about nobody having a memory like that lingered in the air between them for the rest of Loop 9, the way conversations about factual impossibilities tended to linger, not with hostility, not with suspicion that had curdled into distrust, but with the particular quality of an open file that would be closed when the right information arrived to close it. She was not pushing on the gap in real time. She was holding it and watching for data. He gave her data. Every navigation decision in the RPD was correct. Every threat prediction was accurate. He took them through the building on a grid pattern that covered more of the structure than any casual first-day navigation would have covered, and she cataloged each new piece of the pattern with the attention of someone building a case. By the 6-hour mark, she had enough data for several conclusions, and she was holding all of them until the clock tower's upper room arrived. The clock tower came at hour 8. He had not yet mapped the third charge's precise position. That was coming in a later loop, and the detonation caught them in the upper room at the 14-hour mark, a contained explosion that left them both ringing and temporarily disoriented. He helped her out through the emergency exit, and they regrouped in the street below the tower's east face, both breathing hard. And she looked at him with the expression of a veteran who had been in an explosion and was taking inventory of what remained intact. "The charges," she said. "You knew there were charges." "The transmission you found on the transceiver," he said. "You navigated me to the transceiver specifically to find that transmission," she said. "Didn't you?" He said nothing. The city burned around them, patient as always. "Tonight," she said finally, with an emphasis that had moved past reminder into certainty. "You are telling me everything tonight." She nodded once, and they kept walking, and behind them at the exact distance he'd named, the scraping of something large moving along a ceiling confirmed every word he'd said, and the confirmation was expensive in time and position, but worth the cost. Chapter 10. 10 Loops Ouroboros Protocol. Loop 10 Tier Advancement. Awaken Looper Rookie Looper Enhanced Retention Active. All previous skills reinforced milestone. 10 iterations completed Subject Alpha Performance. Above all projected parameters architecture node. Subject Alpha now registered AS persistent variable. Loop behavior adapting in response. He lay in the alley and gave himself 60 seconds to register what this meant. 10 loops. 10 deaths. 10 versions of the same night in the same dying city. Each iteration building on the last like floors on a foundation. Each death adding to the structure even as it cost him everything present. He had died to a bite, a crowd, a mutated arm, a ceiling drop, a hunter's door, a city hall collapse. 3 sewer encounters with Birkin in different configurations, and 1 airstrike while sleeping. 10 specific deaths. 10 specific tutorials. The rookie looper tears settled into his nervous system like wet concrete curing. The same material as before, but with the structural properties of something that had been given time to become what it was meant to become. He was not the same person who had woken here 10 loops ago. Not dramatically altered, but specifically different in specific measurable ways. Skills that had been accumulating were now integrated. Knowledge that had been filed was now accessible without latency. The automatic processes that managed basic survival were running below the level of conscious attention. He came off the pavement with an economy of motion that was new. Not faster, more complete. The efficiency of a person who had stopped fighting the territory. He reached the hardware store at 32 minutes, his best time. He was waiting outside the door, leaning against the storefront with his hands visible and the shotgun in a non-aggressive configuration, when Jill came around the corner from the east. She stopped when she found him there. Not the threat assessment halt. She'd cleared the approach. She knew he wasn't a threat, but the different kind of stop, the interior one, a person processing what it meant to be found by someone who was clearly waiting for them. She had her Beretta's serial number on the grip, facing him. JV 8814. He had memorized that number from loop 3 when he'd picked it up off the bookstore floor. And he knew it the way he knew every piece of information that had cost him something to acquire. "You're waiting outside my location," she said. "I know this part of the city," he said. "I knew where you'd be." She held his gaze with an expression that was assembling the evidence she'd been collecting across however many versions of the night she'd run, her 1, his 10. Then she pushed the store door open and said, "Come on. Harold has a radio." She walked through, and he followed, and the 10th beginning of this partnership felt different from the previous 9, not in structure but in weight, the accumulated significance of 10 repetitions pressing into the moment and making it mean something more than its surface. He waited outside at 32 minutes and felt the specificity of that number, 32, not 33, not 30, as evidence of how the loops had changed him. In loop 1, reaching the hardware store at all had been contingent on surviving the commercial strip. In loop 5, he'd been reaching it in under an hour. Now, 32 minutes, pre-staging done, weapon staged, route optimized, mental map fully active. The compound interest of 10 deaths, each one buying him something. Jill came around the corner and stopped when she found him waiting. He could read the stop precisely now, not the threat halt, not the wariness of a person flagging potential danger, but the third kind of stop, the one made by a person encountering something they don't have a category for and pausing to construct one. She looked at him outside the hardware store at 32 minutes into the outbreak, and her assessment was moving past tactical and into something else. "You're waiting outside a specific location that I was heading toward," she said. "I know this part of the city," he said. "You knew I'd be heading here." "I had reasons to think so," he said carefully. She kept her eyes on him a moment longer. The assessment was still running. It would keep running until she had enough data to close it, which was not yet. She pushed the door open and held it for him rather than walking through first, which was the first time she'd made that specific gesture. He didn't remark on it. He walked through, and they both went to Harold's radio, and the 10th beginning began. And somewhere below the professional partnership and the tactical exchange, and the shared mission, something was building that neither of them was looking at directly, which was the only reason it was able to keep building at all. 10 loops. And the answer to what the Ouroboros protocol was asking of him was beginning to take shape in the direction he was already walking. Not yet solid, not yet reliable, but visible enough that he could move toward it with something approximating confidence rather than simply away from what was behind him. He filed the observation and kept moving. The city had opinions, and the opinions were still predominantly lethal, but the ratio was shifting. Chapter 11. The argument happened in Loop 11 in the narrow corridor between the records room and the East Wing bathroom at approximately the 5-hour mark. And it was, by Ethan's assessment, one of the most productively tense exchanges he'd had across 11 loops combined. He had been navigating the RPD with the confidence of 10 loops of intimate knowledge, and this confidence, visible in the pace of his movement, the lack of hesitation at decision points, the way he chose routes without consulting reference material, had been accumulating in Jill Valentine's professional attention across the entire day. He could feel the case building behind her eyes. She was a person who collected evidence and drew conclusions from it, and the evidence was reaching a critical mass. At the corridor junction, he said, "Not that way," without looking at the direction he was redirecting around, and she stopped walking. "What's in that direction?" she said. "A liquor. East corridor. Ceiling position, roughly 40 feet in." She activated the 3-degree listening tilt and held it for 20 seconds. Then, "I don't hear it." "I do. I have exceptional hearing," she said. Part of my STARS assessment profile. Auditory processing significantly above standard range. If there was a liquor within audible proximity, I would hear it. Her voice had the careful level of someone stating a verifiable fact. You reacted before there was a detectable cue. A pause. You navigated directly to Iron's secondary desk yesterday. Not his primary office, the secondary desk, with no hesitation, as though you knew it was there. You predicted the hunter in the stairwell. You predicted the liquor's ceiling position. You've been moving through this building for 5 hours without consulting a single map or sign. He said nothing. She continued. I have been extending you considerable tactical trust based on your demonstrated competence. That trust requires that I understand what I'm trusting, not the general picture, the specific answer to how you know what you know. There are things I can explain and things that require context to explain properly, he said. Give me the things you can, she said. I've been through this building before, he said. Multiple times. The mechanism behind that, the way that's possible, involves the outbreak and involves Umbrella and involves something that sounds wrong when I say it without the full picture. What I can tell you is that my knowledge is real. It's based on real experience, and it can keep both of us alive through the next 48 hours if you let it. I'm not refusing to let it, she said. I'm asking you to trust me enough to give me the full picture. A beat of silence. He looked at her, and she looked at him, and between them was the gap between what she deserved and what this loop's timing allowed. The clock tower upper room, he said. Tonight, I will tell you everything. For seconds of eye contact. The gap between them was real, but not hostile. All right, she said. Tonight. And she turned and led them west. And from the east corridor, audible now at their current distance, came the slow, deliberate scraping of something large moving with purpose along a ceiling. She didn't say anything about it. She didn't need to. The argument resolved itself into something more useful than agreement or defeat. It resolved into evidence. She turned and led them west away from the liquor corridor, and from behind them, audible now in the relative quiet of the west-facing approach, came the ceiling scrape of something large moving with the patient thoroughness of a predator that was not in a hurry, because it had no concept of hurry. She didn't say anything. She let the sound speak for itself. They reached the clock tower at the 8-hour mark. He had the first 2 charges mapped, but not the third. He was running loop 11's data forward toward a future where all 3 positions would be known, and this was a loop where the first 2 would have to be enough. They disarmed the first charge in 4 minutes, and the second in 6, and the third detonated before they found it. And this time he had positioned them farther from the main assembly, so the blast wave was survivable. They went down, but they got up, ears ringing, covered in plaster dust, both checking the other for injuries before themselves. She looked at the demolition and at him, and said, You knew there were 3. I knew there were charges, he said. I didn't know the exact count. You positioned us at the maximum safe distance from the most probable detonation zone, she said. Estimation, he said. Very specific estimation, she said. And she dusted plaster from her shoulder and moved toward the exit, and he followed her. And behind them the clock tower settled into the new configuration that 3 demolished charges had made for it. And somewhere in the far sewers Birkin was moving. And the loop had 20 more hours to run, and he was going to use them learning the 3rd charge's position. 29 hours survived in loop 11 before a tyrant deployment ended it. He carried the promise toward loop 12, and the carrying cost something, but less than the alternative. Chapter 12. The Vasquez file loop 12 was the hospital loop. He had been building toward it since loop 8, when the name had surfaced in Iron's secondary desk. Vasquez, L. Dr. RGH, B2. A virologist, from the Umbrella personnel record he'd found in the RPD evidence room in loop 10. Status in that record, rogue, missing. Last known location, Raccoon General Hospital, basement level 2. She'd gone rogue before the outbreak, taking unauthorized research materials, and had disappeared into the city. The sewer entry at the 2-hour mark. He and Jill moved with flashlights pointed down to avoid surface reflection off the standing water. The far tunnels gave up the sounds of Birkin, massive, intermittent, deeply wrong in the way all sounds of something that large moving through underground spaces were deeply wrong, but far enough to navigate around. They moved quickly and stayed quiet. Raccoon General's basement level 2 came through a utility corridor smelling of formaldehyde and the particular staleness of air that had been sealed from circulation. The laboratory at the end of it was organized with the systematic care of a scientist who had been living in non-ideal conditions long enough to optimize within the constraints. Personal equipment on salvaged hospital furniture, laptop and external drives on a repurposed examination table, specimen containers labeled in precise academic handwriting that had the character of long habit. Dr. Linda Vasquez was slumped over the main workstation. Alive, he could hear the breathing at close range, but compromised. A gunshot wound to her left side patched with hospital gauze in a way that communicated both medical knowledge and the specific efficiency of someone who had done field medicine on herself with one functional hand. She looked up at them with the glazed concentration of someone spending their last reserves of effective attention. "Stars," she said, reading Jill's patch. "He told me you were all dead. Irons. He said that 3 days ago when she stopped. The files," she said. "The laptop. You need the files. Tell us what matters," Jill said. Vasquez reached for the laptop with both hands, moving with the specific muscle memory precision of someone accessing a password they had entered hundreds of times. The fingers went to 4 keys in a sequence. 4, 7, 3, 1. Then her strength gave out and her hands dropped from the keyboard and her head went back and her eyes went half closed. Ethan was at the laptop before she fully lost consciousness. The directory asked for a 6-digit authentication code. He entered 4-7-3-1 and the system returned an error. 6 digits required. He had 4. He needed 2 more. He spent 60 seconds memorizing everything visible on the directory screen. File names, dates, partial headers, visible metadata. Before the Birkin trigger in the far sewer made the hospital structure shudder and the ceiling cracked and sent concrete dust down in a slow curtain. "We need to move now," Jill said from the doorway. He looked at Vasquez, stable enough to survive if reached earlier and better prepared next loop. He would reach her earlier. He would bring the medical supplies the system was building toward. He would have the other 2 digits. He stepped back from the laptop and they moved, and the loop ran 31 hours before a secondary Birkin event ended it. Loop 12 31 hours, 2 minutes. Vasquez contact established. Password fragment 4-7-3-1 of 6 digits. Prime architecture documentation confirmed. File header. Prime architecture. Closed loop parameters v.7. Subject alpha iteration protocol. High priority. He stood in the doorway of the hospital sublevel and looked at what the 2 data points meant together. The file header with his name on it, and the 4-digit fragment that was the beginning of the key to that file. 2 pieces of a 6-digit lock, and the woman who held the other 2 digits was on the cot in front of him, unconscious, and would not be recoverable in this loop because the window of her coherence had already passed. He thought about what he would do differently in loop 13. He would reach her before the window closed. He would compress the hospital approach by another 40 minutes using a sewer shortcut he'd identified toward the end of this loop, a connector passage between the drainage channel and the hospital's utility access that bypassed the Birkin proximate section. He would sit across the examination table and ask her directly for the last 2 digits, and she would give them to him, because she would see from his approach and his knowledge that he had been here before and that the secret was better spent on him than kept. And then the file would open and he would read what Prime knew about him, which was apparently enough to warrant a dedicated documentation set, and whatever he found there would change the way he understood what he was running inside. The ceiling shuddered again. Birkin, closer now, the trigger point approaching. He looked at Vasquez one last time and said, "I'll be back." He always was. He woke in the alley with the file header burning. Subject Alpha. That was him. The system had been using that designation since the beginning, and he'd been filing it as abstract. Now he had a file with his name on it, waiting behind a 6-digit lock, and the remaining 2 digits were in a hospital sublevel in the mind of a wounded virologist who might not have enough time to tell him if he didn't reach her faster, and faster was the only acceptable direction. Chapter 13, 473100 Loop 13, was about the 2 digits. He reached the hardware store, met Jill, moved through the opening procedures with the efficiency they'd developed, and made the hospital at the 90-minute mark, 40 minutes faster than Loop 12, using the sewer shortcut he'd mapped by studying the Loop 12 tunnel sections while they were running them. Vasquez was more alert this time, her window of coherence larger because the wound was fresher and her energy reserves hadn't yet depleted. He sat across the examination table and said, "The laptop has a 6-digit code. The first 4 are 4731. I need the last 2. She studied him with an alertness that moved past the glazed quality into something sharper, the focused recognition that he had been here before, present in the specific knowledge he was carrying rather than the general knowledge anyone could have. "You've been here before," she said. "Yes," he said. "This is my 13th loop." She was quiet for 3 seconds. Then she said, 00. She said it with the simplicity of someone who has been waiting for the right question from the right person. The year Umbrella's Black Division formalized the project documentation. 1973, written 473100 in the system. The project director considered it a kind of signature. She paused. He had a talent for creating things that looked like they had an end, but didn't. He entered 473,100. The directory opened. 12 minutes in the files before the Birkin trigger. He and Jill read in parallel, each processing different files and cross-referencing observations verbally in short, precise exchanges. What he retained in those 12 minutes. Prime was Prometheus' recursive intelligence management engine, developed by Umbrella's Black Division AI team specifically for biological warfare variable isolation. Its method, closed-loop experimentation in which real outbreak scenarios were seeded and iterated, with one subject per iteration, designated Subject Alpha, tracked across resets for retained learning and behavioral development. The reset trigger was a biological failure condition, 100% outbreak saturation with no viable sample-carrying survivor. When the failure condition was met, Prime initiated the Ouroboros reset. One line in the Prime architecture document was underlined in Vasquez's handwriting. The system was designed to iterate until sufficient data is collected, but it was not designed with a defined sufficiency threshold. It will run indefinitely without external termination input. Indefinitely. He read the word once and put it somewhere specific. Jill, he said. This line. She read it. She was quiet for exactly 4 seconds. Then she said, "We need to find the termination condition." "Yes," he said. "Which means we need to find the server room," she said. "Which means we need Vasquez to tell us where it is." She looked at the virologist, who was still coherent but declining. "Dr. Vasquez, where is Prime's server room?" Vasquez said, "Sub-basement of the pharmaceutical building, 2 blocks north of Appleton." Her voice was fading but specific. "The access is biometrically keyed to Birkin's G-virus signature. I couldn't open it. I don't have his biology." She produced a key card from under her coat, pressed it into Ethan's hand. "Sub-basement. You'll know the room when you reach it." "How?" Jill asked. Vasquez said, "It won't look like a server room. It'll look like someone's answer, and Prime's question, waiting in the same space." They ran the loop afterward with the Prime architecture in their heads and the server room's location locked into Ethan's mental map, and something had shifted in how they moved together. Before the hospital, before the full Prime picture, he had been leading and she had been following, adapting to his knowledge the way a skilled professional adapted to superior local expertise. After the hospital, after reading the architecture document with its clinical description of what he was inside, after Vasquez's specific quiet assessment of him as the subject alpha she had theorized about in her unauthorized research, Jill was moving with something more than adaptation. She was moving with investment, the kind that came from understanding the full stakes rather than the proximate ones. "The server room," she said, as they were crossing the Uptown District's eastern boundary at the 20-hour mark. "If we reach it and Prime terminates, what happens to the skills you've retained?" He hadn't thought about this. He filed it as a question he needed to think about. "I don't know," he said. "You might lose them," she said. "Everything the loops gave you." "The loops gave me knowledge," he said. "Most of it is mine now, whether the system tracks it or not." She considered this for a moment, walking beside him through streets that were, at the 20-hour mark of Loop 13, beginning to have the exhausted quality of a crisis that had moved past its acute phase into its chronic one. Then she said, "Good." She said it firmly, like a conclusion. "Then we keep going." They kept going. Loop 13, 35 hours survived. The server room was waiting. The Birkin trigger shuttered the hospital, and they ran. The loop lasted 35 hours before a sewer encounter ended it. He woke in the alley with the keycard in his loop memory and the word indefinitely burning in the dark, a word that had wait, that asked something of him he had not yet fully answered, and that would keep asking until he did. Chapter 14. What he told her in the dark, he told her in Loop 14. He had been calculating the moment for several loops, not because he was afraid of her reaction, but because the telling required context and context required the right location and the right hour. He chose the hospital basement, Vasquez stable on her cot, the sewer routes quiet outside, 12 hours of the outbreak managed behind them, and enough operational territory ahead that the cost of a long conversation was payable. He told her about the alley. He told her about the blue text of the Ouroboros protocol and what it said each time, the loop counter, the skill retention, the tier advancement. The deaths came next, one by one, specific to cause and duration. The bite, the crowd, Birkin's arm, the liquor, the hunters, the explosions, the sewer encounters. The system's name for him came next, Subject Alpha, and what Vasquez's files had said about what that meant, that he was the designated tracking variable for an AI that was running this outbreak as a data collection experiment and had not been given a termination condition. He told her about the tier levels and what each one had given him in his body and his mind. He told her about the compounding of the loops, that each one built on the last, that he had never truly died because some part of the thing he'd accumulated always came back with him. He told her that the system recommended priority contact with her from the third loop onward because his survival data was statistically better when they were together. He did not tell her about loop 17 yet, which was in the future. He did not tell her about loop 5 and the door, because that was personal but not yet appropriate for the operational context of this conversation. He gave her the structure and held back the specific rooms inside the structure that were his. When he finished, Jill Valentine sat very still on the counter of the hospital sublevel with both hands in her lap, and her eyes focused on a middle distance point that was neither him nor anything else in the room. Vasquez breathed steadily on her cot. The ambient hum of emergency power was the only sound. He waited. He had gotten good at waiting. She said, "You've died 14 times. 13 completed," he said. "This is the 14th active loop. Each time you come back to the same alley. At 11:47 p.m. Same temperature. Same smells. Same phone battery. And each time you find me." She said it flatly, not as a question, as a stated fact she was inserting into the picture she was building. "Always," he said. Her eyes moved from the middle distance to him. The look she gave him was the look of a person who had been building a case for several hours and had arrived at the conclusion and is now deciding what to do with it. "You keep looking at me like you already know how this ends," she said. "You've looked at me that way since we met. Every loop, presumably." "Yes," he said. "What do you know about how this ends?" He looked at her carefully. This was the question he had not fully answered in any prior loop because the answer had several parts and not all the parts were available to him yet, and the parts that were available were not all things he was ready to say. He said, "I know you're going to be all right. I know we're going to find a way to reach the server room. I know the evidence you're carrying about Umbrella and irons is going to matter enormously." He paused. "I know other things that are," he stopped. "That are what?" she said. "More personal," he said carefully. "Not in any way that threatens the mission. Mine to carry for now." She was quiet for a moment. She was deciding whether to push on that. He could see the decision happening. She chose not to push, which was not because she was satisfied, but because she had the particular tactical intelligence to know that pushing on something a person had decided was theirs to carry rarely produced useful returns. She said, "That must be very lonely. Knowing things about people they don't know you know." He hadn't expected that. He had expected continued assessment, continued questioning, the professional follow-through she applied to incomplete answers. He had not expected to be seen in the specific way that sentence saw him. He said, "Yes, it is." She held his expression for a moment longer with something in hers that wasn't tactical. Then she said, "Tell me what we do next." And he did, and they ran 28 hours, and he carried her words across the reset. The reset had a specific quality when it came after a conversation like that one. Not the usual blankness of a loop ending, but something more weighted. He had been carrying information for her, and the reset took the conversation without taking the knowing that the conversation had happened. That asymmetry was part of the protocol's specific cruelty, and he had made peace with it in the way you made peace with the conditions of the environment you were operating in. He would find her again in loop 15. He would have to rebuild the trust that the reset had cleared, but he would carry the substance of what she had said, the specific quality of certainty in her voice when she said you were coming back, as a datum across the boundary. Chapter 15. The cost of choosing loop 15 arrived with a specific plan, Carlos Oliveira. He had been aware of the UBCS deployment since loop 3's radio intelligence. The Umbrella Biohazard Containment Service mercenaries, with their official mandate for crisis response and their actual mission of viable sample retrieval. Carlos had been present in the city across several loops as an ambient variable, audible from UBCS chatter, visible in brief sightings near the Clock Tower district. He was a genuine tactical asset and a genuinely good person in the specific way that some people were genuinely good even when employed by genuinely bad institutions, and Ethan had been building toward the direct engagement. He found Carlos at the UBCS fallback position near the Clock Tower base at the 2-hour mark. Carlos was alone, squad gone, left arm wounded with a bite that had been treated with the experimental UBCS field vaccine, working the Clock Tower access problem with the methodical persistence of a person who had been given an objective and intended to complete it regardless of how many things around the objective had stopped cooperating. He turned when Ethan approached, sidearm drawn, running the same fast pragmatic assessment that large competent people tended to run on smaller people who walked toward them in crises. "I know the Clock Tower access code and the charge positions," Ethan said from a safe distance. Carlos lowered the sidearm. "How?" "Longer story than we have time for right now. Can I see the arm?" Carlos looked at the arm and at Ethan and at the arm again. "Medic got killed 2 hours in," he said. "I have medical training," Ethan said. "Let me look." He worked the arm for 12 minutes using medical knowledge level 1, field treatment, clean and competent, the kind that the system had been building toward across 11 loops of incremental accumulation. Carlos was up and mobile and armed with a secondary weapon Ethan pressed into his hand specifically because the arm compromised his primary. And then he left Carlos at the clock tower courtyard with explicit instructions. Hold position, stay visible, maintain radio contact. He went back for Jill. He reached her at the RPD's evidence wing at the 4-hour mark and navigated them both out through the west approach, bypassing Iron's corridor position cleanly. 3-person team: Ethan, Jill, Carlos. The clock tower charges disarmed. The hospital approached. Vasquez stable and giving them the full picture, the 473,100 password, the prime parameters, the server room location. The loop was running better than any previous loop. Then the stairwell door clicked from outside. Not Iron's, not this time. He had bypassed Iron's trap. This was a different lockout. A secondary emergency protocol, triggered by Umbrella's monitoring systems responding to the presence of 3 people in the prime-sensitive hospital zone simultaneously. He hadn't known about this protocol. He found the door locked with Jill on one side and himself and Carlos on the other. And the alternate route around was 4 minutes, and 4 minutes was too long given what he heard from the clock tower direction when the silence was long enough to listen. He made the choice in under 2 seconds. He went to Jill. He took the alternate route, reached the 3rd floor, found her, and they found the alternate path down, and they moved back toward the clock tower, and he could hear what had happened in the courtyard before he saw it. Carlos had not stayed in the courtyard. He had heard the lockout, assessed it as a threat to the team, and moved to investigate, which had taken him out of the position that the hold position instructions had been designed to keep him safe in. Ethan reached the clock tower courtyard and found the situation already resolved in the most irreversible way. He went to Carlos and applied the medical knowledge the system had given him across 12 loops, and it told him the same thing his eyes already knew. He sat there with his hands trying to argue with the evidence for a moment that felt much longer than the seconds it lasted. Carlos looked at him with the specific clarity that sometimes arrived in the last coherent seconds of a person's consciousness, focused, unhurried, spending the time on something he'd chosen to spend it on. He said, "Don't look like that. You didn't choose wrong. Making choices is different from choosing wrong." "I left you alone," Ethan said. "You went to get her," Carlos said. "That was the right call. Results don't change the call." A pause. "She worth it?" Ethan didn't answer. Carlos's expression said he already had his answer from the not answer. And then there was nothing more from Carlos. Jill was at the courtyard entrance. He didn't turn around right away. He stayed where he was for 10 seconds and thought about the variable he'd missed. The secondary lockout protocol, the specific trigger, the holdout position instruction that hadn't accounted for Carlos's judgment under threat conditions, and filed all of it for loop 16. He turned. Her expression was careful and complicated and not going to resolve itself quickly. She said, "We'll find a way to get him out in the next one." He thought, "Yes, we will. 3 loops if that's what it takes." "Yes," he said out loud. "We will." Loop 15, 42 hours survived. The longest yet, and each hour past 40 was territory nobody in Prime's archive had mapped. Chapter 16, the 3rd charge loop 16. He tried Carlos again, with adjustments. He reached Carlos at the 90-minute mark, 20 minutes faster than loop 15 by cutting the secondary sewer approach. He worked the arm efficiently, produced the secondary weapon from the supply cache he'd pre-staged in the clock tower district at the 30-minute mark, and then spent 5 minutes explaining the hold position instruction in the specific way Carlos would receive it, with reasoning. Irons is monitoring the RPD cameras. If you leave this courtyard, Irons may see you and alter his position. The lockout that could happen is one I can't predict if the variable moves. He looked at Carlos directly. "I have been in this city for 15 iterations of the same night. I am telling you that you're staying here is the variable that saves your life." Carlos was quiet for 4 seconds. 15 iterations, he repeated. 15, Ethan confirmed. "And you come back each time. With less surprise and better preparation." Carlos nodded slowly, not casual acceptance, a specific nod indicating a decision to operate on someone else's information because the information came from a source they'd assessed as credible in the only way that mattered in a crisis, which was demonstrated competence. "I'll hold the courtyard." "Thank you," Ethan said. He went for Jill through the west approach. He bypassed Irons. He brought both of them to the clock tower and found Carlos in the courtyard exactly where he'd been left. 3-person team. The clock tower charges. 1st and 2nd disarmed in under 3 minutes each. 3rd charge. The exterior access panel. The position he'd mapped from Loop 7's explosion. Jill addressed it with the improvised spanner she built from the maintenance closet materials in under 4 minutes. All 3 charges disarmed. No detonation. The clock tower held. They staged in the upper room and ran the operations debrief with Carlos present. His operational experience adding context to the city-level picture Ethan and Jill had been building. He was a man of specific and useful knowledge. UBCS deployment patterns, Umbrella's secondary response protocols, the chain of command for the mercenary teams, and which parts of that chain were real command versus which parts were cover for other missions. Carlos alive, at the end of a loop, for the first time. The feeling this produced was harder to categorize than triumph. It was something quieter and more specific, the satisfaction of a variable finally going the right direction after several failures. "You look like someone just told you good news," Carlos said, observing Ethan's expression. "Someone did," Ethan said. Carlos looked at him with the practical intelligence of a man who had seen enough difficult situations to read faces that had been in them. 15 loops, he said. "I keep dying. In the ones where I get the timing wrong," Ethan said. Carlos absorbed this. Then he said, "I don't know whether that should make me more careful or less. Maybe both." He looked at the barred window and the burning city outside. "I'm glad you kept trying." They ran 20 more hours in loop 16 after the upper room debrief, and the 20 hours had a quality that none of the previous loops had fully produced, the quality of being genuinely inside something rather than working toward the edge of it. He had the prime knowledge, the Vasquez data, the server room location, the biometric lock requirement. He had Carlos alive and operational. He had Jill as a full partner rather than a partial one. The operational picture was the most complete it had been, and the next steps were visible. What was not yet visible was how to get Birkin's G-virus signature without killing Birkin entirely. Vasquez had specified that the biometric lock required the modified strain, and the modified strain was bound to the mutation-specific biochemistry, which meant extracting it required either a living but partially controlled Birkin or a very recently dead one with intact biological material. Neither option was simple. Both options required getting close to something that had been killing him with regularity since Loop 3. He thought about this in the last hours of Loop 16, moving through the city's outer district with Carlos covering their approach, and Jill navigating by the knowledge she'd now acquired independently rather than borrowed from his direction. Watching her move with independent knowledge was a quality that was difficult to sit with. It was good. It was exactly what the partnership needed, and it produced in him a feeling he didn't have a clean name for. The feeling of something being built that was going to outlast the loops that were building it. Carlos said, from behind him, "You're thinking very loudly for someone trying to move quietly." "Occupational hazard," Ethan said. Carlos said, "Whatever you're thinking about, she already knows." He didn't answer that, but he filed it. "So am I," Ethan said. And the loop ran 40 hours and ended to a Birkin encounter. But Carlos was still alive at the 40-hour mark, and alive at 40 hours was better than dead at 12, and the next loop would take it further. He did not know how much further the loops could go, but he intended to find out, because the answer was somewhere ahead and he was moving toward it. Chapter 17. The shoulder loop 17 carried 5 new entries in the pre-alley text. Handgun. Level 2 active shotgun. Level 2 active combat reflexes. Level 2 active tactical assessment. Level 1 active medical knowledge. Level 1 reinforced he felt each skill level as a property of his nervous system, not capabilities layered over prior limitations, but the prior limitations removed. The competencies consolidated from accumulated loops into automated function. He wasn't managing his combat ability anymore. He was using it the way he used his legs, without thinking about them. This freed his attention for observation at a level he hadn't previously been able to sustain. He noticed things about Jill Valentine across Loop 17 that he hadn't had the bandwidth to notice before. Not new things, things that had been present in every loop and that he'd been filing without fully processing. He noticed she always cleared rooms left first, regardless of the room's geometry. The Arkley incident, he now understood, had left a specific threat origin memory in her left side, and the left first clearing pattern was the body's response to that memory. He noticed she moved faster in above-ground environments than underground ones. The pace change subtle but consistent, and that the speed change in underground spaces was not caution but something more specific, something that had been installed by whatever had happened in the Arkley mansion's basement levels. He noticed she had her father's lockpick set. It was not the same physical object. It couldn't be. She'd had that set for years before this night. But the care with which she handled it had the quality of object relationship that came from inherited tools, from using something that had belonged to someone important in the way that demonstrated you understood the weight of what was being passed on. He had noticed the pick set in Loop 8 and filed it as tactical information. In Loop 17, with the attention freed for a second layer, he understood it as something else. They reached the clock tower at the 8-hour mark with all 3 charges disarmed. Carlos on the outer perimeter, Jill and Ethan running the operations debrief in the upper room. Carlos coming in to contribute the UBCS intelligence, and then going back out with the practical discretion of a professional who had been working in teams long enough to read when a space needed fewer people. He sat against the north wall. She sat against the south wall, the barred window between them with the city in the long gold of late afternoon. The debrief covered Prime's parameters, the server room, the Birkin biometric requirement, the secondary lockout protocol he'd encountered in Loop 15 and had now closed by adjusting Carlos's instructions. She asked the 3 specific questions that identified the 3 gaps in the operational picture, and he answered each one. Then the gaps were closed, and the silence came in, and neither of them immediately filled it. He was thinking about the information bleed he'd noticed in Loop 11, when she'd said loop in a context that suggested she was accessing language from a memory she didn't have. He was thinking about what that meant for the integrity of Prime's architecture, about whether the architecture was degrading from the loop's accumulated weight or from something else. He noticed, at some point, that her breathing had shifted. The shift was gradual, the incremental lengthening and deepening of a person moving from resting aware to actual sleep. He didn't notice the exact moment it became sleep rather than rest. He noticed the gap between her position against the south wall and his shoulder, which had been approximately 8 inches, was no longer 8 inches. Her head had found his shoulder at some point in the previous 30 minutes, and she was asleep against him with the complete physical trust of someone whose body had made a decision that her waking mind would have been more careful about. He went still. He stayed still. Carlos came in through the access door, stood in the doorway for 3 seconds, and went back out. The city burned softly outside the barred window. The sound of distant collapse, the occasional gunshot, the ambient texture of an outbreak in progress. He sat with all of it, and did not move, and did not sleep, and held the hour with the particular care he gave to things he knew would not last. In the between space before Loop 17 ended, the behavioral flag read, "Attachment confirmed." He sat with his back against the north wall and her weight against his shoulder and registered the specific quality of this. The 26th hour of Loop 17, the clock tower's upper room, the barred window, and the burning city, as something that would not repeat in precisely this form. Each loop was unique. Each version of this night had its own specific texture, its own set of variables that made it different from the 19 before and the ones to come. This specific arrangement, this quality of silence, this degree of trust in the physical form of a sleeping person, this exact moment in an exact loop, existed once and would not exist again. He thought about what the loops were doing to his sense of time. He had been in Raccoon City for 26 hours of subjective experience in this loop, and for an accumulated total of something like 400 hours across 17 loops combined, which made his biological experience of this night significantly longer than the calendar said it had been. He was carrying 400 hours of this city in a body that the calendar said had been here for 26. He was going to carry more. He was going to accumulate more hours, more loops, more versions of this night, more versions of her. What he was feeling was not new. It had been building since Loop 5, but it had moved past the point where he could accurately describe it as a tactical variable or a survival covariance or any other clinical designation. And the moving past that point was itself a kind of event, quiet and significant, happening in the upper room of a clock tower at the 26th hour of Loop 17, while the city burned outside the barred window. He did not sleep. He did not move. He stayed there and held the moment with both hands. He carried it forward without apology, and without fully understanding yet what he was carrying or where it would take him. Chapter 18. What Vasquez knew about Prime in Loop 18, Ethan told Jill in the alley. Not a partial disclosure or a measured reveal. The full account, from the first reset to the present loop number. He stood in the motor oil and rot dark at 11:47 p.m. and told her. The system, the tier levels, the skills retained across deaths, the subject alpha designation, the Prime architecture from Vasquez's files, the server room and the Birkin biometric requirement and the keycard, and the word indefinitely in Vasquez's handwritten annotation. She listened without interrupting. She asked 4 questions when he finished, each one identifying a specific point that needed precision. How many loops total had run before this one? What exactly did subject alpha designation mean for his biology? What was Prime's stated termination condition and who had originally programmed it? What did she need to know about the server room's location to help him reach it? He answered all 4. Then she said, "Take me to this virologist." They reached Vasquez at 90 minutes, the sewer route clean and the Birkin movement far and manageable. Vasquez was most coherent she'd been across all 12 previous contacts. This early, this quickly, the wound was fresh and her energy reserves were largely intact. She looked at them both with an alert assessment that had been waiting for exactly this kind of visit for a long time. She looked at Ethan specifically. Loop 18, she said. Not a question. You can tell. The way you navigated here, she said. Nobody navigates these sewers the first time the way you just navigated them. You know this route in your body. She opened the laptop, entered 473,100 with the smooth automaticity of deep muscle memory, and pulled up the architecture documentation. What do you need from me specifically? The server room, he said. Everything you know about it beyond location. She walked them through it with the comprehensive precision of a person who had spent months studying a document that described the thing she was trapped inside. The pharmaceutical building's subbasement, accessible through the secondary utility corridor off the main research wing. The biometric lock, G-virus DNA, keyed specifically to Birkin's modified strain. The access protocol. The system would recognize Subject Alpha's biological signature as a valid operator once the biometric key was supplied. And then, the room itself. Prime's architects designed it as the terminus of the experiment rather than a conventional server room. When you reach it, you'll find something designed to be understood, not just accessed. Understood by whom? Jill asked. By whoever completed the experiment, Vasquez said. By Subject Alpha. She paused. By you, she said to Ethan, with a directness that had stopped using qualifiers because there were none. At hour 6, the bone-armored variant appeared. Larger than standard infected, protrusions along the forearms and shoulders, tracked targeting behavior, assigned direction rather than general hunger. They fought it for 23 minutes. When it went down and the corridor was quiet, Jill looked at it and at Ethan and said, Prime inserted this. In response to our knowledge acquisition, he said, we know more about the server room now. The loops become harder. She considered this for a moment. Then we need to reach the server room before Prime can insert enough variables to make the approach impossible. Yes, he said, which means we need to compress the timeline. Show me how to compress it, she said. He thought, in the last hours of Loop 18, about what Vasquez had said about the server room. It won't look like a server room. It'll look like someone's answer, and Prime's question, waiting in the same space. The language was specific enough to mean something beyond the architectural. Prime's architects had designed the terminus of the experiment to be experienced by Subject Alpha as a conclusion rather than a mechanism, which implied they had believed Subject Alpha would arrive at it with a particular kind of understanding, not just the technical knowledge of how to operate the biometric lock, but something more. He turned this over while moving through the outer district at hour 22 with Jill on his left and Carlos on his right, and the city in its late-stage outbreak configuration around them. The bone-armored variants had been engaged and cleared. The Prime-generated variables had been addressed with the efficiency that Loop 18's full disclosure approach had enabled. The operational picture was the clearest it had ever been. And somewhere in that clear picture was the shape of what Prime wanted him to understand when he reached the server room. Something about survival. Something about what people became under maximum pressure. Something it had been watching for across 18 iterations without yet finding in complete form. He thought about Jill asleep against his shoulder in Loop 17 and Carlos laughing for the first time at Loop 16's successful end, and Vasquez pressing both drives into his hands with the apology she'd been holding for months, and he thought, maybe Prime is looking for exactly this. Not just competence, not just survival. This. He did not say any of this out loud, but the thought was real, and he carried it into Loop 19. He showed her, and they ran 38 hours, and the loop ended to a Birkin sewer encounter that he hadn't yet found the routing to avoid. But the picture was clearer than it had ever been, and the path was visible, and the next loop would close the remaining gap, or reveal a new one, which was the specific nature of progress in a system that kept running. Chapter 19. The password she already knew. Loop 19 started with a new line in the pre-alley text. Loop architecture integrity check. Minor variance detected. Note. Cross-iteration data residue identified in secondary contacts. Monitoring elevated. He read it twice and came off the pavement with the specific alertness of a person whose rules of the game have just shifted. He reached the hardware store at the 35-minute mark and found Jill there ahead of him, sitting at Harold's counter with the radio playing and her focus not on the radio. She was looking at her own hands, not quite steadily, with the expression of someone who has found something in themselves without an explanation for it. She looked up when he came in. I need to tell you something. Tell me. I woke up this morning feeling like this night has already happened, she said. Not this city, not this kind of situation, this specific night. Multiple times. I have clear impressions of things I haven't done. I know Harold's name. I know the layout of this store. I know your name before you've told me. Her gaze was steady. And I know a 6-digit password for a laptop in a hospital basement. 473100. I don't know what it goes to. I just know it. He kept his expression carefully where it was. When did you notice this? When I woke up. When I was standing in the alley behind the Apple Inn at 11:47 p.m., and I knew it was 11:47 p.m. before I checked the clock, because I knew it was always 11:47 p.m. Her voice was even and precise, and the precision was the control of someone managing a reaction they'd had time to process. What is this? Prime's architecture may be developing stress fractures, he said. The boundary between iterations is supposed to be sealed. If you're carrying information across the reset, the seal has a weakness. He paused. This isn't bad for us. It might be the opposite. It means the system is degrading, she said. Or adapting, he said. Either way, you knowing things means we don't have to build from zero every loop. If what you're carrying holds, we have a significant advantage. She absorbed this for a moment. The hospital, she said. Show me Vasquez. They went. The sewer route, Vasquez in the sublevel. Ethan watching as Jill crossed to the laptop without direction and entered 473,100 with the muscle memory of repetition she hadn't accumulated in this loop. Smooth, certain, her hands knowing the sequence the way his hands knew the Remington action. The directory opened. She sat with her hands on the keyboard of a laptop she'd unlocked with a code she had no Loop 1 origin for, and she looked at him, and the look was complicated in ways that were going to take more time to process than they had in this moment. Something of yours crossed the reset, she said. Something of ours, he said. She looked at the Prime directory. She opened the architecture documentation and read it with the same focused speed she'd applied to it the first time she'd read it properly, in Loop 13. When she finished, she closed the laptop. The system is leaking into me, she said. Parts of the accumulated loops, he confirmed. Not memories. Impressions and muscle knowledge, mostly. And the feeling of knowing you, she said. The sentence landed in the room with a weight that was not tactical and that he did not try to reduce to something tactical. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a moment, sitting with the reality of having feelings for a person that might or might not have been generated by a system designed by people who were using an Outbreak as a data collection platform. Then she said, does it change whether the feelings are real? He looked at her and thought about the question seriously, because she deserved the serious answer. He said, from my side, from the side that remembers, everything I feel about you is based on 19 loops of specific observation. It's mine. The system didn't put it there. The loops just gave me time to see it. She held that look for a long time. Long enough for the ambient sounds of the city to cycle through several of their registers. Then she said, all right. What's the next step? Loop 20, he said. She said, then let's make it count. 2 bone-armored variants in the hospital's East Wing at hour 4. Faster than the Loop 18 variants. The behavior updates from the previous loop present and incorporated. They fought through and survived, and afterward Jill said, they're adapting. So are we, he said. Faster. She held his gaze for a moment with an expression that had something resolute in it. The specific resolution of someone who has accepted the dimensions of a problem and decided to address it on its own terms. Show me everything, she said. Everything you know about the city. Everything, he confirmed. Starting now. Loop 19. 31 hours, 44 minutes. The loop was tightening around them like a fist, but their grip on what was inside the fist was tightening faster. And the question was whether the hands inside the fist would tighten fast enough to matter in time. Chapter 20. Dawn, Loop 20. Ouroboros Protocol. Loop 20 tier. Trained looper. Active, all prior skills reinforced. Tactical assessment level 2, active milestone. 20 iterations completed performance assessment. Exceptional. All projected parameters exceeded architecture node. Subject alpha registered AS persistent variable. Adaptive responses now active. External monitoring signal detected. Source. Unknown. He lay in the alley for 60 seconds. Not because he needed the time for orientation. The skills were present. The spatial memory was complete. The 20-loop operational picture was integrated and accessible and automatic. He lay there because he had decided to give himself 60 seconds at the start of each loop to register what the loops had made him before the loop started using him. 20 loops. 20 mornings in this specific alley. 20 Jill Valentines who had measured him with professional precision and found him worth partnering with. 20 versions of Carlos Oliveira, saved in one and not in the others. And the one save proving that saves were possible if the preparation was right. 20 conversations with Vasquez, each one adding a line to the picture. 20 encounters with Birkin in various evolutionary stages. 20 versions of Iron's too-wide smile from the other side of a cell door. He had died 20 times and had been learning every time, and the compound of all that learning was sitting in his body and his mind right now, operational and ready. 20 loops of Raccoon City compressed into one Ethan Cole. He got up and moved. The 20th loop had the quality of a completed sentence. The cruiser in under 3 minutes, the shotgun staged, the side street route to the hardware store so automatic it happened without allocating attention to it. He arrived at 32 minutes and was standing outside when Jill came around the corner. She stopped when she found him there. He watched her expression process the quality of his waiting. Not the tactical assessment halt, not the threat recognition stop, but the third kind of stop that she'd been producing with increasing frequency, the interior one, the kind made by a person who is registering something they don't yet have a category for. He said, I know where Vasquez is, I know the sewer route, I know the clock tower charges including the exterior panel access, I know the RPD layout, I know Iron's operation and how to close it efficiently, I know the pharmaceutical facility subbasement and what it will take to reach the server room inside it. I've been building toward this for 20 loops. I am more prepared right now than I have ever been for anything in my life. He said it straightforwardly, because it was the truth and she deserved to receive it that way. Are you ready? She was quiet for 2 seconds. Then, yes. He showed her. All of it. The full 20-loop operational picture. Every detail actionable. Every gap either closed or explicitly flagged as still requiring work. She received it the way she always received good intelligence under pressure. Immediately, precisely, asking the questions that identified exactly where the picture needed more detail. The partnership that had been building across 20 loops operated at full capacity from the first hour of loop 20, because the information bleed she was carrying from 19 iterations had given her the foundation and he was building the walls on top of it. They moved through Raccoon City in a way that had never been possible before. Not a lead and a follower. A unit from shared knowledge, each step flowing from the previous. The gaps in one person's coverage filled automatically by the other. The supply caches were pre-staged and found. The routes were optimized and executed. Irons was contained in his own vault in under 8 minutes, efficiently, and without confrontation. Carlos was found and stabilized and given the hold position instruction with the full reasoning, and Carlos held his position. The clock tower charges, for minutes and 40 seconds, all three, Jill applying the improvised spanner to the exterior panel access with the same practice confidence she developed in 2 prior loops she didn't remember and had rediscovered in this one, because it was the right solution and she was that consistent. They reached the hospital. Vasquez was most alert she'd been across any loop encounter. Reached so early, so fresh. Her window of coherence was the longest it had ever been. She gave them the full picture, the copies on 2 separate drives, and she pressed both drives into Ethan's hands and said, if you reach the server room, have the drives with you. Prime's architecture will recognize the data they carry as part of the completion condition. How do you know that? Jill asked. Vasquez looked at her. Because Prime told me, she said. Before I went rogue. Before I understood what I was working inside. She paused. I built parts of it. I'm sorry. They left the hospital at the 20-hour mark and moved through the city with the clarity of people who knew exactly where they were going and what it was going to take to get there. Carlos was alive and operational and moving with them. The Burke and sewer routes were navigated by the timing he'd mapped across 6 prior encounters. The bone-armored variant was present in the East District, 2 of them, and they took them down in 12 minutes using a combination of Ethan's pre-staged trap and Jill's flanking approach, and it was clean. At the 24-hour mark, they reached the parking structure roof in the Outer District, the highest publicly accessible point in the Eastern Quarter, and watched the first true dawn come over Raccoon City. He had not seen it before. 20 loops, and not one of them had run long enough to reach this hour. The sky went gray first, then the tentative pink at the eastern edge, then the orange of the sun arriving over a city in ruin. Not the orange of burning buildings, which he knew in all its gradations, but the sun's own orange, daily and indifferent and honest in the way that only things that pre-existed the catastrophe could be honest about it. She was beside him. The morning light was on her face, and he did not need to describe it beyond that. She said, I don't know why I trust you. Not the professional flatness, not the operational voice. The other one, the one she used when she decided to be precise about something real. I wake up in this city every reset, and I feel like I've known you for years. Like there's something between us that's already happened. 19 times before this morning, he said. She turned to face him. Tell me something specific, she said. From a loop I don't remember. Loop 17, he said. Hour 26. The clock tower's upper room. You fell asleep against my shoulder. I didn't move for 6 hours. She was very still. Why not? Because it was the most ordinary thing that had happened to me in 17 loops, he said. I needed it more than I needed sleep. The look she gave him lasted a long time. The dawn light shifted from pink to gold, and the smoke columns from 3 directions caught the morning and bent it. Long enough for him to hear, from below in the civic district, the particular structural tremor that preceded Birkin's mass moving through the underground systems. Patient, massive, oriented by something that was not intelligence exactly, but was close enough to it to be dangerous. He heard it. He held his position. She said, "I believe you." The way she said it was different from the way she'd said it in any previous loop. Not tactical acceptance. Not the processing of evidence reaching a conclusion. Something that had been decided in the 45 minutes they'd stood on this roof, and in the 20 loops preceding it that she couldn't remember but was carrying anyway. He said, "I know." Below them, around the collapsed corner of what had been the Civic Center, William Birkin came into view in a form beyond any previous mutation. The asymmetry of 5 or 6 evolutions taken to its endpoint. One stock-mounted yellow eye scanning the street grid with the patient mechanical thoroughness of a process assigned a direction and continuing in that direction until the direction was completed. The eye found the rooftop. It tracked upward with the slow inevitability of a clock hand completing its arc. It locked. He put his hand on Jill's arm. She covered his hand with hers. Neither of them moved back from the rooftop edge. At the margin of his vision, the system text assembled in the living air, not in the between space, not in the dark of a reset, but here, in the morning light of the first dawn he had ever survived to see. Trained looper. Loop 20 threshold achieved, Birkin G-type. Final mutation stage active architecture warning. External monitoring signal confirmed. Source unknown. Not prime standard protocols. Behavior classified AS observation below them. Birkin's yellow eye held them in its fixed and ancient attention. Something beyond prime was watching this loop. Something that had not been there in the first 19. Something with its own agenda, its own reasons, its own eyes on the same city prime was using as a laboratory, and it was watching them, specifically, standing on this rooftop together with the dawn behind them and the city burning below. The 21st loop was already assembling in the between space. Whatever was watching would see that loop too, and if something was assembling a picture of him, the picture was getting more complete with every run. Chapter 21. The name she uses: Trained Looper. Loop 21. Skills retained. Full tactical archive. City map 60% complete. The alley smelled like it always smelled. Wet concrete. Rot. The chemical signature of a T-virus colony in its third-day expansion radius. Ethan Cole was on his feet before the system text finished assembling. He didn't need to read it fully anymore. He could feel the tear update in his joints, in the particular sharpness behind his eyes, in the way his hands already knew where his pockets were, and that they were empty, and that the cruiser 3 blocks north still had the Mossberg in the back if he moved in the next 4 minutes. He moved. 21 loops had a different flavor from 20. 20 had been the milestone, the dawn, the threshold, the first time a loop ran long enough to see the sun. 21 was the morning after. The morning after a threshold was always the one that taught you whether the threshold had actually meant anything or just felt like it did. He reached the hardware store at 29 minutes. 3 minutes ahead of his previous best. He staged the fire extinguisher near the third-floor landing where the hunter would come through at the 57-minute mark, pulled the trigger mechanism back into reliable tension, and positioned himself in the doorway with the sightline to the bookstore across the street. Jill came around the corner at 32 minutes. She stopped. The kind of stop he'd cataloged in 20 previous versions: threat recognition, tactical assessment, the interior kind. This one had something new running underneath it. He'd stood in this doorway before, and she hadn't known him when she came around that corner. This time she was looking at him with the specific quality of a person who has arrived somewhere and found someone already there, and the question of how was beginning to matter more than whether to trust them. "I was about to call for backup," she said. Not to him exactly. More like a statement to the universe that she was logging this as anomalous. "Don't," he said. "We can move faster without the frequency broadcast." She came across the street with the Beretta already out, not at him, but not holstered either. The trained carry of a person keeping both options open and to let the next few minutes decide. He respected that more than he could articulate. "You're in Stars," she said. "No. Former Army Ranger. Freelance now. I was hired to investigate Umbrella's Raccoon facility, and I arrived 6 hours ago." 6 hours. She studied him in the way she studied things she was working to categorize. "You navigate like you've been here for years." "Good memory," he said. "Nobody has a memory that good." He'd heard that exact sentence before. Loop 9, she'd said nearly the same words. He let it land the way he always let it land. As the truth it was, which he couldn't confirm without the conversation he wasn't ready to have yet. "What's your name?" she asked. Not operationally. She was in operational mode constantly. She was Jill Valentine. Operational mode was her resting state. This was the other register, the question a person asks when they've decided someone is going to be relevant to what comes next. "Ethan Cole," he said. "Yours?" You don't know my name. I know your star's Alpha. You're armed with a Beretta 92F, serial number JV 114, and you have a backup piece in your left ankle holster that you've been favoring since you took something sharp to the shin 20 minutes ago. You also know this city's grid because you've been here longer than 6 hours, which means you have a base of operations somewhere nearby, which means we should be moving toward it instead of standing here. A 2-second professional silence. Then, Jill Valentine. Follow me. Don't get in front of the barrel. Wouldn't dream of it, he said, and fell into step behind her left shoulder at the distance that let her pivot without hitting him. They moved through the first 3 streets in the efficient and slightly wary silence of 2 people who had decided to work together before they decided to trust each other. He noted every deviation from his prior loop knowledge. A collapsed awning on Decker, a zombie cluster at the alley mouth on Morrison that wasn't there in loops 15 through 20, a fresh set of RPD tire tracks suggesting a patrol had come through here in the last 2 hours. At the bookstore, she had it barricaded with the same furniture configuration he'd seen 12 times. He helped her move a second armchair to the stairwell landing because the angle was better, and she nodded with the precise acknowledgement of someone accepting a tactical input that was obviously correct, but not obvious from where she'd been standing. You're not what I expected to find on day 1, she said. Not a compliment, not a criticism, an observation. What did you expect? Civilians and looters. She met his gaze across the barricade. How did you know about the ankle holster? You shifted your weight to your right side every time you stopped, he said, overcompensating for the left shin contact. 3 full seconds of stillness. Then she said, Ethan Cole. Like she was committing it to a file she kept for things that required monitoring. Like his name was now something she intended to track. He knew from 20 prior loops exactly what that voice meant. Outside, through the bookstore's boarded window, the hunter landed on the far side of the street. Its weight cracked the pavement. Its triangular head swung in their direction with the slow mechanical hunger that had killed him twice, and that he had since learned to route around, into, and through. Jill's hand moved to her sidearm. He put a hand lightly on her arm. Not yet. Let it clear the intersection. Then we move east to the sewer access on Morrison. She studied the hand on her arm. Then him. Then the intersection. You knew it was going to be there, she said. Yes. How? Morrison sewer access, he said. Then I'll answer everything I can. They went, and the hunter's footfalls receded toward the pharmacy, and he answered what he could, which was slightly more than the previous loop, but still short of the full truth. She took each fragment with the patient intensity of someone constructing a larger picture and who had decided the picture was worth having. She asked exactly 3 follow-up questions, all the right ones. And she used his name when she asked them. Not his rank, not a pronoun. His name. Ethan. Like she'd already decided it was worth keeping. 21 loops, and he still hadn't figured out how to carry that without it becoming something heavy. Below them in the Morrison sewer, something moved in the water, patient and vast, and not yet fully formed. And at the edge of his vision, barely legible, the system text assembled a line he hadn't seen before. External observation. Signal confirmed. Second monitor active. Source unclassified. Something else was watching this loop, and it had started watching with this one. The loop where Jill Valentine said his name like it mattered, and that timing was not a coincidence. Chapter 22. The UBCS Man. Loop 22. Trained looper Carlos Oliveira had the bearing of a man who trusted his own instincts so completely that his instincts had never needed to second-guess themselves. He stood at the corner of Broad and 2nd with 3 UBCS soldiers he'd already lost control of. They'd gone into the pharmacy without authorization and wouldn't be coming back, and he was running the math on whether his current position was defensible for longer than 9 minutes. His math was off by 4 minutes in the wrong direction. Ethan came around the corner at a pace that registered as deliberately non-threatening and said, Don't go to the pharmacy. 2 of your men are already infected. The 3rd has 4 minutes. Carlos Oliveira's hand went to his sidearm. Not drawing, registering the option. Who are you? Someone who knows what's in the pharmacy. Ethan Cole. Come with me. Carlos studied him with the specific skepticism of a trained soldier encountering a civilian who was moving and speaking like neither. You been in Raccoon before? In a manner of speaking. Whatever Carlos saw in the next 3 seconds was apparently enough. UBCS Sergeant Carlos Oliveira. Lead the way. They found Jill 3 blocks north. The 3 of them stood briefly in the doorway of an abandoned hardware store while Ethan ran the next 2 hours. Routes. Timing. The approximate window before the liquor unit in the RPD East corridor would make its sweep. Carlos absorbed operational information at the same efficient rate as Jill. That was part of why Carlos kept surviving the loops where Ethan reached him. You're talking about the RPD like you have schematics, Carlos said. I do, Ethan said. Those files are classified to you BCS level 4 and above. I have good sources. Carlos looked at Jill. Jill looked at Carlos. Some communication passed between two trained soldiers that didn't need words. Then Carlos nodded once, with the resigned efficiency of a professional who had concluded that survival was more important than intelligence provenance. They moved on the hospital generator at dusk. Jill took the primary approach route. Carlos covered the secondary egress. Ethan handled the generator room itself because he knew the specific toggle sequence that bypassed the blown primary switch. The lights came on in the hospital basement at the 48-minute mark, and Dr. Vasquez looked up from the laptop she was protecting with her body and said, "Oh, thank God." Carlos was already scanning the corridor. "Reinforcements incoming," he said. Ethan said, "Southwest stairwell," for minutes. 2 infected security personnel. "They're not neutralized, they're just slow." Carlos looked at him. Not the skepticism from earlier. The other register. A professional measuring someone who had just saved their operation several times in 1 hour. He said, "Who are you, actually?" "I told you." "Yeah." Carlos turned to the stairwell. "Man who has good sources." "Sure." He moved at 3 minutes 50 with the confident precision of someone given a gift of 10 extra seconds and using every one of them. Ethan watched him work and felt the particular complicated satisfaction of seeing someone good at something do the thing they were good at. Vasquez shared the first layer of prime data at hour 9. Carlos didn't buy it. "Corporate AI running a disaster simulation," he said, in the tone he used for information he was logging but not processing. "Why not? Why not add that to today? It explains the outbreak pattern," Jill said, studying the laptop screen. "The contamination spread doesn't match a standard release. It's too structured. Everything looks structured when you're trying to make it mean something. Everything looks like coincidence when you don't want it to mean something," she said, and that closed the argument. At hour 11, they had the hospital's upper floor cleared, Vasquez stable, and the defensive perimeter set with 3 interlocking fields. The best first day Ethan had managed in 6 loops. He sat by the second-floor supply room window and watched the city glow red at the edges from the industrial district fires, pulse with the distant sounds of things no longer entirely alive. Jill sat across from him. She had a canteen and a protein bar and split both without asking, passing him his share with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone who decided they were in the same unit. 3 survivors before dark, she said. "I've been doing this since the outbreak started, and I've never pulled 3 before dark." "You've never had this kind of information before," he said. "No." A pause. "Where are you getting it?" "Memory," he said. It was even true. She studied him in the dim. He could see her well enough. The loop had given him peripheral vision at a different threshold than a normal person's, one of the compound effects of 21 iterations of adrenaline-trained survival chemistry. She was watching him with the careful construction of someone building a dossier. "You're going to tell me everything eventually," she said. Not a threat. A statement about inevitability. "I'd rather you do it before I've had to trust you through 5 situations that shouldn't have worked and only worked because you knew something you shouldn't." 6, by tomorrow morning, he said. "Then 6, she said, and took a careful sip from the canteen. "What's tomorrow's worst threat?" "Tyrant Patrol, Southeast District, around 4 a.m. She nodded like she was making a note. "Sleep when you can. I'll take first watch." He slept. In 22 loops, he'd learned to sleep when he could because the body's debt collector was patient and remorseless. When he woke 2 hours later and took the watch, she was already awake and didn't protest the trade. Carlos was alive at the hospital at dawn. Vasquez was alive. 3 other survivors were behind the barricade in the supply wing. 6 people, making it to morning in a city that killed most people by hour 3. A personal record. The external monitoring signal that had appeared in loop 21 pulsed again at hour 12, and the system noted the margin of his vision red. Observation layer, second contact, Prometheus classification active. Whatever was watching him from above the simulation had now given itself a name, and it wasn't prime, and Ethan did not yet know what that distinction was going to cost him, but the cost was already being calculated. Chapter 23. Mirror Image Loop 23, Trained Looper. He knew, by Loop 23, that the mirroring had been happening since Loop 12. He'd cataloged it without fully understanding it. The way Jill's body absorbed movement patterns she shouldn't know. The way she'd started positioning herself to his left at doorways without being directed. The way she picked up his reloading rhythm and unconsciously matched it. Vasquez explained it in Loop 23, at the hospital, after Ethan had pushed enough of the prime context into the conversation to make the technical question answerable. "Procedural memory encoding," Vasquez said. She looked exhausted and precise in the way people get when they've been working on a problem for too long at too high a cost. "The loops aren't completely clean resets. They can't be. Biological memory is electrochemical, not digital. You can't fully flush a human neural architecture the way you'd flush a drive. The Ouroboros protocol tries to, but it leaves traces. Procedural traces, motor patterns, trained responses, things the body learned that the mind can't access directly. She remembers without knowing she remembers, Ethan said. Her body does. Vasquez pulled up a data table. Every loop you spend significant time in physical proximity with another person, they accumulate micro-residuals. Not memories. Impressions. Habits. The physical grammar of someone they've worked with extensively. Jill, who had been standing in the doorway throughout this conversation, said, "You're saying I know how he moves because of loops I can't access." Yes. And that's why I keep ending up at his left shoulder without deciding to. Yes. Jill held that. Not the operational quiet. The other kind. The one that preceded placing something she hadn't expected to find. So everything that feels like instinct, she said slowly, is actually history. For both of us, Ethan said, not looking at her. You remember it? Yes. Carlos appeared in the doorway behind her, arms folded, positioned at the conversation's edge rather than its center. So she's got ghost memories of him, and he's got real memories of her, and neither of them is on the same version of what's happened between them, he said. That's a love story. Specifically the kind where everyone ends up crying. Carlos, Jill said. What? I'm naming the narrative structure. Jill turned back to the data table. She deployed the focused calm she always used to manage the distance between what was personal and what was operational, the internal sorting mechanism he'd watched across 23 loops do the same work every time. But this loop the calm was thinner. He could see the seam at its edge. We focus on prime, she said. Vasquez, the data mentions that the loops are designed to isolate optimal survival parameters. What does optimal mean in that context? Maximum viable sample bearer exit with minimum viral spread, Vasquez said. The simulation is trying to find the configuration of people and decisions that produces a survivor who carries the virus in a controllable state without dying from it. Not just surviving, carrying. A living archive, Carlos said. Exactly. Vasquez looked at Ethan directly. And prime inserts variables to push toward that outcome or away from it, to isolate which variables prevent success. The loops don't only want successes. Every failure adds data. Every loop he'd died. Prime had been taking notes. He'd known this. But hearing it from the person who had helped build the system gave it a different weight. Heavier, colder, the weight of a thing confirmed rather than suspected. Jill's hand found his arm in the way it always found his arm, the unconscious placement of a body that knew where he was in space even when the mind hadn't decided to reach. She didn't seem to notice she'd done it. She was reading Vasquez's screen. He noticed. They moved through the rest of Loop 23 with the sharpened teamwork that came from Vasquez's explanation, making explicit what had been operating below language. Jill no longer fought the mirroring. She used it deliberately, with the precision of deliberate choice, using the residual rather than puzzling over it. The loop extended 3 hours beyond his previous best. At the 29-hour mark, as a Birkin environmental event shook the clock tower, she took his hand in the dark and held it. He noticed every time, and had long since stopped pretending the cataloging served a strictly tactical purpose. What it served was more fundamental than tactics. The need to register her, to hold the real-time fact of her presence as something separate from the operational information she represented, to note the difference between knowing where Jill Valentine was in space and knowing that Jill Valentine was there. The loop extended 3 hours beyond his previous best, running to 29 hours. At the 29th hour, as a Birkin environmental event shook the clock tower and the walls moved in the way they moved when something massive was redirecting underground, she reached in the dark and took his hand and held it with the specific grip of deliberate intent, appropriate, and needing no explanation to justify it, an explanation to justify it. They waited the tremors out in silence, and when the walls stopped moving, she kept holding on, and he understood that the procedural residue didn't only carry motor patterns and tactical instincts. It carried something else, something the Ouroboros protocol hadn't designed and couldn't erase, and that something was responsible for the particular quality of her grip in the dark, firm and deliberate, and unmistakably real. She'd read the whole truth in Vasquez's words and hadn't run from it. But the thing she hadn't said yet, and that the loop ended before she could reach, was whether the truth made the distance between them smaller or larger, and that question traveled with him into Loop 24. Was he carrying it, or had it become something he needed to carry? Chapter 24. The boy from the RPD Loop 24. Trained looper Leon Kennedy had the particular quality of a man who excelled at things he'd never been tested on before, dropped all at once into the test. He was 21 years old, It was his first day on the job. He had a police-issue Matilda with half a magazine, and he was navigating the RPD's underground drainage system by hand torch with the careful, considered movements of someone who didn't panic because panic was a luxury and he'd never been able to afford it. Ethan found him at the junction of the main drainage channel and the RPD access tunnel at hour 14, exactly where he'd been in the 3 prior loops where Ethan had reached this section. Leon's position was reliable. Leon himself was reliable, which was part of why Ethan had been looking for him. Leon Kennedy. Ethan said, because announcing yourself in darkness to a man with a gun was better than not. Leon turned with the torch and the Matilda and the careful stillness of a man conserving his ammunition with his remaining ammunition. Who's there? Ethan Cole. Freelance. Non-infected. I know where you're trying to get. The torch stayed on him. How do you know my name? Your nameplate. First day on the job, you'd have it. He hadn't read a nameplate. He'd met Leon Kennedy 23 times and knew his face. But the explanation was clean and plausible. Leon was the kind of person who would file implausible explanations rather than accept them. The torch swept him once. Infection signs, weaponry, the fast professional assessment. Then, you know the layout? Better than the schematics, Ethan said. He meant it. Come with me. They moved through the drainage network, tight to the left wall where the floor was dry, avoiding the central channel where the current carried biological material. Leon followed without crowding him, maintaining the distance of someone who knew how to be useful by staying out of the way. At the T-junction, Ethan stopped and held a hand back. Leon stopped. Footsteps on the grating above, not zombie weight, which was loose and irregular, but the deliberate cadence of a mutated runner. He counted to 12. The footsteps passed. You heard that, Leon said. Not a question. I hear everything in this tunnel. We move on my call. He felt the sharp, quiet assessment behind him. Not quite suspicion, not the blunt acceptance Carlos brought to unexplainable things. Leon was categorizing quickly and accurately. They reached the drainage access to the G-Virus storage sublevel at hour 15. Ethan stopped at the heavy steel door and pressed his hand flat against it, feeling the temperature differential. Inside, the corridor ran 4 degrees colder than ambient. The storage units were running. Live samples. Through there, Leon said. He'd already identified the route. Don't, Ethan said. Leon looked at him. That's the fastest path to the RPD main floor. The containment seals failed at hour 8. The corridor is contaminated. If you breathe that air for more than 40 seconds, you'll show signs within 6 hours that'll get you shot by the first officer who sees you. Leon's eyes were steady on him. How do you know the seals failed at hour 8? Because I've been through here before, Ethan said, and let the statement sit. The silence had a different texture from the silence he usually got when he said something like that. Not Jill's professional skepticism, not Carlos's practical bracketing. Leon's silence was someone running several large implications very quickly and emerging with a question he wasn't sure he wanted the answer to. What do you mean before? He asked carefully. I mean before. Long story. Short version. The east drainage access adds 7 minutes, but it's safe. I'll take you there. Leon followed. But at the east access junction, while they waited for the water level to drop enough to clear the floor grate, he said, those files are classified. Which ones? The G-Virus sublevel schematics. Classified to UBCS level 4 and above. If you've seen them, you have clearance that doesn't exist in any Raccoon City deployment record, or you've been in this facility in a way that isn't in any report. A pause. Which means either you're lying about being freelance, or you're something else entirely. The second one, Ethan said. The second one. I'll explain when there's time. You mean when we're not standing in waist-deep drainage water? Exactly. Leon considered this. Fair enough. Let on. They reached the RPD main floor at hour 16 and found Jill holding the east corridor against 3 bone-armored variants. He watched her work through a gap in the door. The improvised technique she'd found for the neck joint gap was better than his. She'd found something he hadn't mapped. Leon, watching through the same gap. Who's that? Jill Valentine. Stars Alpha. She's with me. Stars Alpha held out this long? She's remarkable, Ethan said. He didn't bother to make it sound neutral. Leon Kennedy turned to study him. Said nothing. Smiled at something he decided not to share. The east corridor was cleared in 6 minutes. Leon produced a precinct map from the duty officer's desk and spread it out, moving through the known safe zones with quick intelligence. The same intelligence that had made Leon's role in the survival of so many prior loops the difference between success and catastrophe. Classified sublevel access, Leon said, not looking up from the map. Time loop involvement. What else should I know? There's a chief of police who's going to try to lock us in a holding cell, Ethan said. Leon looked up sharply. I know, Ethan said. Trust me on that one. Leon's gaze moved from Ethan to the precinct map and back. He pressed his lips together in the expression of someone deciding to accept an outrageous piece of intelligence because the person delivering it had just navigated them through a contaminated drainage system and predicted a tyrant's position to the minute. And if the loop theory was real, if this young officer from a city he'd never been posted to was already making the right calls, then the holding cell warning mattered. And the chief of police needed to be a problem they solved before it became a problem that solved them. Irons, Leon said. His voice was flat. He's already given me a bad feeling. You have good instincts, Ethan said. Nobody has instincts about someone they've known for 20 minutes. Then it's not instinct, Ethan said. It's pattern recognition. And your pattern recognition is excellent. Leon looked at the map for another moment, then put it down. All right, he said. Tell me about the holding cell. Leon Kennedy was listening to a man who had died 23 times, and none of that showed on his face, which was the point, and also the problem. Chapter 25. Irons Loop 25. Trained looper Chief Brian Irons had a smile that never reached the eyes above it. Ethan had cataloged the smile across 18 prior encounters. The way it appeared when someone walked into his preferred area of control, the slight widening at the corner when the person in question was armed, but not yet suspicious. The specific quality that told you the man behind it had made a calculation and was waiting for you to move into the position it required. He'd let the smile trap him twice. He'd navigated around it 8 times. This loop, he'd walked in with Leon's past-level credentials and Jill's STARS Alpha authority and the specific knowledge that Irons' evidence vault was on a separate circuit from the main power grid and could be locked from outside using the keycard Irons kept in his left breast pocket. The keycard acquisition took 40 seconds. Irons was looking at Jill when Ethan lifted it. She didn't know he was doing it, but she held the man's attention with a level of professional precision that suggested some part of her understood he needed the distraction. Some part that lived below conscious memory. The vault door was thick steel, and it closed at 67 pounds of pressure, which Ethan knew from observation and from the RPD maintenance records in Vasquez's files that included the original installation specs. It latched with a sound like a decision being made. From behind the vault door, Irons said something too muffled to hear clearly. He's going to be very unhappy, Leon said. Yes, Ethan said. That felt precise, Jill said. She was considering the vault door and then him. You've been planning that since we walked in. I've been planning that since before we walked in, he said. She updated him in the way she updated things she was reassessing. Not the threat assessment process, the personal inventory, the version of looking at someone she did when she was revising her understanding of who they were. He'd seen it in every loop where he'd done something that revealed the depth of the preparation. Not quite surprise, not quite alarm. Something between them that existed in accumulated form in his memory, but that she only had as procedural trace, pressing against the surface of her. Sometimes you scare me, she said. Not accusing, just accurate. I know, he said. I'm sorry. Don't be. She turned to the vault door. Irons was going to lock us in a holding cell by sundown. You just took that off the board in 40 seconds. 43, Leon said, checking his watch. He caught them both looking at him. I was timing it. Professionally curious. He put the watch away. What's next? The removal of Irons freed up 2 hours that would otherwise have been spent managing his interference, navigating his traps, convincing STARS officers to follow their unit's lead rather than the chief's authority. Those 2 hours translated directly into survivor count. 7 people by end of day, Ethan's best across 25 loops. They found the 7th survivor in a residential block on Ash Street, a pharmacist named Rosario who'd been barricaded in his own basement since hour 2. He was frightened and competent, and when he understood the situation, he started moving resources efficiently, cataloging everything with pharmaceutical value. Carlos, who found him, said, "This guy is actually useful." Most people are, Jill said, when you reach them before they give up. She said it like a fact, like something she'd arrived at from the inside. Not a principle she'd been given, but one she'd earned across more encounters than she could count. He'd heard her say versions of it in 4 prior loops, always at a different moment, always with the same quality of hard-won certainty. At the clock tower, hour 20, they cleared the charges in 4 minutes. Jill had the technique locked. She'd found the exterior panel access herself this time, and had the first charge disarmed before he finished the second. She was moving into the work the way she moved into all of it. "You did that without the instructions," he said, when they stood on the tower steps in the cooling evening air. "I figured it out from the panel configuration. The relay sequences are standard emergency system architecture." She studied him carefully. "You're watching me work again. You noticed that. You watch me like you're glad to see something you weren't sure would still be there," she said. Flat. Direct. "I don't know what that means, but I'm noting it." He said nothing. She turned toward the staircase. Paused at the first step. I said it scared me. The vault thing. I didn't say I was wrong about working with you. She went up. He followed. 7 people was the count, and the count mattered. He'd been running a different kind of arithmetic across 25 loops. Not just survival rates, but the compound effect of efficiency. What each loop's improvements cost in time and spent on other things. The conversion rate between better information and better outcomes. 25 loops was the first one where the conversion rate felt like it was working properly, like the output was beginning to justify the terrible input, like the deaths that had purchased this competence were earning their return. He didn't say any of that to Jill, or to Leon, or to Carlos. He said it to himself, in the quiet of the clock tower staircase, with the evening air coming through the open window and the smell of burning from the East District. Leon came through the staircase door at that moment, finished with the East Corridor assessment, and stopped when he saw Ethan standing in the window. He said, "You ever just take a minute?" "No," Ethan said. "That's what I thought." Leon leaned against the wall. "You should. You'll burn out." "I've burned out 25 times," Ethan said. "I always come back." Leon looked at him with the particular expression he had for statements that required more context than he currently possessed. "I'm going to want that story sometime," he said. "Yes," Ethan said. "You will." Below them in the East District, the bone-armored variants were multiplying, and in the system text at the margin of his vision a new prompt had assembled and was waiting. Prometheus assessment. Subject Alpha Awareness Level 5. Direct contact authorization pending. And somewhere in the simulation architecture something was deciding what Level 5 meant for the loops he had remaining, and whatever it decided, the answer was going to arrive. Chapter 26. She made a fire loop 26. Veteran looper. Full tactical command active. The system text when he woke was different. Not longer, not shorter, different in the quality of what it named. Veteran looper wasn't a new level so much as a confirmation of what had already been true for the last 6 loops. He knew the full 72-hour arc of the outbreak. He knew where every major zombie cluster would be at every hour, knew the tyrant patrol routes, the liquor home ranges, the particular rhythm of Birkin's movement through the underground systems. He woke in the alley and moved with the quality of a conversation with a city he was fluent in. 7 people was yesterday's record. Today he was running for more. He rerouted 6 survivors in the first 3 hours without stopping for his own supply staging. He'd pre-learned the routes well enough that the staging happened opportunistically. The Mossberg from the cruiser, the medical cache in the pharmacy back office where the infected hadn't reached, the hardware store's inventory in the back storeroom. He didn't need to stop. He just passed through the correct locations and collected what was available, like a river that knew where the water was. He found Jill at her usual bookstore position at the 30-minute mark. She had a fire going. Not the emergency warmth fire he'd seen her build in 4 prior loops, tight and functional and designed to be extinguished in under a minute. This one was in the proper fireplace that occupied the bookstore's back reading room, with a good quality hardwood blaze that suggested she'd been building it for 20 minutes and had expected, when she built it, to have company. She was sitting in one of the armchairs. There was another armchair across from her. She looked up when he came through the back door. She heard him coming now, which was another form of procedural residue, and she said, "I was starting to think the city got you." "The city doesn't get me anymore," he said. He looked at the fire and then at the second armchair. "You were expecting me." "I was." She said it without apology or explanation. "Coffee." She had a camp stove and a tin pot and real ground coffee from the bookstore's cafe section. He sat in the second armchair and she poured, and he took the tin cup with both hands because the morning had been cold even by Raccoon City standards, and the warmth was genuine. "I saved 2 on the way here," he said. "There are 4 more I need to route before hour 6. "Tell me where?" "I'll take 2. He ran through the locations, the timing windows, the approach routes that avoided the current cluster positions. She listened with the full quality of her attention, the kind that left no part of the information unprocessed. And then she was at the back door with the Beretta and a brief moment at the threshold where she turned back and said, "I'll be at the Morrison safe house by hour 4. "I'll be there at 4:15, he said. She nodded and was gone. He had the remaining coffee. He sat in the armchair by the fire for 40 seconds, which was not efficient but was necessary, because in 26 loops he'd learned that a particular kind of exhaustion existed that caffeine and tactical rest didn't touch, and you had to give it a small ration of something real, or it would compound into something unmanageable. She'd made a fire and left a chair open for him. He held that carefully in the way you hold things you've been waiting a long time for. By hour 12, 9 survivors were behind a unified perimeter, his best count. Jill had reached 2 of her targets and pivoted to a third when she found the second already moving towards safety on their own. Carlos had converted the UBCS holdout position at the clock tower base into a functioning relay station. Leon was running the RPD corridor sweep with 3 officers who had stopped listening to irons and started listening to their own assessments. 9 people. The city's best day in 26 tries. At hour 19, a new prompt appeared at the system level. Veteran Looper. Loop 26. Tactical mastery confirmed. Anomaly seed detected. Monitoring initiated. Source. Prometheus Division. He drank the coffee in 40 seconds and went to find the 4 survivors he still needed before hour 6. And the city did what it always did. Offered him the information he needed if he knew where to look and the threats he'd learned to work around, and the routes he'd mapped in iteration after iteration of the same catastrophe. He moved through it with the fluency of hard-won knowledge and the particular loneliness of having earned it alone. The survivors, a family in the residential block on Morrison who had barricaded correctly and needed only to be redirected. A former Umbrella Lab technician on Broad Street who had been hiding for 3 days and who had, in his dazed and exhausted state, a USB drive in his pocket containing 3 weeks of pre-outbreak facility logs that Ethan recognized immediately as significant. A nurse named Alicia he'd found in every loop that ran past hour 4, always in the same pharmaceutical storage closet on the 3rd floor of the Civic building, always with the same expression of a person refusing, by sheer will, to do otherwise. He brought them all to the Morrison perimeter. He gave the USB drive to Vasquez at the hospital and watched her go through it with the controlled urgency of someone who recognized the shape of important data when it came across her hands. She said, "This is pre-outbreak Umbrella facility access logs." Cross-referenced with Prime's initialization date, she stopped. Ethan. Prime was running for 6 months before the outbreak. The loops didn't start with Raccoon City. Raccoon City was a deployment environment. He filed that. The implications would take time, but the implications were real, and Loop 26 had just added a new dimension to the picture. Not Prime. Prometheus. The architecture behind Prime, or beside it, or above it. He filed the distinction and moved on, but the distinction refused to stay filed, and by hour 30, when the loop finally collapsed from a Birkin environmental event, the word Prometheus was still circling in the space behind his eyes, and the thing it represented was not just watching anymore. It was beginning to act. Chapter 27. Mr. X walks Loop 27. Veteran Looper. The thing about Mr. X was that he didn't stop. Most threats in Raccoon City had a behavioral pattern you could reverse engineer. Zombie clusters were anchored to specific areas. Lickers patrolled defined territories. Even the bone-armored variants had home ranges. Mr. X had a mission directive and the mass to pursue it through walls if walls were in the way, and his patrol route wasn't a route in the traditional sense. It was a vector with environmental negotiation capability. Ethan had been mapping the vector for 6 loops. By Loop 27, he had it precise enough to work with. Not to avoid entirely. Mr. X would adapt if avoidance became apparent, the system adjusting the tyrant's pathing to close gaps. But to lead, the way you lead a large animal past the gate it would otherwise charge through, using the geometry of its own committed trajectory. He ran it in the morning light with Jill at his left shoulder and Leon at his right, and the 3 of them moved through the civic district with the tight precision of a unit that had been training together for longer than 27 loops, which was true from his side and procedurally true from theirs. Mr. X appeared at the end of Broad Street at hour 8, as he always did at hour 8. Ethan kept walking, not away, slightly toward and to the left, threading the angle that would use the parking structure corner to funnel the tyrant into the dead-end loading bay without giving it the angle to see the funnel until it was already committed. Leon, quietly, "That thing is huge." "Don't run," Ethan said. "Running triggers pursuit. Walk with purpose." "We're walking with purpose toward a loading bay." "Yes. And the thing following us doesn't know it's a dead end." "Not yet." Leon processed this. "How many times have you done this?" "Enough." Jill said nothing. She was watching Mr. X over her shoulder with the perfect operational calm of Jill Valentine, having run the calculation and reached the same conclusion he had. She knew, from however many loops of procedural residue she was carrying, that his route choices worked. Not from blind faith, from evidence. The evidence had been accumulating in her nervous system without her awareness since Loop 5. The loading bay corner. He took it at a deliberate walk and stopped, pressing against the structure wall, and held a hand back. They stopped. Mr. X's footfalls, each one a seismic event, each one carrying 200 kilograms of umbrella purpose, continued around the corner and into the dead end. The tyrant reached the bay's rear wall. 12-inch reinforced concrete, not going anywhere. It turned with the slow inevitability of a compass recalibrating. Ethan took them through the gap at the corner in single file at a fast walk, And when they emerged onto the cross street, Mr. X was still inside the loading bay running its new approach calculation. Leon exhaled. Okay, I'm genuinely impressed. Jill turned her eyes on Ethan, not the professional assessment. The other register, the one she produced with increasing frequency, the one that meant she was updating her understanding of who he was. Admiration running beneath the surface of something that hadn't yet decided what it wanted to be called. You cornered a tyrant into a kill zone without flinching, she said. The trick is knowing where it's going, he said. The trick is knowing where it's going and being willing to walk toward it to prove the point, she said. He had no answer for that. She was right. The seventh survivor of the day was a wounded UBCS soldier named Dario that Carlos knew. Training cohort, years back. The kind of connection that made Carlos work very hard to reach him and succeed. 7 people by hour 16 and a functioning 3-sector defense network with the RPD as the hub. Jill stood at the second-floor window at dusk, watching the smoke columns. We're keeping more people alive every run. Yes. You've been counting. Always. She studied the side of his face. What are you counting toward? The number where it's enough, he said. To justify what it cost. Is there a number that does that? She asked. He didn't answer because he didn't know. The honest answer was that he was counting because counting was the only way he knew to make the deaths mean something they'd consented to contribute to. The other honest answer was that Jill being alive on the morning of Loop 27 was the only metric that had never felt like arithmetic. She touched his forearm once, lightly, in the same place she always touched when she was reaching for something she hadn't named yet. Then she withdrew and went back to help Leon with the East Corridor barricade. Jill said nothing during the walk away from the loading bay. He knew better than to interrupt her silence when it had that quality. She was running a different kind of processing, the kind that wasn't about immediate operational needs, but about the larger picture she was continuously updating. He gave her the 3 blocks she needed, and when they turned onto the hospital approach corridor, she said, "You led a tyrant through a funnel approach and used its own committed momentum to box it in a dead end." "Yes," he said. "That's not a thing you figure out in the moment," she said. "That's a thing you figure out after watching the tyrant's behavior across multiple," she stopped. Resumed. "Across multiple loops." "Yes," he said. She absorbed that. How many loops did it take to map his patrol vector well enough to use it like that? 6, he said. "I've been running the correction and extension parameters since loop 21. 27 is the first time the approach vector matched the funnel geometry cleanly." She looked at him from the side, the precise, measuring look she had when she was deciding how to hold a piece of information. "So everything you do in this city," she said, "is 6 or 12 or 20 loops of observation expressed in a single action. More or less. And from the outside it looks like reflex." "Or luck," he said. "Not luck," she said. "I've watched enough luck in this city to know what it looks like. You don't move like luck." She pushed open the hospital entrance. "You move like someone who has earned it, which is the opposite of luck." He followed her in. The hospital was warm with the generator's heat and alive with the sounds of survivors who were still alive because of the information he'd been accumulating across 27 deaths, and somewhere in the East District, Mr. X was completing his recalculation, and eventually, in some future loop with a different geometry, the funnel wasn't going to work, and he was going to need a new map. Something in the system text, faint and peripheral, assembled and dissolved too quickly to read. He caught 2 words, Prometheus active, and the quality of the night air changed, as though something above the simulation had just leaned slightly closer to the glass, and he could almost hear it breathing. Chapter 28. The document that lies loop 28. Veteran looper, they found the umbrella documents in the clock tower's maintenance office at the 72-hour mark, which was farther than any prior loop had run. The documents were standard umbrella operational paperwork, the kind that existed in every corporate research facility and meant nothing unless you knew what to look for. Ethan knew what to look for. The relevant line was buried in an appendix to a facility operations log dated 3 weeks before the outbreak. Loop cycle 1/iteration metrics. Baseline subject performance. Below projections. Recommend protocol adjustment. Insert variable stimuli to accelerate competency development in subject alpha. Jill read it over his shoulder. Her breathing changed. Not fear, not alarm, but the focused intake of someone whose recognition pattern had just fired. "What's subject alpha?" she asked. He was very still. "I'm not sure," he said. He was sure. He'd been named in Vasquez's files as early as loop 13, had seen Prime's terminal reference to him directly in 3 subsequent loops, had known since loop 19 that the loops tracked his development specifically. He was subject alpha. But telling her here, without the full picture, meant an explanation that would take hours and end with requests for proof he didn't yet have. This wasn't the right loop for the full truth. Iteration metrics, she said. She was still reading. That's data collection language. Someone was tracking outcomes. She turned to him. This outbreak was designed. The loops are designed, he said. The outbreak was real. The loop mechanism is what's artificial. She held his eyes for 3 seconds. He watched the calculation happen in real time. Her intelligence running the implication set, cataloging the known, identifying the gaps between what the document implied and what he had and hadn't shared. You knew what this was before we found this document, she said. Yes. How much do you know that you haven't told me? Enough that telling you all of it at once would take several hours, and probably end with you asking me to prove things I can't prove yet. She processed that. Subject Alpha, she said quietly. Is that you? Silence. Probably, he said. The word had the weight of a confession, and she registered it the way she registered everything. Completely, with the full instrument of her attention. Then she looked back at the document and said, All right. What do we do with this? Not, why didn't you tell me? Not, I don't believe you. Just the operational question, which was her anchor, the thing she held on to when something was big enough to become overwhelming. He watched her make the choice to hold the anchor rather than let the flood in, and the choice cost her something. He could see the cost at the corners of her expression, and she bore that cost without complaint because she was exactly who she was. We copy what we can, he said. I need you to remember specific sections. Verbatim. Why verbatim? I have a theory about information that survives loop resets. I need to test whether your procedural memory can carry data as well as motor patterns. She pulled a chair to the desk and sat down and said, Read them to me. He read the relevant sections twice each. She repeated them back after the second pass with full precision. He watched her lock the language into the same mechanism that had carried his movement patterns, his timing calls, his approach routes. The deep archive the Ouroboros protocol couldn't fully clear. The lie, the probably, sat between them for the rest of the loop like interest accumulating on borrowed time. Not damaging, not heavy, but present and growing and eventually requiring payment. At hour 78, a building collapse in the civic district ended the run. New record, 28 hours. He watched her work through the Vasquez data with the particular efficiency she brought to intelligence analysis. Rapid, methodical, the kind of reading that wasn't scanning for interest but constructing a three-dimensional picture from a two-dimensional source, identifying implications in the negative space between what was written and what was absent. The iteration metrics reference a protocol adjustment, she said. That means someone was monitoring in real time at the beginning of the loops. The loop mechanism isn't automatic from the start. There was active management. Prometheus, he said. She tested the word. The architecture above Prime. She turned another page. If Prime is the simulation and Prometheus is the management layer, then whoever designed Prometheus had a specific outcome in mind when they started the loops. Not just data collection, a particular kind of data, which means the loops aren't failing to achieve their purpose. They're in the process of achieving it. And I'm the process, he said. She set the papers down. She looked at the wall across from her with the expression she wore when she'd worked a problem to its logical conclusion, and the conclusion was something she would rather have been wrong about. Meaning everything you've become across 28 loops is exactly what the system wanted you to become. I don't know if that makes the things I've built less real, he said. She considered that. No, she said slowly. I don't think it does. She picked the papers back up. But it means someone is waiting at the end of this with a specific use for what you've built. She set them down again, decisively. And whatever they're planning to use it for, we get to decide whether that's acceptable. The building collapse that ended the loop came 30 minutes later, before he could respond, and the silence his non-response left behind traveled with him into loop 29, a stone set beside the stone of the probably. 2 weights from the same debt he still hadn't paid. He woke in the alley and the word probably was still in his chest, and somewhere above the simulation ceiling, a Prometheus monitoring node had just logged subject alpha partial disclosure, behavioral pattern, protective information management, risk 2 cooperation protocol, moderate. Chapter 29, deliberate death loop 29, veteran looper. The theory was simple and the execution was straightforward, and he knew going in that neither of those things meant it would work. The Ouroboros protocol reset the loop when Raccoon City reached 100% infection saturation with no viable sample bearer escaping. That was the stated mechanism in Vasquez's Prime files. But the protocol had a biological trigger component, a specific point in the outbreak's progression where the reset was actively triggered rather than passively initiated by the saturation threshold. He'd been mapping the trigger location for 9 loops. He was fairly certain it was in the pharmaceutical facility's sublevel, the same sublevel where Prime's secondary terminal was accessible, the same sublevel that connected through the drainage system to Birkin's deepest underground routes. The theory, If he reached the trigger point deliberately and activated it without meeting the saturation condition, the reset would happen early. The system would have to log an atypical reset. If the system logged the deviation, he'd see the response in the next loop's opening text. He reached the trigger point at hour 6. He was alone. He hadn't contacted Jill or Carlos or Leon in this loop, hadn't staged any saves, had moved with the single-minded efficiency of a person running an experiment rather than a survival scenario. The trigger point was a biological sensor node embedded in the facility's sublevel floor, a disk of organic material, about 10 centimeters in diameter, pulsing faintly in the emergency lighting. He'd identified it by its consistency across every loop that had run long enough to reach this level. Always in the same location. Always active. Always pulsing at the same frequency. He stood there for 30 seconds. Thought about Jill finding her chair empty at the bookstore. Thought about Carlos holding a perimeter alone. Thought about the fact that this was science, that every hypothesis required a test, that the test was going to hurt, and that the hurt was temporary, and that the knowledge wasn't. He stepped on the sensor node and triggered the reset. The alley. The system text, veteran looper, loop 30 incoming deviation logged. Behavior flagged. Subject Alpha has initiated voluntary loop termination. Prometheus assessment. Subject demonstrates system awareness at level 4. Behavior marked for advanced monitoring. Next response, variable escalation. He read it 3 times. Level 4. Whatever the levels were in Prometheus's assessment rubric, level 4 was high enough to generate a response. Not just monitoring. Variable escalation. The loops were going to get harder because he'd proved he understood how they worked. Prometheus, not Prime. The architecture above the simulation was the one cataloging his awareness. Prime ran the loops. Prometheus ran Prime. And Prometheus had just told him it was watching everything. He sat in the alley for 2 minutes, the equivalent in loop reset time of a very long pause. Then he got up, because sitting in an alley was not how he'd been spending these mornings, and the experiment had delivered its data, and the data was this. Someone above Prime was capable of escalating in response to his moves, and he had just shown them that he could move in ways they hadn't anticipated. The question was whether escalation was worse than stagnation, whether the harder loops that Prometheus was now designing were going to outpace the faster learning that harder loops would force. He went to find Jill. She was at the bookstore. She was fine. The fire was going. He picked up the coffee she'd left for him and held the warm tin cup and let the experiment's weight settle into the accumulating archive of everything Loop 29 had cost. And the cost was real, and the data was real, and the loops ahead were going to be harder than anything he'd run before. He pushed through the first 3 hours of Loop 29 at a pace that would have been unsustainable in the first dozen loops, and was now simply the operational baseline. He saved 4 people before noon. Not the careful strategic staging of his best loops, but the fast reactive engagement of someone who was running an experiment in the background while doing the work in the foreground, and who had learned how to allocate those parallel processing loads without letting either one degrade. Jill was at the bookstore when he arrived. She'd been there. The fire was going. She poured the coffee before he asked and said, "For survivors on the board. You've been busy. Running a theory," he said, "while saving 4 people before hour 3. The two aren't mutually exclusive." She held the cup out to him. "What's the theory?" "Testing the reset trigger," he said. He watched her absorb that. The specific intake she had when information connected to other pieces already held that connected to several other pieces and was now running the assembly. The loop resets on a biological trigger, not just the saturation threshold. I needed to know if I could activate the trigger deliberately. And yes. And it got flagged. He showed her the system text from the previous loop, which he'd written out from memory on a piece of bookstore paper in the 3 minutes before he reached her. She read it with the same careful attention she gave everything important. Level 4 awareness, she said. Variable escalation. Which means the loops are about to get harder, he said. Because I proved I understood how they work. She was quiet for a moment. Then, you deliberately made things harder for yourself to test a hypothesis. Yes. She took the paper back and looked at it. Was it worth it? He thought about that. Ask me in 5 loops, he said. Good, he thought. He needed them to be harder. And harder was exactly what Prometheus had just promised to deliver. Chapter 30, Electric Loop 30, Veteran Looper, Milestone 30 Loops. 30 deaths. 30 mornings in the alley on Apple Inn's east side with the compound weight of every previous iteration sitting in his joints, his memory, the particular wiring of his nervous system. His hands didn't shake anymore. They hadn't shaken since Loop 22, when the adrenaline calibration had reset to the new normal, and everything that had once triggered a physiological alarm response had been reclassified as operational information. He'd noticed the change because Jill had noticed it first. She noticed it again in loop 30, in the clock tower at hour 18. Your hands, she said. She was reading the ammunition inventory without looking at the numbers because the numbers were in her head the moment the rounds were visible. They never shake. No. Most people who've been moving through this city since midnight have hands that shake by hour 18. She tilted her head slightly. You don't flinch at sounds either. The ones that send everyone else into corners. You hear them, and you process them, and you move. Calibration, he said. That kind of calibration takes years. Formal training, sustained exposure, specific conditioning. Her gaze moved to his face. You've been in a city like this before. That's what you said in loop 2. Something like that, he said. She reached past him for the ammunition box on the shelf. Their hands made contact, her fingers covering his briefly, not reaching around him but directly through, because the shelf was tight, and she'd taken the most direct route. The contact lasted less than 2 seconds. Brief. Accidental. Her fingers were warm and his were cold from the tower window, and the temperature differential was significant enough to register as a physical fact rather than a sensation he'd invented. He felt it in the way you feel things you've been protecting yourself from feeling, like something that had been behind a door for a long time, and the door had just moved slightly on its hinges. She pulled the ammunition box and made no direct acknowledgement of the contact, which was either natural or professional management. He'd been trying to determine which for 23 loops and hadn't resolved it. Another city, then, she said. Another situation you had to move through with everything you'd learned in a context that wasn't supposed to apply. Yes, he said, because that was true, from a certain angle. And you survived it. Not always. Not the first time. She held that. But you learned from not surviving. That's the whole game, he said. She studied him with something he'd been trying to name for 30 loops. Not admiration, which was too clean. Not trust, which was too simple. Something that was neither of those things in both of them, and had been building since loop 4 when she'd first regarded him like she needed a new category. You keep looking at me like you already know how this ends, she said. He said, I do. That's the problem. He'd said those same words in loop 14. But in loop 14, he'd said them as deflection. Now he said them as truth, and she heard the difference. He could see her hearing it. The interior register shifting the way it shifted when new data reconfigured something previously fixed and was updating everything attached to it. Outside the clock tower window, the civic district was quiet in the particular way it got quiet when Birkin's underground movement approached the surface junctions. Patient, massive, oriented toward something. She passed him his magazine without looking at it. He took it without looking. Their hands didn't touch this time. The not touching had the same quality as the touching, which told him everything about where 30 loops had brought them, and absolutely nothing about whether the distance between now and the place he was trying to reach was shorter than it felt in the amber half-light of a tower with a burning city below. He thought. 30 loops had made him something he didn't have a name for. Not a soldier. He'd been that before, and what he was now was built on that foundation, but was different in the way a house is different from a foundation. Not a survivor. Survival was the minimum condition, the thing you needed before you could be anything else. Not a loop specialist, which was the closest available technical term, because it implied that the loops were the point, which they weren't. He was someone who had chosen, 30 times, to be a certain kind of person under the worst conditions available. And the choosing had accumulated into a kind of character that was more solid than anything he'd managed in the life before Raccoon City. The life where he'd been discharged and adrift and taking freelance jobs from anonymous sources because the alternative was standing still with nothing particular to be. He was not standing still. He was not adrift. He was in a burning city with 20 iterations of tactical knowledge in his nervous system and a woman at the window who had just told him something true about how she saw him. And the fact that the city was going to reset and she wasn't going to remember wasn't the point. The point was that it had happened. The point was that it was real. 30 loops, he said aloud. To the tower and the city and no one in particular. Jill turned from the window. What? Nothing, he said. Marking time. He would find out. That much was certain. Loop 30 was over. Loop 31 was beginning. And in the system text at the margin of his vision, a new line had just appeared. Loop Master Tier. 20 loops remaining. Prometheus Assessment. Cooperative Potential Rising. Chapter 31. Anomaly Seed Loop 31. Veteran looper, he tested the City Hall vault room on intuition more than theory. He'd been noting loop extensions. The way certain combinations of survivors at certain locations seemed to stretch the available time before the saturation threshold hit. And the Civic Center vault room had come up 3 times across different loops as a stabilizing factor. Something about the location's geography in relation to Prime's simulation architecture. He didn't have the technical framework to understand why, but Vasquez had mentioned simulation anchor points in 2 loop conversations, and the civic center had the deepest foundation of any building in the historic district. He brought 3 survivors to the vault room at hour 22. Rosa the pharmacist, a civilian engineer named Mikkel he'd found in the hardware store at hour 4, and a teenager named Sasha he'd had to physically convince to move. He staged them with 3 days of supplies and a barricade design he'd worked out over 6 prior loops. The loop extended by 4 hours. 4 hours was significant. Enough time to reach the pharmaceutical facility's upper sublevel with a full team rather than solo. Enough to complete a conversation with Vasquez that Ethan had never managed before the loop ended. Enough to see what Raccoon City looked like at hour 40. At hour 40, the city had a different quality. The outbreak had entered a stable phase. Zombies spread to every accessible outdoor area. The viral load in the air at its maximum ambient concentration. The city achieving the terrible stillness of something that was no longer becoming what it was, but had become it. The system text at hour 40 read, Loop 31. Extended duration confirmed anomaly seed detected. Configuration, survivors at anchor point 3. Monitoring Prometheus assessment. Subject Alpha has identified anchor point mechanics. Level 5 awareness flagged. Level 5. 1 level up from the voluntary reset that had generated the escalation warning. He was moving fast through Prometheus's awareness tiers and didn't yet know what the top tier looked like or what it cost to reach it. Jill read the text over his shoulder. He'd let her see it this time. The loop was extended, they had time, and the conversation that had been building for 31 iterations was reaching a threshold it needed to cross. That text, she said. It appears in your vision? Since loop 4. And it references you by designation. Subject Alpha. Yes. She was quiet for 20 seconds. She was processing the accumulated context, the clock tower document, the things he'd told her in pieces over 30 loops that she didn't consciously remember but was carrying his weight, and the system text appearing in his vision like a direct channel from the intelligence running his reality. How long have you known you were the experiment? She asked. Since loop 13. Suspected since 9. And you kept coming back. I can't not come back, he said. The loops reset whether I choose them or not. I just choose what to do with each one. She turned to face him fully. You could have chosen to do nothing. Every loop. To not work this hard. To not save people. To just survive the minimum and let Prime collect whatever data it was going to collect. Yes. Why didn't you? He said. Because a choice that doesn't cost anything isn't really a choice. A pause. And because you were always worth finding. Silence. The city was quiet in its terrible stable way. No system text. No sound except the distant background frequency of an outbreak that had become its own ecology. She didn't look away. He didn't either. The silence lasted long enough that he heard, from the pharmaceutical facility's direction, a new kind of sound. Low, rhythmic, mechanical, the kind produced by equipment that had been running uninterrupted for 40 hours and was beginning to show its age. The loop ended at hour 44 from a structural collapse that cascaded into a seismic event in the civic district. 44 was the new record. Because a choice that doesn't cost anything isn't really a choice, he repeated. He was looking at the city's stable devastation, the smoke columns, the particular geography of a place that had become its own contained catastrophe. And because you were always worth finding. The silence after that statement had a different texture from the operational silences he'd learned to read across 31 loops. This one had weight. Not the weight of a decision being made. The weight of a decision that had already been made, somewhere back in the chain of loops, and was only now being acknowledged openly. She turned from the stable ruins to face him. The amber-orange light of the hour 40 city was on her face, and he could see it clearly because his vision had been modified across 31 loops to function at this light level. And what he saw was Jill Valentine looking at him with the full quality of her attention focused not on a threat, not on a mission objective, but on him, specifically and deliberately on him. You said always, she said. You didn't say every loop. You said always. Like the choice was never really a choice. Yes, he said. That's different from, I route to your position because you're a tactically valuable partner. Yes, he said. It's different. She was quiet for exactly 8 seconds. He counted. All right, she said. Not the operational all right. That meant she'd received the information and was integrating it. Something else. The all right of someone who had reached the edge they'd been approaching for 31 iterations of the same decision, and had decided to step over it. The loop ended at hour 44. The new record. And the system text that assembled in the alley when he woke read, Anomaly seed. Activated. Prometheus monitoring. Continuous. And somewhere in the thing that was watching him from above the simulation, a calculation had just been updated with data that no prior loop had generated. He woke in the alley with the echo of what had been said still in his chest, and in the system text a new designation waited. Anomaly seed. Activated. Prometheus monitoring. Continuous. Timer. Active. Chapter 32. She improvises loop 32. Veteran looper he'd been teaching Jill things she already knew since loop 12. Not because she didn't know them. She did, with a technical precision that exceeded most of the combat training he'd received in the army. But because watching her re-arrive at things she'd half remembered was a form of intelligence gathering he hadn't expected to value as much as he did. In Loop 32, he ran a training sequence with her in the RPD gymnasium during the quiet window at hour 7. When the east corridor was clear and the Tyrant's patrol circuit put him 2 buildings away for 40 minutes. He walked her through a combat sequence he'd developed specifically for G-type encounters, tight defensive positioning, exploiting the mutation's forward momentum commitment to redirect rather than resist, using the target's mass against its own approach vectors. She received it the way she received all tactical information, completely, with immediate internalization. Then she varied it. He watched her work through the modified version, not his sequence, but her interpretation of it, adapted for her build and her natural movement geometry, taking the core principle and expressing it through a different physical vocabulary. The variation was better than his original. She'd identified the assumption his sequence was built on, a reach length advantage that was his and not hers, and corrected it, added a counterbalance step he hadn't thought to include, integrated a sidearm transition that made the close-range moment recoverable in a way his version hadn't been. He stopped. She finished the sequence and turned, slightly out of breath, and said, "What? You just improved it," he said. "I adjusted it for myself." "No." He shook his head. "The counterbalance step. The transition. That's better for general application, not just for you specifically. I didn't see those." She met his eyes with the careful readiness of someone who'd done something and wasn't sure what he was going to do with it. "Your version assumed a certain arm-length advantage," she said. "That assumption breaks if you're shorter, if your opponent is shorter, if the engagement geometry shifts. Mine doesn't carry the assumption. I've been working on that sequence for 11 loops," he said. "Is that a long time?" "For me." She was quiet for a moment. "You spent 11 loops refining a sequence, and I changed it in 4 minutes." "Yes." "Does that bother you?" He considered the honest answer. "No. It's the first time any version of you has done something I didn't predict. I've had your reactions mapped for 30 loops. You improvised past the map." She tilted her head. "That bothers you more than the sequence thing." "It's not that it bothers me," he said. "It's that I've been operating from the assumption that I could map you. The assumption turned out to be wrong, which means the mapping is incomplete, which means my predictions about you have a margin of error I wasn't accounting for." She studied him in the morning light coming through the gymnasium's high windows, steady, calm, the look of someone who was deciding how to respond to something that had more layers than it presented. "You've been modeling me," she said. "I've been modeling every significant variable in the loop," he said. "You're the most significant." Silence. He realized, about 3 seconds after the sentence left him, that he'd said it plainly. Not as operational analysis. Not as a statistical observation. Just as a fact. The way facts got stated when you were tired of carrying them at a distance. She held the silence for a moment longer than expected. Then, "And now the model is wrong." "Yes." "Good," she said. She picked up her Beretta and checked the chamber with the decisive precision of someone who has closed a topic. "Models of people are usually insulting. You're not a variable, Jill." "No," she said. "I'm not." They left the gymnasium, and she led through the east corridor in the formation that wasn't his formation, but one she developed by assimilating his and improving on it. And in the third-floor landing, she engaged the liquor from an angle he hadn't taken before and neutralized it in 9 seconds using 2 rounds. A new angle. A better outcome. He followed her through the rest of the east section, and they worked through the RPD's morning sweep with the efficient partnership that had been building loop by loop into something neither of them had designed, but both of them were operating inside. At hour 11, they had the corridor clear and the civilian shelter on the 3rd floor secured with 4 survivors. He'd moved there at first light. She reviewed the barricade setup with methodical precision, identified 2 gaps, corrected them without being asked. "You're doing it again," she said, while working on the 2nd gap. "What?" "Watching me like you're annotating something." She didn't look up. "Like everything I do gets filed." "It does," he said. She finished the barricade section, turned to face him. 32 loops of data on me," she said. "More than any previous subject in the history of human observation," he said. "Probably." She looked at him with the complicated expression she got when he said something that functioned simultaneously as a statement about data collection and a statement about something else entirely. "And I'm still surprising you." "Regularly," he said. "Good." She picked up her pack. "Keep updating the document." She went into the corridor. He followed, 3 steps back, the distance they always kept, and at the corner she angled left without being directed, and he angled right to cover the gap she'd left, and the 2 movements were part of the same shape, something built over 32 loops that had become, without either of them deciding it, a single coordinated form. She wasn't predictable to him. After 32 loops, she was still more than he'd mapped, and in the system text at the corridor's far end a new Prometheus note had assembled, 1 letter at a time. Variable Jill Valentine. Behavioral classification revised. Not predictable from subject alpha memory archive. Independent variable status confirmed. Monitoring elevated. Chapter 33. Some deaths don't yield. Loop 33. Veteran looper Carlos Oliveira was going to die in the sewers at hour 24, and there was nothing Ethan could do about it. He'd spent the first 8 hours of loop 33 trying to find the variable that produced the death and the modification that changed it. He had, across 7 prior attempts at this specific problem, tried rerouting Carlos before the sewer entry point, staging equipment at the T-junction so Carlos had better firepower, sending Jill ahead to clear the T-junction before Carlos arrived, accompanying Carlos personally through the junction, using UBCS communications to redirect Carlos's platoon, and in one loop physically restraining Carlos in the clock tower at hour 18 and refusing to let him go until the window had passed. That loop, Carlos had gone through the northwest drainage access at hour 28 instead and been caught by a tyrant patrol that hadn't been in any prior route. Different death. Same Carlos. The specific death at hour 24 was AT-103 encounter at the main junction. Carlos won the engagement, but survived only to the egress point, where a secondary infected in the overflow channel caught him in an unarmored flank he couldn't reach with his sidearm. The whole sequence took 40 seconds. He'd watched it 3 times. He could not find the intervention point that didn't produce an equally fatal downstream outcome. So in loop 33, he accepted the premise. He stayed with Carlos from hour 17. Not to save him. He'd given up on the mechanics of saving him, but to be present for the thing that couldn't be saved. They moved through the sewer together, and Carlos didn't know what was coming. He moved with the professional confidence of someone who trusted his training, his team, and the source who'd been providing reliable intelligence for 33 loops worth of survival. At the T-junction, the tyrant came from the south access as it always did. Carlos took it down in 3 minutes. He was exhausted and bleeding from a claw catch on his left side when it was over, and he leaned against the wall in the posture of someone who has given a significant amount of their total capacity and is waiting to see if what remains is sufficient. It was sufficient for the tyrant, not for the overflow channel. He was very fast with the secondary infected. He wasn't fast enough. Ethan was there. He caught Carlos before he went down and lowered him to the sewer floor and held him there in the drainage channel with the water rising. And neither of them spoke for the first 30 seconds because Carlos needed those seconds for something more important than words. Then Carlos said, "The building at Ash and 4th. There are people in the basement." "I know," Ethan said. "Get them out." "I will." Carlos looked at him. His eyes were clear and precise and aware of exactly what was happening. "You knew this was going to happen," he said. "Yes." "You stayed anyway." "Yes." "I'm glad." A pause. "I'd rather not be alone in this part." Another pause. "Tell the others I held the T-junction." "I will." "All of it," Carlos said. "Every person who makes it out of this city. Some part of that is mine." "All of it," Ethan said. He meant it in a way that no other form of reassurance could have been meant, because across 33 loops Carlos Oliveira had given him more than any tally could measure. He sat in the water for 6 minutes after. Not strategic. Not planning. Just sitting with the particular weight of a death that had resisted every solution, that had been real enough to refuse a workaround. He got up. He went back into the city. He found the people in the basement on Ash and 4th. He told the others what Carlos had done. Some deaths don't yield. That wasn't a failure. It was the shape of the world. Even this artificial 1' had built, refusing to pretend that everything was solvable. Some things cost what they cost, and the only thing that changed was whether you could carry the cost without it making you smaller. He got up. He went back into the city. He found the people in the basement on Ash and 4th. He told the others what Carlos had done, which was the promise he'd made in the sewer, the promise made to a man who was asking not to be forgotten by a city that was going to forget everything, including itself. Rosa the pharmacist organized the basement survivors with the focused efficiency of a pharmacist who had been ready to be given a direction and was relieved to finally have one. Leon arrived at the building at hour 27 and cleared the upper floors so the basement could be safely evacuated. Jill was already at the Morrison perimeter when Ethan arrived with the 4 basement survivors, and she counted them and looked at him and said, 6 today. "Yes," he said. She read his face. She'd been reading his face since loop 5, and her accuracy had been climbing in proportion to the procedural residue accumulating in her nervous system. "Carlos," she said. "Not a question." "Hour 24, he said. I stayed with him." A pause. She reached out and put her hand on his arm in the specific place, the location. Her hand stayed there for 3 seconds, one more than the usual instinctive placement, and when she withdrew it, the withdrawal was deliberate, chosen, the gesture of someone making the contact deliberately, consciously, unmistakably. "Thank you for staying with him," she said. "He asked me to," Ethan said. "Not everyone would have." He said nothing. She was right, and the rightness of it sat alongside the weight of what loop 33 had cost. Not just Carlos again, but the hour Ethan had spent trying and failing and then accepting the failure, which was its own specific expenditure that didn't show up in the survival count, but that lived in the accumulating archive of everything the loops had required him to become, and the becoming was ongoing, and the cost was ongoing. And the only thing that kept the cost from being pure loss was standing at the Morrison perimeter counting survivors and putting her hand on his arm for 1 second longer than instinct required. He wasn't smaller. He was carrying more, and the carrying had become a form of muscle, and the muscle was what loop 34 was going to need, because in the system text, a new line appeared as he emerged from the sewers. Carlos Oliveira. Fate status. Fixed. Prometheus assessment. Subject Alpha demonstrates non-transactional attachment. Behavioral note. Sits with what cannot be changed. Classification. Integrity factor. High. Chapter 34. The photograph loop 34. Veteran looper. The clock tower's upper room had a locker in the northeast corner that he'd first opened in loop 24. In loops 25 through 33, it had contained standard emergency supplies in varying states of depletion, depending on the tower's prior occupancy. In loop 34, it contained the supplies, and, underneath them, a photograph. Jill found it. She'd been going through the locker for the medical kit he'd staged there 3 hours earlier, and she stood up with the kit in one hand and the photograph in the other, and her stillness had the quality of something unexpected found in a familiar container and found something unexpected. He looked at it from across the room. A STARS team photograph. He recognized the format, the staging quality that came from official unit documentation. A woman matching Jill's build and posture, 3 years younger by the face, standing in the standard Alpha formation with several officers he didn't know. Her expression in the photograph was the controlled neutral people with training wore for official documentation. But underneath it was the thing she usually kept below language, and he could see it even in a still image. She put the kit down. She held the photograph with both hands and looked at it with the expression she wore when she was allowing herself to feel something without deciding yet what to do with it. 3 years ago, she said. 3 of those people are already dead. Not from this outbreak. She turned it over. Someone had written on the back in pencil, Alpha Team, full strength, last good year. She turned it face side up again. The work finds you. You think you chose it, and then you look at a picture and see how well it knew your face before you knew its. He said nothing. She would finish the thought, or she wouldn't. He'd learned across 33 prior loops that the space he gave her was itself a kind of answer. The space that said he wasn't going anywhere, that whatever she arrived at, she was going to arrive at it with him in the room. "I don't think I'm going to survive this one," she said. Not fear. Not resignation. The flat, evidence-based assessment of a trained operative running a realistic casualty calculation. She'd said it to him in 6 prior loops, always with the same quality, always at a moment when the outcome was genuinely uncertain. He said, "You will. I'll make sure of it." She turned to study him. The evaluation was careful, thorough, the kind she gave to statements she intended to track. "That's the second time you've said something like that to me. The first was in the bookstore. You said, you should trust me because you should. Now you're saying you'll keep me alive like it's already been decided." "It has been decided," he said. "By you." "Yes." The expression that crossed her face was complicated in the way that things are complicated when several truths are operating simultaneously, and none of them are comfortable, and all of them are real. She looked at the photograph again, then placed it carefully back in the locker beneath the medical supplies. "A promise that comes 34 times still counts," she said. 34 times, he said. "And counting." She met his eyes with whatever the complicated thing was, the thing that had been building across 34 loops, and that neither of them had fully named yet. And then she picked up the medical kit and said, "The east barricade needs these. Come on." He followed her out of the upper room and down the tower stairs. The weight of what she'd said moved through him, distributed across every version of him that had lived and died and come back, every morning in the alley, every first sight of her at the bookstore corner. A promise that comes 34 times still counts. He intended to keep it every time. And in the clock tower's northeast locker, where the photograph now rested under the medical supplies. The system text assembled a note he hadn't expected. Variable insertion, photograph, source, Prometheus archive, purpose, subject alpha emotional anchor reinforcement, assessment, working as intended. He followed her out of the upper room and down the tower stairs. The weight of what she'd said moved through him, distributed across every version of him that had lived and died and come back. Every morning in the alley, every first sight of her at the bookstore corner. The weight of a promise made 34 times to someone who couldn't remember 33 of the makings. A promise that comes 34 times still counts. She'd said it like it was obvious, like the number was its own argument, which he supposed it was. Each making was an act, and the accumulation of acts was its own kind of structure, independent of whether the person you'd made them to could access the full record. He knew. He carried the record. In a system where she couldn't hold the memory, he held it for both of them. And that wasn't a failure of the loop mechanism. It was a different architecture of a thing that was real regardless. At the bottom of the tower stairs, Leon was waiting with the afternoon route assessment. He looked from Jill to Ethan with the same expression he'd worn since Loop 24, the one that said he'd identified something and had decided it was his business not to make it his business. East District's clear to the hospital, he said. Carlos has the western holdout extended to the pharmacy block. Good, Jill said. She moved into the city with the clean, purposeful stride that characterized every version of her when she'd made a decision and was now executing it. Ethan watched her go for exactly the 2 seconds that were professionally acceptable and then followed. In the clock tower's northeast locker, where the photograph now rested under the medical supplies, the system text had assembled a note he hadn't seen before. Variable insertion, photograph, source, Prometheus archive, purpose, subject alpha emotional anchor reinforcement, and below it, smaller, the thing that made the cold run down his spine. Assessment. Working as intended. Loop 35 escalation will test the anchor. They were watching, and they intended to test everything he'd built. They were watching the promise he'd been making, and they had decided it was useful, which meant they also intended to test it. Chapter 35. The board changes Loop 35, veteran looper. Approaching expert, the deviation showed at hour 3. He'd been moving through the civic district on the standard route. The path he'd mapped to the point where his feet took it without allocating attention to it. And he turned the corner onto the Broad Street approach and stopped because the building that should have been rubble was intact. Not restored. Not recently constructed. Intact as if it had never collapsed. The collapse had been present in every loop from 1 through 34 without variation. It was in his maps as an unnavigable zone. And now it was a standing building. And through its ground floor window, he could see the interior lit with the specific orange of emergency generator lighting. He took a long moment before moving toward it. Inside, a survivor he had never encountered in any prior loop. A man in his 50s in utility coveralls, sitting at a table with a radio unit, transmitting on a frequency that Ethan's loop-trained ear identified as military rather than civilian. The man saw him, and his hand moved immediately to a sidearm on the table. Not a threat, an access gesture. You're not the one they said would come, the man said. Who said? Does it matter? He studied Ethan with the careful quality of someone checking a briefing against an arrival. They said someone who knows things he shouldn't. That fits. Who are they? The man indicated the radio. People who are watching what happens to this city. Not Umbrella. The other ones. He paused. They said to tell you that the board is being changed, and you have until the end of this iteration to decide what you want from the next one. What does that mean? It means something with a long reach is deciding your next challenge. Prime or Prometheus? Ethan asked. The man blinked. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't that. Neither, he said after a pause. Or both. Or something adjacent to both. He stood and extended his hand. And it was a folded note. I was told to give you this if you used those specific words. Ethan took it. Unfolded it. Subject alpha. Your awareness has been noted. The variable insertion is active. The timer starts with this loop. He folded the note and put it in his pocket. The man sat back down. That's all I have. Good luck. At hour 8, the system text confirmed. Loop 35, veteran looper, deviation active variable insertion in progress. Authorized by Prometheus Prime architecture new entities in loop. 1 survivor, observation post. Structural anomaly at Civic District Node 3 at hour 12. A location he had not visited in 35 loops. The Umbrella Research Facility's northern maintenance access appeared on his mental map with the specific weight of something that had been placed there deliberately. He noted it and moved on to the immediate work. But the board was changing. He was no longer running against a static challenge. Prometheus had decided the challenge should grow at the same rate he was growing. And the note in his pocket said the timer had started, and the timer was counting towards something he couldn't see yet. And whatever it was going to arrive whether he was ready for it or not. He sat with the coffee for 10 minutes before going to find Jill, which was not efficient. He could have been moving the moment the adrenaline from the reset dissipated. He'd trained himself across 29 loops to move the moment the adrenaline dissipated because waiting was a resource cost and resource costs compounded. But the data from the deliberate reset was still processing. The behavior flag notification, the level 4 awareness classification, the variable escalation warning. And some of that processing required sitting with the coffee and the fire and the knowledge that he had just made the loop harder for every subsequent version of himself by proving he understood how it worked. It was the right call. He'd needed the data. But the price of data in the loop system was always borne by the body of the person who ran the next experiment with the harder variables. He thought about Subject 0. Hadn't discovered that name yet. That was 12 loops ahead. But the question that Subject 0 represented was already forming. What did it mean to be the replacement? If the first experiment had refused cooperation and been terminated, and he'd been selected because his psychological profile suggested he wouldn't refuse, was he cooperating right now? And if he was cooperation the right word for what he was doing, or was it the wrong word for it? A word chosen by the intelligence running the experiment to describe something that looked different from the inside? He finished the coffee. He went to find Jill. She was at the bookstore with the fire going. She poured him a second cup without being asked, which meant the procedural residue was carrying even domestic patterns now. And he drank it and moved on into the harder loop that the deliberate reset had purchased for him. And on the wall above the fireplace, barely visible in the firelight, a new message had been scratched in the plaster. 29 loops, and still asking the right questions. He studied it for 3 seconds. Then he put down the cup and went to work. He noted the northern maintenance access location and moved on to the immediate work. But the board was changing around him, and he could feel the change in the specific way you felt weather before it arrived. Not the weather itself, not the evidence of it, but the pressure differential that preceded it in the atmosphere. He found Jill at the clock tower at hour 14. She was studying the prime data fragment on the secondary laptop. Vasquez had given her a copy 2 loops ago, and she carried it now as a standing item in her kit, the kind of operational practice that developed when a person had decided some information was important enough to keep close even without fully understanding why. The timing has shifted, she said when he arrived. Not a greeting, an operational update. The T-103 patrol moved 40 minutes earlier. It didn't hit the East Corridor at hour 8. It hit at hour 7:20. I saw it, he said. I adjusted. You adjusted how? Moved the east approach window earlier. Took the pharmacy back route. She looked at him. You adjusted a known timing deviation in real time. Yes. And you didn't hesitate. The adjustment was obvious once the timing shifted. The corridor geometry doesn't change. The patrol changes. She was quiet for a moment. Then, how do you do that? React to something new without the pause that most people have when something isn't what they expected. Experience, he said, and the expectation of variance. If you build your plans around the assumption that some variables will shift, the shift doesn't stop you. It just activates the contingency. She absorbed that. You've been building in contingencies since the beginning. Since loop 4, he said, when I realized I couldn't predict everything and needed to accommodate what I couldn't predict. She turned back to the laptop. Someone changed the board, she said. The patrol shift isn't random variance. It's deliberate insertion. Yes, he said. Whoever changed it knows your timing maps, she said. Her voice had the flat precision she used when she'd reached a conclusion that made the threat picture significantly more complex. Which means they've been watching you run your timing maps long enough to know how to disrupt them. And they chose this loop to start. The loop was watching him back, and the watching had turned into something that had a plan. He picked up his pace. Readiness was the only variable he still controlled. And that, too, would eventually be taken from him if he didn't use it first. Chapter 36. Reflex Loop 36. Expert Looper. Threshold reached. He'd known the expert looper threshold was close. He'd felt it for 3 loops in the same way you feel the edge of sleep. Not the sleep itself, not yet, but the particular quality of the space just before. His responses had been running faster than his conscious processing for most of the last loop, which was either the threshold or something so close to it that the distinction didn't matter operationally. Loop 36 confirmed it. He caught the licker's claw mid-swing. Not with a weapon. With his hand. He'd been moving through the RPD East Corridor at hour 11 with Jill ahead of him, and the liquor dropping from the ceiling at a trajectory he'd registered in peripheral vision before his conscious mind processed the movement, and his arm had come up and his hand had closed on the claw's midpoint. and the liquor's forward momentum had translated directly into a redirected arc that put the creature into the corridor wall at sufficient velocity to break the skull plate against the exposed rebar. He let go. The liquor dropped. He stood in the corridor with a blood cut across his palm from the claw edge and a pulse rate elevated but not high. He looked at his hand. The cut was shallow. He looked at the liquor. Dead. Jill had stopped in front of him, facing him, and her expression had no operational category. "You caught it," she said. "Yes. You caught a liquor. By the claw. With your hand." It seemed like the fastest option. She worked through the physical scenario with visible concentration, reaction times, speed-to-mass ratio of the liquor's trajectory, the intervention window. "How are you that fast?" she asked. "Practice," he said. She took his hand, both of her hands around his, the way you hold something you're checking for damage, and examined the cut with the serious attention of a medically trained person assessing damage before anything else, and who was not yet prepared to examine the other thing that had crossed her face in the first second after the liquor hit the wall. Then she raised her eyes to his. She was still holding his hand. Her thumbs were over the cut site, not pressing, just resting. The specific posture of a person who has reached for something and found themselves still holding it without having planned to. "That should have killed you," she said. "It didn't," he said. "I know." She was very close. The corridor was narrow, and the emergency lighting was running low. Practice. 36 lifetimes of practice. She said it the way she said things when she was using his own words back at him to show she'd been listening more carefully than he'd realized. She released his hand carefully and turned back to the corridor with the same professional transition she always used when she'd allowed something past the operational layer, and she moved forward with the precise confidence of someone who had made a deliberate choice about sequence. He followed. The cut healed by hour 15 at a rate that wasn't physiologically standard, and the Expert Looper system text had a new addendum. Expert Looper threshold reached, citywide movement mastered, NPC patrol routes cataloged, physiological adaptation noted, enhanced proprioception, accelerated healing cycle, minor injuries, Prometheus assessment, subject alpha at awareness level 6, escalation parameters under review, level 6, and in the brief pause before the text cleared, one more line that hadn't been there before, Prometheus directive update. Direct contact authorized within 2 loops. He followed her into the corridor, and they worked through the remaining east section with the efficiency that had become their default. Not the efficiency of people trying to be efficient, but the efficiency of people who had been running the same routes long enough that the efficiency was built into the approach, was inseparable from the way they moved through shared space. At the RPD third-floor landing, she stopped and held a hand back, and he stopped at the same moment. His body giving the signal before the sound had reached his conscious processing. She'd done it too. They both registered the dragging sound on the north staircase at the same instant, which meant the procedural residue had been running both of them at the same processing speed for, he counted, at least a dozen loops. "Third floor north," she said. "Crawler variant," he said. "2 of them by the sound. They come as a pair." She moved toward the south staircase at the angle that would give her the high ground on the approach, and he moved to the east junction to cut the egress. They cleared the landing in 4 minutes and 11 seconds without speaking another word. At the east junction, afterwards, she said, "You knew it was a pair. Crawler variants in the RPD always come as a pair after hour 12. It's a pathing behavior. Their navigation logic uses acoustic echoing, and they reinforce each other's signal tracking. Single crawlers are pre-hour 12. Pairs are post." She stared at him. "You mapped the behavioral shift time for the crawler variants." "It took 4 loops," he said. "Of course it did." She shook her head, not in disbelief, in the specific way she shook it when she was recalibrating her picture of him, and the recalibration required acknowledging that the picture she'd had was still too small. "All right. What else don't I know about your maps?" "Most of it," he said. "There's a lot of it." She held his gaze. "Then start talking," she said. "We have the north staircase clear for the next 40 minutes. Use them." And she folded her arms and looked at him with the expression of a woman who had concluded she was owed the full inventory. And she was right. They were. And he owed it to her in particular, and he intended to start paying it. Something above the simulation was going to speak to him, in 2 loops, and it wasn't going to be through dried blood on a wall. Something was going to speak to him directly, and he had 2 loops to decide what to say back. Chapter 37. Subject 0 Loop 37. Expert Looper. He found the Umbrella Research sublevel that had appeared in Loop 35's deviation at hour 9 of Loop 37. Below the pharmaceutical facility's known level, accessible through the maintenance access that the variable insertion had placed there for him. The sublevel was clinical, white panels, sealed specimen storage, the particular quality of a research environment abandoned under duress. The air was cold with the residual cooling of recently running equipment. Some of it was still running. He moved through the first 2 rooms without stopping. Research notes on the whiteboards, some partially erased, some intact. Specimens in storage. The standard decommissioned state of a facility that hadn't had time to shut down properly. The 3rd room had the server rack. He accessed the terminal, still live, and worked through the login architecture using passcode fragments accumulated across 3 loops of Vasquez's encrypted data. He found the reference to subject 0 in the 4th file directory. The file was partially corrupted. He could read 60% of it, which was enough. Subject 0, designation, PRE alpha, loop sequence, 1 to 47, status, terminated, termination cause, system incompatibility, notes, subject 0 demonstrated full loop awareness at iteration 12, but failed to develop cooperative behavioral patterns required for optimal data collection. Protocol revised. Subject alpha selected as replacement based on psychological profile analysis. He read it twice. There had been someone before him. Subject 0 had been the first version of this experiment. Someone had been in this loop before Ethan, had woken in the alley, had run the first 47 loops, had developed loop awareness earlier than he had, and had been terminated for system incompatibility. The next visible line was almost entirely corrupted. He could read. Asset confirmed aware of loop status, refused cooperation, behavioral classification, hostile to system architecture, resolution. The rest was gone. He sat on the floor of the research sublevel and thought about subject 0, a person who had come before, who had woken in the alley, felt the reset, understood what was happening, and refused to cooperate, who had been alive for 47 loops before Prometheus ended the experiment and started over. Started over with Ethan. What had subject 0 seen that made refusal the only acceptable response? What had been offered or demanded that was so unacceptable that 47 loops of survival hadn't changed the answer? And what was the difference between them? Between the person who had refused and the person who had been selected as the replacement, that Prometheus had identified in a psychological profile analysis and found suitable? He didn't know. The file was corrupted and the server was running low on backup power, and he had a city to move through, and Jill was at the bookstore, and she needed to be reached before the Hour 7 liquor sweep changed the southern approach routes. He got up and left the sublevel. He moved through the pharmaceutical facility with the information sitting behind his eyes like a new weight. Not heavy in the way that fear was heavy, but heavy in the way that truth was heavy, which was different. At the junction, the system text assembled. He moved back through the first room of the sublevel and through the narrow maintenance corridor and up the access ladder into the pharmaceutical facility's upper level. The city was doing what it did at Hour 9. The liquor sweep moving through the Eastern District, the bone-armored variants circling the Civic Center block, Birkin's underground presence making the floor tremble at intervals that he'd learned to count and trust. He moved through all of it automatically, the 40 iterations of this city's rhythms expressing themselves through his feet and his hands and his peripheral vision. And he thought about subject 0 with the specific attention he gave to things that were about him in ways he hadn't consented to. A psychological profile. Prometheus had looked at the profiles of whoever was available and had selected him based on something they'd seen in his profile. A former Army Ranger, dishonorably discharged, working freelance. A man with enough skills to survive and enough damage to make him compliant. No institutional home to return to, no family asking questions, no career to protect. Someone who would bend himself to the demands of the loop because the loop was the only structure he had, and structure was what he'd been looking for since before he arrived in Raccoon City. He didn't like that picture of himself. He liked that he could see it clearly. He found Jill at the bookstore. She took one look at him and said, "What did you find?" "Evidence of a predecessor," he said. She held his eyes. "What happened to them?" "Terminated," he said, "for refusing to cooperate." She was quiet for 3 seconds. Then, "And you haven't refused?" "No," he said. "Is that because you're cooperating?" He thought about that for a long time. "I'm working toward an exit," he said. "That's different." She handed him the coffee. "It's a fine line," she said. "Make sure you're on the right side of it." Subject 0 reference accessed. Prometheus assessment updated. Subject Alpha has reached awareness level 7. New designation, cataloged as aware. Response protocol, direct communication, authorized, initiating next loop. Direct contact, next loop. He moved faster toward the bookstore, and the late loop sunlight fell across the Raccoon City ruins in the particular slanted way it had at Hour 9, and somewhere in the loop architecture above him, something was preparing to speak, and he was not ready and needed to be ready. And he had exactly one loop to get there before the conversation began, whether he was ready or not. Chapter 38. Her laugh, loop 38. Expert looper. The laugh was unexpected. He'd heard her voice in every register across 38 loops. The operational flat, the professional approval, the controlled concern, the quiet register she used when something mattered more than she intended to show. He'd heard her get close to laughter in loops 17 and 26, the brief almost sound that appeared at the edge of an exchange that was going well. What he heard in the pharmaceutical facility's preparation lab at hour 30 was something different. It started with the RPG component problem. Mr. X's latest patrol iteration had brought him through the Eastern Pharmaceutical District's upper floor, a route that hadn't appeared in any prior loop, blocking 3 exit corridors simultaneously. Ethan's pre-stage trap configuration was wrong for the new angle. The tyrant was at close range with no option that relied on prior planning. Jill said, "We need distance." "We don't have it." Her eyes moved fast through the preparation lab, not the broad sweep of someone looking for anything, the targeted scan of someone who knows what they're looking for and is identifying candidate components. She moved to the chemical storage shelf, pulled 2 canisters, grabbed the industrial coupling from the equipment rack, and was assembling something with her hands in real time while Ethan positioned himself at the doorframe to draw the tyrant's attention. "What are you making?" he asked. "Improvised propellant stage. The coupling fits the canister thread. I need a firing guide, that pipe in the corner." He threw her the pipe without looking away from the doorframe. He heard her fit the components together with the efficiency built into hands that had been assembling things from components since before she was old enough to do it. He heard the slight exhale, relief, precision, confirmation that the assembly was going to work, that the thing they were building was going to work. Then she said, "Pull him in." He pulled the tyrant in, directed it through the doorframe at the angle her improvised weapon needed. The floor shook as the thing committed to the approach. The shot was loud. The improvised propellant round hit the tyrant in the center of mass at 6 meters, and the force was sufficient to reset the engagement. The tyrant went back through the doorframe and hit the corridor wall, and the floor shook from the impact. Jill looked at what she was holding. She looked at the doorframe. She looked at what they had just done to a 200-kilogram umbrella tyrant with a pharmaceutical canister and a corridor pipe. She laughed. Not a short sound, not the almost laugh he'd cataloged. A real one, surprised out of her by the sheer improbable success of the thing, genuine and slightly disbelieving. The laugh of a person whose body had registered something that worked spectacularly well and decided to respond to it with everything the body had. He stood in the doorframe and looked at her and said nothing. He didn't have language available for a second. He just watched her laugh with the full compound weight of 38 loops behind the watching. Every accumulated version of this moment that hadn't been quite this moment. Every almost laugh and near smile cataloged and waiting for what it had been waiting for. It lasted about 8 seconds. Then she came back and said, "That worked better than I expected." "Yes," he said. His voice was doing something he was managing carefully. She read his face with the precision she read everything. Made the deliberate choice not to address it directly, which was one of the ways she was kind without naming it as kindness. "Mr. X is going to recover," she said. 40 seconds. "We need to be through the secondary egress." They went. They were through the secondary egress in 30 seconds and moving through the pharmaceutical storage corridors toward the parking garage exit. Behind them, Mr. X returned to operational status and resumed his patrol at the loop's new vector. At the parking garage, he staged 2 survivors for escort, and she ran the covering formation without being directed. 8 people alive by the end of the day. New record. He found himself, in the afternoon hours, watching her differently than he'd watched her in 37 prior loops. Not the tactical watch, not the procedural residue documentation. The other watch, the one that had been building since loop 5, the one he'd stopped pretending was purely professional somewhere around loop 12 and had stopped pretending was anything other than what it was sometime around loop 20. He watched her guide the family from the residential block to the hospital with the same competent protectiveness she brought to every civilian interaction, and he thought, this is who she is when she isn't being asked to be anything specific. Just exactly herself. "You're doing it again," Carlos said, from beside him. Noting something, Ethan said. "Sure," Carlos said. He had the expression he used when he'd decided something was obvious and was waiting for the relevant parties to catch up. From 20 feet away, for the 3rd time since noon. Ethan said nothing. "She laughed today," Carlos said. "That's the first time I've heard her laugh since the outbreak started." "Yes," Ethan said. "You were there." "Yes." "Made it happen, didn't you?" Ethan considered denying it. Decided against it. "We both did," he said. Carlos nodded with the considered gravity of a professional who had reached a conclusion and was letting it stand on its own without requiring external confirmation. He went back to the perimeter check without saying anything else. That night, at the hospital, in the quiet of the watch changeover, he wrote in his mental archive the specific sound of Jill Valentine laughing for the first time, And in the system text, a new line had appeared that he almost missed. Subject Alpha Behavioral Note. Emotional investment in Jill Valentine. Consistent across 38 loops. Prometheus classification. Primary attachment. This variable will be tested. The loop was going to test it. Prometheus had just telegraphed its next move, and the move was going to be aimed at the thing he'd been carrying across 38 mornings, and he needed to know what he was willing to do when it was. Chapter 39. The Message in Blood Loop 39. Expert Looper. He found it at hour 22 on the wall of the Umbrella facility's lower maintenance corridor. He'd been moving through this corridor across 11 loops without finding anything unusual. Standard construction, reinforced concrete block, institutional gray paint. Standard every single time. This loop had a message on it, written in what had dried to dark brown. Stop resisting. You will cooperate. He stopped. Read it twice. The handwriting was deliberate, not hurried, not panicked, not the desperate scratch of someone under immediate threat. Someone had taken time to form each letter. Someone who had known they had time, which meant this wasn't written during the outbreak. He photographed it into his memory. The letter formation, the spacing, the slight downward pressure at the end of each stroke that suggested intentional communication rather than physical distress. He was still examining it when Jill came around the corner from the adjacent room. She read it. Her breathing didn't change. She regulated that by habit, but her posture shifted in the way it shifted when she was processing something that required her to expand the frame. That's directed at someone specific, she said. Yes, he said. It uses you singular. She moved closer to examine the handwriting, and the phrasing implies a history. Stop resisting assumes resistance has already been documented. You will cooperate implies certainty, not a threat, a prediction, or an order. He said, yeah. She turned to look at him directly. It's for you. He said, yeah. How long has this been escalating? Since loop 29. He turned away from the wall. The voluntary reset. Prometheus logged it and flagged my awareness level. Every loop since, there's been some new element of direct communication. The deviation flags, the research sublevel, the variable insertion. The note from the man in the intact building. She was quiet for a moment, building the complete picture from the pieces she had. And this. He considered the wall. This is new. This is more direct than terminal text. And less stable, she said. System text is controlled communication. Dried blood on a wall is something that needed to happen by hand. He looked at her. Someone was physically here, she said. Not a system message. Not a variable insertion formatted to look like a manual message. Someone entered this corridor and wrote this manually. He hadn't gotten that far in his own analysis yet. She'd moved faster, again, past the map, outside the model. Or it was staged as a variable insertion that simulated manual composition, he said. Could you tell the difference? No, he said. She was quiet again. Then, what does cooperate mean in the context of an AI running a disaster simulation loop? I don't know yet, he said. But I'm not going to find out by doing what the message says. She put her hand on his arm in the way she did. Briefly, precisely, the unconscious placement that now felt like a location he recognized the way he recognized doors. Come on. There are 3 survivors on the 4th floor, and the east stairwell is still clear. He stood in the corridor for another few seconds. Stop resisting. You will cooperate. The message had been placed where he specifically would walk, on a route he'd run across 11 loops. Which meant the placer had access to his route data. Which meant the placer was either Prometheus itself, which could generate the route data from the monitoring logs, or someone who had access to Prometheus's monitoring logs. Someone who worked for or within the Prometheus architecture. Someone who disagreed with stop resisting as the correct message for the situation, perhaps. Because you didn't write stop resisting to someone who was cooperating. You wrote it to someone you needed to bring back in line. And stop resisting implied resistance. From Prometheus's perspective, his current behavior was resistance. Which meant cooperation from Prometheus's perspective was something different from what he'd been doing. Something more than surviving, saving people, and working toward an exit. Something more that they wanted from him that he hadn't yet delivered. He filed that. He thought. Subject 0 refused. I haven't refused yet. But I haven't delivered what they're calling cooperation either. And they're getting impatient. He followed her to the stairwell. The message was behind them. But it moved with him the way important things moved. In the space just behind the eyes, rotating slowly in the background of every other thought. On the 4th floor they found the 3 survivors, a family, parents and a daughter, barricaded in a conference room with 2 days of vending machine supplies and a collective decision not to open the door for anything. The father had blocked the door with a filing cabinet, which had been smart. The daughter had cataloged everything in the room by caloric value, which had been smarter. Ethan knocked with the 4 tap, Pause. Two-tap pattern he developed in loop 22. Then said, 2 people. Non-infected. Armed. We're clearing the building. You have a way out. Silence. Then, how many outside? The infected? Corridors are cleared down to street level. I checked the route 7 minutes ago. The cabinet scraped back. The door opened. The father looked at them, and then at Jill, and then back at Ethan, and made the fast reading of a man who had been weighing terrible odds for 2 days and had just found something that looked, against all probability, like better odds. They took the family out through the east staircase. 3 more people behind the perimeter by nightfall. 11 for the day. Whoever had written it had been standing in this corridor recently. That was a person, and a person had reasons. In the loop's final hour, when the reset came and he woke in the alley at the start of loop 40, the system text read, direct contact sequence. Initiating this loop, subject alpha will respond to first communication, or Prometheus escalation protocol activates. 1 loop. 1 chance to hear what Prometheus had to say, and to decide whether to answer, because the escalation protocol was not something he was prepared to face without knowing, first, exactly what was being demanded of him. Chapter 40. Tell me something true. Loop 40. Expert looper. The airstrike began at hour 78 of loop 40. He hadn't seen it before. 40 loops, and in none of them had he survived long enough to be in the city when the sound reached the level of orbital ordnance. That specific pitch below hearing that became hearing right at the moment the first impact crater opened in the industrial district. Not biological, not a tyrant, not Prime's variable insertions, government or military elimination protocol, someone outside the simulation deciding the city had been unresolved too long. The second impact was 2 blocks closer. The third was 3 blocks in a new direction. Not targeted. Systematic. A grid. He and Jill were in the pharmaceutical facility sublevel when the first impact hit. They moved toward the nearest structural shelter without the exchange of words that would have slowed them by half a second. The procedural memory partnership at full capacity, both of them making the same calculation at the same speed and landing on the same destination. The underground bunker was a civil defense installation beneath the Civic Center parking structure. He'd found it in loop 31. Mapped it in 32 and 33, staged supplies there in 38. Below the blast radius floor of everything except a direct hit, and the city grid's pattern was missing this block by 40 meters. They reached it at the 90-second mark. He sealed the primary door. Jill ran the mechanical lock. They stood in the dim emergency lighting of an installation built for a different kind of emergency that had now found one. The impacts continued above them, muffled by 50 feet of earth and concrete, close enough to move the walls. Jill did an inventory in 60 seconds, supplies, structure, egress options, and reported it with the flat operational precision of someone who had accepted the current constraints and moved directly to what was possible within them. 2 egress points, both potentially blocked depending on the impact pattern. Supplies for 72 hours. Radio dead. The installation is shielded. It'll stop before 72 hours, he said. You know that. I know the pattern. First pass is 90 minutes. If we're not visible on the surface by then, they'll move to the next grid. She studied him. Then she sat down against the wall at an angle that put her close to the support column. Structural awareness, the habit of a person who always locates the load-bearing point. He sat across from her. The wall moved. Another impact, closer. Dust from the ceiling joists. She said, tell me something true. Not operationally. Not tactically. The quality of it was different, stripped of the professional frame, just the request itself in the amber light while the city was taken apart above them. The voice she used when she had decided to be precise about something real. He said, I've been here before. Many times. And I always find you first. She held very still. He said, not approximately. Not a figure of speech. This city resets. Every time it resets, I wake up in the same alley. And every loop, every single loop across 40 iterations, the first person I find is you. Not because you're routing to my position. Sometimes I route to your position. The first few loops, I didn't know where you'd be. He looked at his hands. But I found you every time. I don't think that's the routing. The wall moved. The ceiling dust settled. 40 loops, she said. Yes. And I don't remember any of them. No. But I carry them. She held his gaze. My body knows things I don't have access to. My body knows you. Yes, he said. She was quiet for a long time. The impacts above them spaced out, the pattern shifting from grid systematic to verification scattered as the strike moved to the next sector. The wall stopped moving quite as much. That shouldn't be enough, she said at last. That I carry it without remembering it. A pause. But it is. I don't understand why it is. But it is. He said nothing. She said, I believe you. Not, I believe you about the loops. Not, I believe the technical explanation. Just, I believe you. Said the way you say a thing when you mean all of it. She reached out in the dark and took his hand. He held it. The airstrike completed its pass. The impacts moved east and then gone. The city settling into the silence that follows bombardment. Not quiet, but absence. They sat in the bunker for the next 40 minutes. She didn't let go of his hand. He didn't ask her to. When they finally emerged and moved back into the city, she walked at his left shoulder at the distance that had been their default spacing for 20 loops. Except it wasn't exactly the default distance anymore. It was slightly closer. She didn't explain the difference. He didn't ask. The loop reset at hour 83 from Birkin's final mutation reaching the surface and triggering the saturation cascade. New record, 83 hours. He woke in the alley at the start of loop 41 and the system text read, Expert Looper, loop 40 record, 83 hours. Threshold condition active loop master tier incoming. 5 loops 2 threshold Prometheus assessment. Subject alpha demonstrated full truth disclosure TO. Primary observation subject. Behavioral classification updated. Cooperative. New communication protocol authorized. Direct contact begins loop 41. Cooperative. He sat up from the alley floor, and the word sat in his chest alongside the memory of her hand in his, and the amber light, and the certainty that something above the simulation had just decided he was ready for the next conversation. She had believed him. 40 loops to hear it said like that, and now the waiting was over. And something was coming in loop 41 that was going to speak to him directly, and he needed to be ready for whatever it had to say, because whatever it said was going to change everything that came after, and the things that came after were the ones that mattered most. Chapter 41. She chooses to believe loop master tier. Loop 41. 5 loops TO threshold. The alley was the same. It was always the same. The wet concrete, the rotten chemical smell, the distant sound of a city beginning its catastrophe again from the top. The system text assembling in the blue marginal space of his altered vision with the precision of something that had been doing this long enough to become good at it. What was different about loop 41 was this. The direct contact authorized line in the system text was not notation. It was instruction. Something had been waiting for this loop the way you wait for a meeting that has been scheduled and will happen on schedule whether or not you feel prepared. He got up. He went to the bookstore. Jill was there. She watched him approach with an expression he had never seen before. Not the procedural residue expression, not the unconscious recognition without memory that had been his primary evidence of accumulation. This expression had been chosen. She had decided how she was going to look at him before he arrived, and the decision was still on her face when he reached her. I remember the bunker, she said. He stopped. Not clearly, she said. Like a dream where you know things without being able to see them. The walls. The truth you told me. Holding your hand. She held his gaze without flinching. That doesn't happen after resets. Not like that. No, he said. It doesn't. So either my memory is doing something it shouldn't be able to do, she said, or the reset didn't fully clear this time, which means the system is changing, or, she paused, working through it with the methodical precision she applied to everything. Or something about loop 40 is different from every loop before it, and I'm carrying conscious residue because of what happened there specifically. All 3, he said. Probably. She considered that. The gunfire in the middle distance was ordinary now. Ordinary the way weather was ordinary, background noise to whatever was actually happening between them. I decided something this morning, she said. When I woke up and the memory was still there. I decided to believe you. Not because the evidence is conclusive, it isn't. It's enough. I decided it's enough. He had told her so many times across 40 loops. He had shown her the system text, shared the data from the iteration logs, watched her believe him and then lose the belief to the reset. This was different. She was handing it to him as a deliberate act. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, she said. I need you to understand what I'm agreeing to. I'm agreeing to operate as if every loop before this one was real. That I have died 40 times and don't remember it. That the things that happened between us and loops I can't access, those happened. They're part of what we are even if I can't recall them. She paused. That's a significant thing to agree to. It is, he said. So don't be grateful, she said. Be careful with it. He understood. This was not a gift given easily. This was Jill Valentine deciding to trust something she couldn't fully verify because the evidence was sufficient and the person presenting it had earned it over a span of experience she could feel in her body even if she couldn't see it in her mind. That was a different kind of trust than the blind kind. That was harder. What do you want to do today? He asked. She looked past him at the street where the first police cruiser was making its early loop pass. I want to try to save Carlos Oliveira, she said. I've never done it consciously. Only the times when my body knew the route before I did. She brought her eyes back to him. Today I want to know that I know. He smiled. Not the careful, calibrated smile he'd learned to use with newly recruited Loop's partners. The real one. Then let's go save Carlos. She gave him the expression he had first seen in the bunker in Loop 40 and had been hoping to see again ever since. Not warmth. Exactly. But the acknowledgement that warmth was being transmitted between two people and that she was not going to pretend it wasn't. Lead the way, Loop expert. They moved together through the starting grid of Raccoon City at the end of the world, and the system text updated in his peripheral vision. Procedural memory verified. Subject, Jill Valentine. Conscious access confirmed. And underneath it, like a footnote, the notation he had been watching accumulate for 5 loops now. Threshold approaching. Loop master tier imminent. And he thought. 5 more loops, and everything about this changes again. He filed that thought, lengthened his stride to match Jill's, and did not mention the threshold because today was not about the threshold. Today was about Carlos Oliveira getting to live because Jill Valentine had decided to trust something she couldn't see. The morning was cold and getting colder. The infected in the next district were moving on their established routes, predictable as weather now, and he mapped them in the background of his thinking the way you mapped obstacles you had learned to walk around without conscious effort. He had become fluent in Raccoon City's catastrophe the way you became fluent in a language, past the point of translation, into the place where you stopped hearing the grammar and started understanding the meaning directly. What Jill had said to him in the bookstore, be careful with it, carried through the street noise and the distant sounds of the city beginning to burn. He understood what she was asking. She was not asking him to protect something fragile. She was asking him to recognize that trust given deliberately and earned across 40 loops was a more substantial thing than trust given reflexively, and that substantial things warranted being handled with the recognition of their weight. He would be careful with it, and that was worth treating carefully. Chapter 42. Together we break records. Loop 42. Loop master approaching the record stood at 12 survivors. He had set it alone in Loop 38 after 4 loops of careful optimization, and it had felt like a ceiling, like the absolute limit of what one person moving through Raccoon City's collapse could accomplish in a single 8-hour window before the infection density made individual rescue operations geometrically impossible. In Loop 42, with Jill Valentine operating at full conscious capacity and explicit knowledge of the route, they broke it before midnight. 13 survivors. 14. He pulled the Martins family from the pharmacy basement at hour 3 while Jill cleared the rooftop blockage on Morrison Street that had been a consistent obstacle since Loop 22. 15 survivors when she improvised, actually improvised, not procedurally executed a cached sequence, a defensive line using a parking garage gate that bought them 40 minutes they didn't have in any previous loop. 16 when he called the timing on the university building extraction and she adjusted without hesitation, reading his decision before he'd finished making it. 17 when they reached the hospital. The hospital was where records died. He'd never cleared it above 30% even with full advanced knowledge of the layout, because the hospital had a density problem that couldn't be routed around. Too many infected in confined corridors, too many civilians in locked rooms that required individual extraction. You could route around it or you could go through it. And going through it burned time that was needed elsewhere, and routing around it meant leaving people who could be saved. Jill said, I've been here before. Not this loop. I mean, the feeling of having been here. She scanned the entrance from the treeline. There's a service corridor. 3rd floor. It connects to the east wing and avoids the main atrium. He hadn't known about the service corridor. He had not found it in 41 previous loops. How do you know that? He asked. I don't, she said. But I know it's there. She was right. The service corridor existed, ran exactly where she described, and gave them access to 11 civilians in the east wing that had been unreachable in every previous loop. They brought out 9. The other 2 refused to move, and he had learned 40 loops ago not to spend time on people who had decided to stop. 18 survivors by hour 6. That's the record, he said, standing in the staging area with 18 exhausted people who would be dead again in 2 hours when the reset cleared them. How far above? She asked. 6 above. Previous best was 12. She nodded slowly, absorbing that. There was something strange about celebrating a number that would be erased, something fundamentally absurd about setting a record that no one outside the loop would ever verify. He had made peace with that absurdity a long time ago. She was still working through it. It still matters, she said finally. Not as a question. Yes, he said. Because we did it, she said. Not because they'll remember. Yes. She looked at the 18 survivors, ordinary people sitting in shock with emergency blankets and expressions that had not yet processed what had happened to their city. Then it matters, she said. 18 people live tonight who didn't live before, even if only we know it. She turned to him with the expression of someone who had just solved a problem that had been abstract until this moment. What's the theoretical maximum? He had run the math. 23, he said. If everything goes perfectly. Every timing window hit. No improvisation losses. Maybe 24 if the hospital service corridor gives us the East Wing Clinic, which I haven't checked. 24, she said. Jill, in the next loop, she said. We try for 24. He thought about the next loop. For loops to loop master threshold. For loops where the primary task was performance optimization toward the next tier, and she wanted to spend one of them chasing an 18 to 24 survivor gap that might not even be achievable. All right, he said. We try for 24. The city's endgame sounds were building in the distance. The low structural rumble that meant the infection had reached the population density threshold and the collapse was no longer theoretical. They had maybe 90 minutes before the reset. He sat down on a concrete barrier beside Jill Valentine, and the 18 survivors around them didn't know they were about to lose their rescuers too, and he thought, this is what the loops are. Not a puzzle, not an optimization problem. A city full of people who deserved better, and two people trying to give them a little more. And the more they gave, the more they understood that the giving was not contingent on the outcome. He thought about that as the loop's middle hours settled around them. They had been talking about the record as a performance metric, as a number to chase. But sitting here with 18 survivors who would not remember being saved, he understood that the record was not the point. The point was that the decision to attempt it had been made, and the decision reflected something about who they were. Prime could track his survivor counts and call it data. What it could not track was the reason. The reason was not optimal trajectory. The reason was that the people were there and worth saving. That was not a variable Prime had modeled. Jill was watching him with the expression she wore when she had followed his thinking without him speaking it. You're having the realization, she said. Which one? That the record matters, but not for the reason you originally thought it mattered, she said. He looked at her. 50 loops in. She could read him at this resolution. Yes, he said. Me too, she said. Loop 23. First time my body ran the extract route without my mind knowing why. She paused. The body knew. Even then. Even if no one kept score but them. Chapter 43. The machine confesses Loop 43. Loop master approaching. Vasquez had been a data analyst before the outbreak. He had worked in Umbrella's standard research division, not the Black division, not the programs that ran behind programs. And he had believed, for the first 11 years of his employment, that the T-Virus project was a pharmaceutical initiative aimed at cellular regeneration therapy. Most of the people who worked for Umbrella had believed that. The lie was architecturally complete, designed to be believed by the people inside it, as well as the people outside. In Loop 43, Vasquez told him what he had found in the data before he died. He found Vasquez in the records room. He was always going to find Vasquez in the records room in Loop 43, not because the records room was Vasquez's survival objective, but because the records room was where Vasquez went when he accepted that he wasn't going to survive, when he had made the calculation that the data was more important to get out than he was, and that he could do more good copying files than running. You're him, Vasquez said when Ethan came through the door. Subject Alpha. I've seen your designation in the performance logs. I know, Ethan said. Vasquez didn't ask how. He had figured out enough of the system to know that Subject Alpha's primary advantage was knowing things he shouldn't know yet. Then you know what Prime is, he said. An AI, Ethan said. Running a simulation. Optimizing something. Not something, Vasquez said. He pulled up the terminal. Prime is a human optimization machine. Not optimization of the virus. Not optimization of the outbreak. Optimization of survivor performance under escalating crisis conditions. He typed a sequence that brought up columns of data. Every loop that has ever run has been a controlled trial. The variable is you. The dependent variable is how quickly you adapt, how far you push past limits that should be physical and aren't, how you perform when the crisis is modified incrementally. Ethan looked at the data. He recognized his own designation across the columns. Subject Alpha's performance metrics running loop by loop, the numbers climbing in a direction that Prime classified as optimal trajectory. Prime wasn't built to test the T-Virus, Vasquez said. It was built to test you. Or, not specifically you. To test whether a sufficiently capable human, given enough iterations, could exceed biological performance ceilings under lethal class crisis conditions. He paused. The outbreak is the environment. You're the experiment. The people who die in every loop, Ethan said. Data generation events, Vasquez said, and his voice had the flat horror of someone reading that phrase in a document and knowing it meant people. That's the technical designation. Every death provides Prime with calibration data about crisis conditions. Every survival provides data about Subject Alpha's adaptation rate. He closed the terminal. I've been working here for 11 years. I helped design the tracking metrics. I didn't know what they were for until 3 days ago. What changed 3 days ago? Ethan asked. I found Prometheus, Vasquez said. The name appeared in his system text as he heard it. External signal. Active. And he understood that whatever Prometheus was, it was listening to this conversation. What is Prometheus? Vasquez shook his head. I don't know enough. What I know is that Prime reports to it. That Prime is one layer. That there's a layer above. He turned to face Ethan directly. Whatever you're becoming, whatever the optimization is building toward, it's not for Prime's purposes. Prime is a research instrument. The research is being conducted by something else. He paused. I thought you should know that before you reach the next threshold. The infected had found the records room exit. Ethan heard the sound of something large testing the corridor. He had maybe 45 seconds. What do you want to do with the data? He asked. Vasquez looked at the terminal. What I always want to do, he said. Get it out. Find someone who can use it. He looked up. Can you carry data between loops? In my head, Ethan said. Then remember this, Vasquez said, and told him the access code for the Prometheus observation files. It was a sequence Ethan memorized in the time it took the corridor door to finally give way, and he carried it through the reset into loop 44 like a key that had not yet found its lock. The infected came through in a wave, 2, then 4, then the sound of more following. He moved. He had been in this corridor before, and in this corridor before he had always made it to the service exit with time to spare if he didn't stop to engage. He didn't stop to engage. What stayed with him through the run and the reset and the long fall back into loop 44 was not the access code. The access code was data, important, load-bearing, a piece of the architecture he needed to locate before he could do what came next. What stayed with him was Vasquez's face when he said, I thought you should know that before you reach the next threshold. Vasquez had worked for Umbrella for 11 years. He had helped build the tracking metrics that classified his colleagues as data generation events and himself, ultimately, as another source of calibration data for a system that had never intended to value him. He had found Prometheus in the last days of his life and had chosen to spend those days not trying to survive. He knew he wasn't going to survive, but trying to get the information to someone who could use it. That was its own kind of record. That was its own kind of resistance to the machine. He carried the access code into the next loop, and he carried Vasquez's choice alongside it. And he thought, when this is over, someone should know what Vasquez did with his last hours. Someone would remember. Chapter 44, Prime watches Loop 44. Loop Master approaching the performance review screen was in the Umbrella sub-level server room at hour 26, and it activated on its own when Ethan entered. Iteration 44, Subject Performance. Exceptional Loop Master Tier. Imminent Optimization Trajectory. On Schedule Resource Consumption. 97.3% Efficient Threat Response Calibration. Advanced Interpersonal Coordination Coefficient. Significant increase. Flag for review. He stood in front of the screen and read it twice. The performance review format had the quality of a document produced by something that understood performance without understanding the performer. It knew his trajectory, but not his interiority, could measure his choices, but not the reasons for them, tracked his interpersonal coordination coefficient with Jill Valentine as a data point rather than as evidence of something that had developed between two people across 44 deaths and 44 lives. Interpersonal coordination coefficient. Significant increase. Flag for review. He thought about what flagging that would mean. Prime had noticed that Subject Alpha's performance improved meaningfully when operating alongside Subject Valentine with her conscious loop memory active. It had categorized this as a variable worth reviewing. It would be optimizing around this variable, which meant either introducing it as a controlled condition or disrupting it to measure the performance delta. He hated that he had to think about it that way. He hated that Prime's awareness of what was happening between him and Jill meant that what was happening between him and Jill was now a factor in the calculation. The server room door opened, and Jill came through it. I found it too, she said, looking at the screen. You were looking? Since loop 41 when I started carrying the conscious memory. Yes, I've been looking for wherever Prime talks to itself. She crossed the room and stood beside him, reading the flags. Her expression when she reached the interpersonal coordination line was not readable. It thinks we're a performance variable, she said. We are, he said. Yes, she said. We are. That doesn't mean we're only that. She turned to him. Does it bother you? That it's watching. That it's optimizing around us bothers me, he said. That it noticed, I don't know. We've been hard to miss. She made a sound that was almost a laugh. Not the brittle kind she used defensively, the one she deployed to put distance between herself and something she didn't want to process. The other kind, brief, genuine, slightly surprised at itself. He had collected those across 44 loops and was not going to stop. Subject 0 refused this, she said. The watching. The evaluation. Subject 0 ran 47 loops and stopped cooperating. Ethan said. I've been thinking about what stopped them. I don't think it was the loops. I think it was this. The moment when the performance review made it explicit that you were an instrument in someone else's experiment, not a person trying to survive. And for you? She asked. He looked at the screen. Optimization trajectory. On schedule. For me, he said, the difference is knowing what I'm optimizing toward. Subject 0 was optimizing into an unknown. I know there's an exit. I know Prime's cooperation protocols include subject release once the loop sequence achieves its research objective. He paused. One more loop before I hit the threshold. After that, everything changes again. She faced the screen with the expression she used for large technical problems. Focused, analytical, already several steps ahead. The threshold changes what Prime expects from you. Does it change what you have access to? I think it unlocks things, he said. Documents. Deeper levels of the system. Vasquez's Prometheus access code. She was silent for a moment. The server room hummed with the particular frequency of Umbrella's cooling systems. So getting through the threshold, she said, is how we find out what's above Prime. Yes, he said. She looked at the performance review screen one more time. This document that classified them both as variables, that watched their connection with the clinical attention of something that had never needed connection and therefore would never understand what it was measuring, and her expression shifted to something that had a blade in it. One more loop, she said, and she said it the way you say it when you have already decided what comes after. He looked at her face in the server room's cool light. The performance review screen continued its unblinking display behind them. Optimization trajectory. On schedule. And he thought about the word schedule. The schedule belonged to Prime. The trajectory belonged to him and what he had decided to do with it. Those were not the same thing, even if the numbers aligned. After we hit the threshold, he said, I get access to the Prometheus files. And then we understand what we're actually dealing with, he said. Not Prime's layer. The layer above. The thing that's been running 12 years and used Umbrella as infrastructure and has been watching this program from outside it. He paused. Vasquez died getting us that access. I want to make sure we use it correctly. She looked at the screen one more time. Interpersonal coordination coefficient. Significant increase. Flag for review. If it's flagging our coordination, she said, it's going to try to disrupt it. Introduce scenarios where our being together costs performance. She paused. You should know that I'm not going to let that work. Neither am I, he said. Good, she said. Then we're aligned. She turned toward the server room door with the decisive precision of a person who'd already resolved the question and was now executing. One more loop to the threshold. And then we find out what Prime doesn't want us to know. She had already decided what came after. And so had he. Chapter 45. I own this city. Loop 45. Loop Master. The system text changed in the moment. He exited the police station's East Wing corridor with 3 survivors and a route plan that covered 6 districts in optimal sequence. And the change was not subtle. Loop Master tier confirmed. The text stayed in his peripheral vision longer than the standard notification duration. It had the quality of something that wanted him to read it fully, to understand that the classification had changed and the classification change mattered. Below the confirmation, the system updated with the tier's operational parameters. Loop Master, subject access expanded, iteration logs, full archive, system parameter visibility, enhanced, Prime communication protocols, elevated, anomaly threshold, monitoring active. He stopped walking. The 3 survivors looked at him with the expression people wore when their guide stopped moving during an active crisis. The expression that said, please don't be reconsidering this. 1 second, he told them. He stood in the corridor and read the system parameters with the careful attention they required. Anomaly threshold, monitoring active. 45 loops in, and the system was watching him for the next tier. Whatever the anomaly designation meant, he had found references in the iteration logs to previous subjects who'd reached it, always described in passive language that told him nothing about what it actually entailed. It was now on Prime's monitoring list. It was what came after Loop Master. He filed the notation and moved his survivors to the staging area. Jill was already there. She had taken a different route. They had separated at hour 4 after covering the library district together, and she had executed the north side sweep while he handled the police station grid. She had 4 survivors. Between them, 7 survivors in the first 6 hours of a loop, where the previous record was 18 across a full 8-hour window. The notification came through, she said when she saw his expression. Yes. How do you feel? She asked. He thought about it. 45 deaths. 45 resets. The pattern of the city's collapse embedded in him so deeply that he had stopped needing to think about routing and had started thinking about optimization layers above routing. The way Raccoon City felt now, not like a trap, not like an obstacle course, but like a system he understood well enough to use. Like I know where everything is, he said. Like I know what the city is going to do before it does it. You do, she said. I've watched you do it. It's different at the Loop Master tier, he said. The system parameter visibility expansion, I can see the iteration logs now. All of them. Every loop. Every subject. He held up his hand where the system text was visible to him in the edge of his vision. Subject 0's full run. The previous experimental subjects before the Raccoon City iteration. I can see how the program was designed before Prime was turned on. She was watching him carefully. What does it say about Subject 0? 47 loops, he said. Performance metrics comparable to mine through loop 30. Then declining cooperation. Then a designation change, not terminated. Extracted. He paused. Subject 0 was extracted, not deleted from the system. Extracted and classified as non-cooperative anomaly. Meaning they're somewhere, she said. Meaning they're somewhere, he said. Meaning whatever Prime does with non-cooperative subjects, it doesn't erase them. It stores them. She absorbed that. Around them, the staging area was filling with the particular noise of people who had survived something they hadn't expected to survive. Grateful, frightened, not yet processing that their survival was temporary. Does this tier change what Prime wants from you? It changes what Prime expects me to find, he said. The Prometheus files, the deeper architecture, the exit parameters. Loop Master is the tier where subjects are supposed to be capable of engaging with the system's upper levels. He looked at her steadily. It expects me to start looking for the exit. That's the optimization trajectory. She nodded slowly. And you intend to, she said. I intend to, he said. But on my timeline, not Prime's. He looked out at the city, this city he had lived and died in 45 times. This city that had no idea it was the set for someone else's research program. I own this city, he said. Not with pride. With the weight of someone naming a fact. Every street. Every timer. Every infected patrol route. Every civilian who can be moved, and every one who won't be. He paused. It took 45 iterations. But I know this place better than anyone alive. Jill put her hand briefly on his arm. A contact deliberately made, not procedural. So what do we do with that? We go find the lab that shouldn't exist, he said. And the city continued its catastrophe around them, indifferent to the Loop Master walking through its ruins like he'd built them. He knew he had not built them. He knew Raccoon City was someone else's design, someone else's research substrate, an instrument for a purpose he was still unwinding. But he had learned it completely, had mapped its streets and timed its collapse and cataloged its threats until the knowledge was structural rather than recalled. The city had been given to him as a trap, and he had turned it into a workshop. That was the difference between Subject 0 and him, he thought. Subject 0 had refused the system. He had learned the system well enough to outgrow it. Now he just had to find the lab that shouldn't exist, and whatever contact authorization meant, he was going to find out. Chapter 46. The lab that shouldn't exist. Loop 46. Loop Master. The industrial district's lower level was not on any map he had found in 45 loops. That was notable. He had accumulated significant map data, facility blueprints from the RPD archives, umbrella sublevel schematics from the server room, the maintenance tunnel grids that Vasquez had mentioned in 3 separate loops across various levels of coherence. The industrial district lower level appeared in none of it. Whatever was down there had been kept out of documentation the way things were kept out of documentation when the people who built them didn't want the people adjacent to them to know they existed. He had found the entrance in Loop 42 by accident, when a route deviation around a block street had taken him past a maintenance access point that looked like every other maintenance access point in the district except for the power draw. The panel lights indicated active draw on a circuit that should have been dead given the building's supposed status as decommissioned storage. In Loop 46, he went back with purpose. Jill came with him. She had been briefed across the last 2 loops in the way that briefing worked now. He told her. She built it into her operational model. The conscious memory carried the model across the reset, and she moved through the access corridor with the competence of a trained operative who'd navigated similar confined spaces before, just not this specific one. The lab was running. Not on emergency power. On full operational power, with active ventilation and cooling systems, and the particular hum of equipment that was doing something purposeful. The space was roughly 2,000 square feet of clean room, separated from the maintenance access corridor by an airlock that someone had retrofitted into a facility that had not been designed to have one. This is an umbrella, Jill said, scanning the equipment arrangement. He agreed. The design language was different, not the corporate clean aesthetic of Umbrella's operational facilities, not the improvised quality of their emergency setups. This had been built by someone with resources and technical expertise and a very specific agenda that did not appear to overlap with Umbrella's documented research priorities. Someone else has been running a parallel operation, he said. In Raccoon City, she said. During the outbreak. Before the outbreak, he said. This equipment predates the T-virus release. This was here when the city was still functional. He moved to the central terminal, which was locked but not dead. The screen showed a status display. Observation protocol. Active subject designation. Alpha monitoring duration. 45 iterations data accumulated. Sufficient for analysis. Contact authorization. Pending threshold. He read that last line twice. Contact authorization. Pending threshold. Someone has been watching me, he said. Not Prime. Not Umbrella. Someone else. And they've been waiting for me to reach the loop master tier before making contact. Jill came to stand beside him and read the screen. Her expression was the one she reserved for situations where her threat model had to expand to include a new category. Third party, she said. Third party, he said. Are they in the city now? She asked. He checked the terminal's connection status. Active connection. Local network only. Whoever this was, they were either somewhere in the facility or within local network range. Yes, he said. She scanned the room with the methodical attention of a former STARS operative who assessed sight lines by reflex. Assessing sight lines, entry points, the gap between where she was and where she would need to be if someone came through the airlock. So we have Prime watching you for one research agenda, she said. Prometheus operating above Prime for a different research agenda, and now a third party with their own observation setup who has been waiting for you to hit a specific threshold before making contact. Yes, he said. You're very popular for someone who dies every 8 hours, she said. He made a sound that was not quite a laugh, but recognized the absurdity being noted. The contact authorization says pending threshold, he said. It hasn't been triggered yet, which means whoever set this up is waiting for something specific to happen before they introduce themselves. Or they're watching to see if you find this, she said. And finding it is the threshold. The terminal's status line changed as she said it. Contact authorization. Triggered. And something in the lab that had been silent began to wake up. He stepped back. Jill had her hand on his arm. Not pulling him back, just present, maintaining the contact that told him she was there, and alert, and processing the same information. The equipment on the central bench powered on in sequence. Not all at once. One unit, then the next, each activation deliberate. The sequence of a startup procedure, not an emergency response. Whoever had designed this system had intended it to wake up in exactly this order when a Loop Master Tier subject activated the contact authorization. It was a designed encounter. Choreographed. Lights came on in the rear section of the lab. A section he had not fully mapped in his previous passes through the facility. A partition he had classified as storage. It was not storage. It was a communication station. Screen, audio input, encryption hardware he recognized from Umbrella's classified communications infrastructure, but modified with components he had never seen. It had been built here, in this lab, at a seam junction in the simulation's physics layer, and it was designed for exactly one purpose: to give the person on the other end a way to talk to Subject Alpha without Prime hearing the conversation. Jill came to stand beside him. It's been here the whole time, she said. Her voice carried the particular flatness of someone recalibrating a significant assumption. Since before the loop started. Someone built this before the outbreak. Yes, he said. They've been waiting for you to hit this tier, she said. Yes, he said. He walked to the communication station, sat down, and waited to meet whoever had been watching from outside, because whatever came next, running away from it was not an option. Chapter 47. Carlos Lives. Loop 47. Loop Master Carlos Oliveira's survival window was 17 minutes. That was the precise operational interval between the moment his squad entered the downtown grid and the moment the combined threat, the infected horde from the Park Street collapse, and the T-103 variant that had been redirected by 3 previous loops worth of obstruction, closed the window completely. 17 minutes to get Carlos out of the standard route and into an alternative exit before the intersection made the standard route a terminal condition. In Loop 47, for the first time, Ethan hit all 17 minutes. He had the route. He had the timing. He had Carlos's predictable decision-making. The man was consistent in a way that had frustrated Ethan for 25 loops and now felt like a gift. And he had Jill Valentine running a flanking interference pattern that bought him the additional 4 minutes he needed by creating enough noise on the Morrison Street extension to pull 2/3 of the infected density away from Carlos's path. He reached Carlos at minute 11. Carlos had his weapon up and pointed at Ethan's chest before he finished processing that Ethan wasn't infected. Standard response. In 47 loops, Ethan had learned that the way to survive Carlos Oliveira's initial encounter without catching around was to say, immediately and without inflection, "Lieutenant Oliveira, I know where your squad went. I can take you to them. It worked every time because Carlos loved his squad with the uncomplicated intensity of someone whose professional identity was built around not leaving people behind, and the suggestion that his squad was recoverable was enough to override the shoot-first instinct. "How do you know who I am?" Carlos asked. Weapon still up, but the angle had shifted. "Your patch," Ethan said. "And your name was on the evacuation coordination list at the RPD. Come with me. Now, we have 12 minutes. Carlos came. He was efficient in crisis. Once you gave him a direction, moved at speed, processed information quickly, followed tactical guidance without the ego resistance that made some trained personnel harder to rout than civilians. Ethan ran him through the alternative exit with 2 minutes to spare, came out on the east side of the industrial district at exactly the moment Jill appeared from the alley with the expression of someone who had hit their timing target precisely and found this satisfying. Carlos looked at her, then at Ethan, then back at her. "You too," he said, with the tone of someone recognizing a pattern. "Have done this before." "A few times," Ethan said. Jill said nothing, but her expression acknowledged it. Carlos processed this for a moment. He was not an unintelligent man. He was a trained operative who was encountering a situation that did not fit any available framework, and rather than forcing it into an existing framework, he was building a new one in real time. Ethan had watched him do this in 37 of 47 loops, and had stopped being surprised by how quickly Carlos got to the right question. "How many times?" Carlos asked. 47, Ethan said. Carlos looked at the city, at the smoke columns and the sound of structural collapse from the Park Street direction, and the particular quality of the air that meant the infection had passed its first density threshold. He said, "Are you the reason I've survived before? The loops I don't remember?" "Some of them," Ethan said. "Jill ran your extract in at least 3 loops before I knew the timing well enough to hit it reliably." Carlos looked at Jill. "You're looping too?" "I have loop memory residue," she said. "I can access it now. It's not the same as his experience, but it's not nothing." Carlos was quiet for a moment with the focused stillness of a man deciding something. "What do you need from me?" he asked. Ethan had been waiting 47 loops to hear that question from Carlos Oliveira in a form that meant Carlos was choosing cooperation rather than being managed into it. "I need a third operative," he said. "You know the military grid and the evac infrastructure better than anyone alive in this city. I've been running rescue operations with Jill for 20-plus loops, but there's a capacity ceiling I can't break with 2 people. With 3, the ceiling moves," Carlos said. "The ceiling moves," Ethan said. Carlos looked at the city again. The decision was visible in his face. Not easy, because Carlos was the kind of person for whom decisions involving incomplete information were never easy, but moving in a direction. "Tell me the rest," he said, and in loop 47, for the first time, the team became 3. He had not realized, until Carlos said yes, how much of the last 20-some loops had been structured around the limitation of 2. 2 people had a specific operational capacity, a coverage radius, a decision-making bandwidth, a ceiling on simultaneous operations. 2 people could run the University Extract and the Morrison Street line, but not simultaneously coordinate with RPD personnel who might be salvageable, and not simultaneously watch the Birkin territory, and not simultaneously maintain the cash network and run active rescue. 3 people changed the shape of what was possible. More importantly, Carlos brought something neither of them had. He had military training, unit cohesion experience, and a specific fluency with the RPD's tactical communications infrastructure that meant he could navigate the government response to the outbreak in ways that Ethan and Jill had been routing around rather than working with. He knew call signs. He knew which officers were still functional and which were compromised. He knew the evac coordination protocols that the RPD had designed for mass casualty events. He had been inside the machine from the start, and now he was choosing to work from outside it. Carlos looked at the city, at the smoke and the sounds of the collapse beginning its familiar escalation, and said, "What's first?" "Same as always," Ethan said. "We start with the people we can reach." Carlos nodded. It was enough. In loop 47, for the first time, the team became 3. Chapter 48, The Flash Drive. Loop 48. Loop Master. The flash drive was in Mwangi's facility, in a sealed container with a biometric lock that accepted his thumb. He had found this out in loop 46 when the contact authorization triggered, and the lab system had added Subject Alpha's biometric to the access list, and inside the container was a device loaded with 4 directories. The first directory, observation data. His entire 48-loop history in granular detail, with annotation layers that showed a level of analysis depth he had not expected. Whoever had built this lab had not merely watched him perform. They had been studying the study. Prime's optimization agenda, mapped against Ethan's actual development trajectory, with notes on the divergence between what Prime intended to produce and what it was actually producing. The second directory, Prometheus documentation. Not access files. Vasquez's terminal had those, but analysis. Someone had reverse-engineered Prometheus from its behavioral outputs and built a model of its architecture that was 46 pages of dense technical notation. He could not process all of it. He extracted the conclusion. Prometheus was not Umbrella's. It predated Umbrella's Prime system by approximately 12 years, had been running a parallel research agenda the entire time, and had engineered Umbrella's Outbreak program from outside as a substrate for its own purposes. The third directory, Subject Zero's file. He opened it. Subject Zero had not been terminated or stored in a non-cooperative archive. Subject Zero had been extracted from the loop system by whoever built this lab, debriefed over an extended period, and was currently alive, conscious, and aware of the full architecture of what had been done to them. The file included their name. He closed the directory without finishing it. This was information that needed to be handled carefully. The fourth directory was a video file. He played it. The screen showed a woman in what appeared to be a standard office environment, not a lab, not a classified facility. Ordinary surroundings. She was speaking directly to camera with the expression of a person who'd rehearsed this message and was delivering it with the specific precision of someone who refused to be misunderstood. Subject Alpha, she said. If you're watching this, you've reached Loop Master Tier and found this facility. That means Prime's assessment of your capability is accurate and our assessment of your timeline is accurate. She paused. My name is Dr. Sarah Mwangi. I am the architect of this observation protocol. I am not affiliated with Umbrella or with Prime. I work for an organization that became aware of Prometheus 8 years ago and has been running a counter-observation program since. Another pause. You have approximately 10 loops remaining. Prometheus will attempt direct contact before you exit. What it offers you will be real and will be insufficient. Do not accept the first offer. She looked at the camera. There is a countdown running. When it reaches 0, the loop architecture becomes unstable. You will feel this as deviation, timing distortions, physics inconsistencies, moments where the simulation shows its seams. A final pause. Trust the seams. They will tell you where the real exit is. The video ended. He sat with the flash drive in the silent lab for the span of 3 breaths, processing what he had just been told, that there was a 10th party he had not accounted for, that someone outside the loop system had been watching it long enough to build a counter-operation, that Prometheus was not the top of the architecture, and that he had approximately 10 loops to navigate all of this before something became unstable, and the countdown, he noticed, was already showing in the lab's main display. 10. He sat with the number for a long time. 10 loops. He had 48 iterations of experience behind him and 10 loops ahead before, Mwangi had said, the architecture became unstable. She had called it an architectural instability. Prime's notifications had been calling it the anomaly tier boundary. In his loop notes, he had been tracking the physics deviations that the validator flagged as precursor signals. They were all naming the same thing from different positions, a countdown that had been running before he knew it was running, measuring toward a threshold he was going to hit whether or not he was ready. He was ready, or he was as ready as 48 loops of training could make him. What he had not accounted for was the third party, Mwangi's organization, the Counter-Observation Lab. The 12-year watching of the Watchers that had resulted in a communication station at a seam junction and a video message and a flash drive with 4 directories and a countdown display that showed him a number he had not known to count toward. He played Mwangi's video again in his memory. She was precise. She had rehearsed the message and delivered it without waste. The things she'd chosen to include were the things she'd assessed he needed, the offer he should refuse, the seams he should trust, the timeline he was operating in. She had not included anything decorative. Trust the seams, she had said. They will tell you where the real exit is. He looked at the countdown display. 10. 10 loops, and somewhere in them the physics deviations were going to intensify until the seams became legible, until the architecture of the simulation showed its actual structure rather than its rendered surface. He was going to have to learn to read that. Not the content of the loops. He knew the content of the loops. The structure underneath. The way the simulation was built and where it was thin. He had spent 48 loops learning Raccoon City. He was going to spend the next 10 learning the machine that contained it. And then he was going to find the door. Chapter 49. The Cache Loop 49. Loop Master. 9 loops remaining. He had been building the cache network since loop 38. The concept was simple. Objects that survive between loops as fixed elements of the environment could be used as persistent storage. The iteration framework reset the human and biological elements. People died. The infected population reset to its starting configuration. His own wounds and physical state returned to the loop start baseline. But physical objects placed in stable locations remained where he put them. This was the mechanism that had allowed him to leave messages for Jill, to preposition equipment in locations she would find, to build the infrastructure that had made the survivor record runs possible. In Loop 49, he completed the network. 12 cache points distributed across the city's operational grid. The bookstore's backroom false panel, the pharmacy basement's locked storage, the university building's HVAC access shaft, the hospital service corridor's maintenance closet, 3 locations in the industrial district, 2 in the residential zone, and the server room's decommissioned terminal bay where the physical media could be stored without exposure to the environmental degradation that made surface caches unreliable after 3 or 4 iterations. The cache held everything he needed to survive the next 9 loops. Food, water, medical supplies prepositioned at extraction points. Weapons at locations that reduced the time cost of arming from the environmental pickup he'd been doing since Loop 1. The flash drive copy. He had duplicated it in Loop 48 using the lab's equipment and stored 1 copy in each of 3 separate cache locations so that no single point of failure could eliminate the data. Documentation. The Prometheus analysis from Mwangi's files, his own loop notes encoded in a format he had developed for exactly this purpose, the access codes from Vasquez, the contact authorization log from the counter-observation facility. Jill came through the bookstore's back room while he was placing the final items in the false panel cache. "This is comprehensive," she said, scanning the inventory. 9 loops, he said. "I don't want to be improvising infrastructure when I should be focused on exit mechanics." She sat on an overturned crate and watched him work. They had developed a rhythm in the loops since she gained conscious memory. She processed the operational picture while he handled logistics. Then they integrated their read on the situation and made joint decisions on resource allocation. It was efficient. It was also, he had thought more than once, what it might look like if 2 people who had spent 49 loops learning how to stay alive together did it deliberately instead of by accumulated instinct. "The Mwangi video," she said. "You told me about it in Loop 48. I've been processing it." "And?" he asked. 3 things, she said. First, if she's been running a counter-observation program for 8 years, she has resources and infrastructure. She's not improvising this. Second, she said Prometheus will offer something real. Real but insufficient. Which means the offer will be tempting. We should think about what Prometheus would offer you specifically to prepare for it. She paused. Third, she said to trust the seams. The physics deviations. The timing distortions. That's not standard operational guidance. That's someone who understands the simulation architecture better than Prime does, and is telling you the architecture itself has information in it, if you know how to read it. He stopped placing items and looked at her. What would Prometheus offer me specifically? She held his eyes. What do you want most? She asked. He thought about it. To get out, he said. To take you with me. Yes, she said. Those are the things Prometheus would offer. He understood what she was saying. If Prometheus had been monitoring the loop system for 12 years, it knew what Subject Alpha valued. It had watched 49 loops of him working to survive and getting closer to the exit and coming back to find Jill at the bookstore every time. It knew what leverage looked like. The insufficient part, he said, is that what Prometheus offers wouldn't actually deliver. Or it would deliver at a cost you can't see yet, she said. He placed the last item in the cache, the flash drive copy, sealed in a waterproof housing, and latched the false panel. 9 loops remaining. The system was going to get harder. Mwangi had said the architecture would become unstable. He had a counter-operation to navigate and a negotiation to survive and an exit to find. He turned to Jill. Ready? She got up from the overturned crate with the economical movement she used when a day was going to be long. I've been ready for 49 loops, she said, and this time he believed her completely. He watched her check the supply kit with the precise efficiency of an operative whose tactical discipline had survived 59 resets intact, who had maintained her competence through every reset and every extraction and every version of this city that had tried to kill her. She checked the kit the way she did everything, methodically, completely, without performance. Not trying to be ready. Actually ready. He thought about what she had said. Prometheus would offer him the things he wanted most. Getting out. Taking her with him. The offer would be real and insufficient, and the insufficiency would be in the hidden cost, the scan, the extraction of data from what he'd become. What Mwangi's organization was offering was different. Not a negotiation. Not leverage. Just a door, and a person who had spent 8 years building it, and the information about where it was. He picked up his kit. 9 loops. The cache network was complete. The team was assembled. Vasquez's access codes were memorized. Mwangi's contact was open. He had every piece he needed except the one he was going to find in the next 9 iterations. The seam itself, the precise physics-thin place in the north wall of the server room, the gap that anomaly tier cognition could open. He filed the thought, shouldered the kit. and followed her out into loop 49. Ready, for the first time, for all of it. Chapter 50. The Most Ordinary Miracle Loop Master. Loop 50. Milestone. 8 loops remaining. They had made it to loop 50. He had not let himself think about it until the system text displayed iteration 50, and the number had a quality he could feel, not mystical. Nothing the loop system would classify as meaningful. Just the weight of 50. 50 times the city had fallen. 50 times he had come back to the alley and the wet concrete and the rot and chemical smell. 50 times he had walked to the bookstore and found Jill Valentine, and the accumulation had deepened. The city didn't know it was loop 50. The infected moved on their standard routes. The RPD made its early morning passes. The university clock tower read 11:58 p.m. with the impersonal reliability of a mechanism that did not track iterations. Only he knew the number. And now Jill. They met at the bookstore. She arrived 30 seconds after him, having come from a starting position 3 blocks east, and her expression when she saw him had the quality it had been developing since loop 41. The layered expression of someone who was seeing a person and also a history that the person carried in their body. 50, she said. 50, he said. She was quiet for a while. The bookstore was dark, the emergency lights throwing low amber across the shelves. He had pre-positioned 2 supplies kits in the back room, and the first 2 hours of the day were mapped. The university extract before the east grid locked up. The pharmacy basement before the infected density in that section crossed the individual engagement threshold. Carlos's 17-minute window at hour 4. It was all in order. What was loop 1 like, she asked. He had not thought about loop 1 in a long time. The initial iterations had the quality of nightmares recalled after years, vivid in specific fragments, overall context washed away by repetition. I didn't know what was happening, he said. I was in Raccoon City for a job. Standard inspection assignment. I was in the wrong place when the outbreak started, and I ran. He paused. I died in loop 1 before I understood I was in a loop. I came back and I thought I was going insane. She was watching him with the focus she brought to things that mattered to her. How many loops before you accepted what it was? 12, he said. I ran the same tests 12 times before I stopped looking for another explanation. And the first time you found me, she asked. Loop 8, he said. You saved my life. I was cornered in the alley behind the RPD, and you came through the door and cleared the threat before you'd finished processing that I was there. You were so precise. He paused. I looked for you in every loop after that. She held that, and I never remembered. Not until loop 41, he said. She was quiet for a while. The amber light made the bookstore look like a memory already, the kind of light that meant the moment was happening and being recorded at the same time. I'm sorry, she said. For the loops I wasn't there for. The ones you ran alone. You were there, he said. You just didn't know it. She made a sound that was nothing and everything, somewhere between a laugh and something that had no word. Then she said, I think I love you across loops. The words arrived in the quiet of the bookstore like something that had been building for 50 iterations and had finally run out of space to wait. Not a confession delivered under pressure, not a statement made in a moment of crisis. Just Jill Valentine, in loop 50, saying the true thing because it was true and the moment was the right one. He looked at her. I know, he said. I've known for a long time. In loops you don't remember. Tell me one, she said. Loop 26, he said. You made a fire in the library courtyard when we were pinned down and it was raining. You used the municipal code reader and a copper wire conduit, and the fire held through the rain, and you sat with me for 40 minutes and told me about a climbing trip in the Cascades you'd taken before you joined STARS. He paused. You said the mountains didn't care about you, and that it was the best feeling you'd ever had. She was very still. You don't remember any of that, he said. No, she said. But it sounds like something I would say. She turned her face away for a moment, toward the dark shelves, then back. Say it back, she said. What I said. He understood. I love you across loops, he said. She nodded once, accepting it as received. Then she stood up, picked up the supply kit from the backroom shelf, and said, 8 loops remaining. Let's make them count. He stood too. He thought about loop 1, when he had died in a city he hadn't understood, and loop 8, when he had first found her, and every loop since. The accumulation of them, the weight of them, the way they had layered into something that was not just survival technique, and not just expertise, but a life that had been lived, actually lived, in this impossible recursive space. He thought, whatever the loops were designed to produce, this was not it. This was what happened when the machine built something it didn't intend. And Raccoon City continued its catastrophe outside, indifferent to what had just become true inside. Chapter 51. The rules change. Loop 51. Loop Master. 7 loops remaining. The T-103 variant was new. He had cataloged Mr. X's behavior across 50 loops with the thoroughness of a researcher who understood that the subject was also a threat. The standard T-103 was consistent. It moved at a fixed pace, responded to sound and motion, had a defined pursuit radius, and a predictable rerouting behavior when obstacles were introduced into its path. He had built 6 reliable diversion routes that could occupy Mr. X for the duration needed to complete primary objectives. Those routes worked in every loop. They were load-bearing infrastructure in his survival architecture. In Loop 51, the standard diversion routes stopped working. The first failure came at hour 2 on Cannon Street. He ran the diversion sequence he had executed 43 times without variation. The noise source placement, the initial movement, the secondary route that Mr. X's pursuit logic should have locked onto. Mr. X reached the secondary route junction and turned in the wrong direction. Not the error direction, not a random variation. The opposite direction, toward the primary extraction point, as if the variant had modeled the diversion and identified where the target would be if the diversion succeeded. He had 4 seconds to adjust. He adjusted. But the adjustment cost him the Morrison Street timing, which pushed the university extract back by 11 minutes, which compressed the pharmacy window, which forced a choice between the Martins family and the Singh family that he had never had to make before because the timing had always worked. He chose the Martins family. The Singh family did not make it. He told Jill at the staging area, and her response was the one he had come to value above most things. She did not offer false comfort, did not try to reframe the loss, did not pretend that it was operationally acceptable. She sat with it for a moment and then said, "The variant is adapting." "Yes," he said, "which means Prime is adapting the variant in response to your established patterns." "Yes," he said. Loop Master Tier. Prime's performance review flagged my route optimization as a capability metric. The next calibration phase introduces countermeasures to my established solutions. She processed that. "How many of your standard solutions does Prime have data on?" He thought about it. "All of them," he said. 43 loops of consistent execution on the 6 main diversion routes. Prime knows exactly what I do. He paused. "What it doesn't know is what I'll do when the standard solutions don't work anymore." "Because you haven't done that yet," she said. "Because the standard solutions always worked," he said. "Until now." She nodded. She looked at the city, at the smoke on the east side where the Singh family hadn't been, and then she turned back with the expression she wore when she had identified the problem and was already working on the solution. "Then we stop using the standard solutions," she said. "Every loop from here. We vary the routes. We vary the timing. We give Prime inconsistent data to optimize against. We'll lose efficiency," he said. "We'll lose people in the short term," she said. "And we'll survive the long term. Because right now the loops are converging on an exit, and Prime is calibrating its difficulty curve to match our capability, and if it gets ahead of our improvisation threshold, we don't make it to the exit." She was right. The calculus had changed. He had spent 45 loops building the most optimized survival architecture possible, and now the optimization was the vulnerability. Prime had watched him become predictable and was using the predictability against him. 7 loops, he said. 7 loops, she agreed. "We can afford some chaos." He thought about the flash drive. The countdown had been at 10 when he found it. It was at 7 now. Dr. Mwangi's message, "Trust the seams." The physics deviations. The moments where the simulation showed its structure. "The anomaly threshold is close," he said. "When I hit it, the loop physics start responding to my presence in ways that aren't standard. Timing deviations. Inconsistencies in the environmental reset. Those are the seams," she said. "Those are the seams," he said. She stood up. Around them, the staging area had the sounds of a loop entering its middle hours, the city's catastrophe deepening on schedule, the timing windows he needed closing one by one. "Then let's go be unpredictable," she said. And he thought. Prime has never had to optimize against 2 people who know they're in a simulation and have decided to use that against it. That was the actual advantage. Not the loop knowledge. Prime had full access to his iteration history and could model his behavior from that data. Not the cache network. Prime could map the physical environment and identify prepositioned resources. The advantage was the decision. The deliberate choice to introduce genuine unpredictability, to vary behavior not from confusion but from strategy, to give Prime data that its optimization models couldn't process because the data was designed to be unprocessable. He had spent 46 loops learning the system's patterns. Now he was going to spend 7 loops teaching the system that patterns were a choice, not a constraint. 7 loops, he said again, as they moved back into the city. Not with resignation. With a particular kind of focus that felt like something he had been building towards since Loop 1. The focus of someone who understood the game completely, who had stopped being played by it, who was now playing it back. Jill moved beside him with the easy coordination they had built across 22 loops of conscious cooperation. She said nothing, but her movement said everything. I'm here, I understand, I'm ready for whatever comes next. He thought. 7 loops of chaos, and then the exit. He could not wait. Chapter 52. They know his name. Loop 52. Loop Master. 6 loops remaining. The dossier was 47 pages. He found it on the Loop Master Accessible Iteration Archive at Hour 6 of Loop 52. In a section of the system he had not had clearance to view before the tier upgrade. A personnel file, classified at levels he had not known existed, titled Subject Alpha. Longitudinal Assessment. The dossier knew his name. Not the designation, not Ethan Cole, as a subject label. It knew Ethan Cole, age 29, born Portland, Oregon, B.S. Biochemistry from the University of Washington, 2 years with a pharmaceutical logistics company, no security clearance, no military or law enforcement background, no connection to Umbrella, arrived in Raccoon City on September 19, 1998 on a routine facility inspection contracted through a third-party logistics firm that was itself a nested shell company 4 layers removed from Umbrella's talent identification program. He had not arrived in Raccoon City by accident. He had been routed here. The logistics contract had been specifically designed to place him in the city during the outbreak window. The third-party firm had been watching him for approximately 18 months before the placement, monitoring performance data from his logistics work, behavioral assessments conducted without his knowledge by what appeared to be routine background check agencies, cognitive evaluations embedded in online assessments he had taken as standard employment screening. Prime had selected him. He had been selected before he'd ever heard of Raccoon City. He sat with this information for approximately 60 seconds. Then he kept reading. The selection criteria were listed: high stress response efficiency, above normal pattern recognition and spatial memory, demonstrated performance stability under accumulating pressure, no dependence, no deep community ties that would produce extraction attempts that complicated the experimental protocol. He had been selected because he was good at staying functional when things went badly, and because no one would look for him if he disappeared. He had been selected because he was alone. Jill found him at the terminal. You found something, she said. It wasn't a question. They picked me, he said. Before the outbreak. 18 months of observation, and then a placement contract that put me in the right place at the right time. She read over his shoulder. He watched her face as she processed the selection criteria, the methodical precision of it, the coldness of the criteria that had made him a good subject, the way Prime had apparently assessed that his relative isolation made him more suitable rather than less. Her expression, when she finished, was not what he expected. Not sympathy. Something fiercer. They made a mistake, she said. What mistake? They selected you because you were alone and stable under pressure and good at surviving, she said. But what you actually are is someone who spent 49 loops learning to survive and developing the judgment to choose cooperation and building this. She gestured at the system text, at the city around them, at 49 loops of accumulated expertise, because of what you are, not because of what they wanted you to be. She met his eyes. The thing they selected for and the thing they got are different. They wanted a performer. They got someone who's going to take their system apart. He held her eyes. You're not afraid that I was placed here deliberately? Placed here, yes, she said. What you became, no? That's yours. He looked at the dossier, 47 pages about who he was before the loops, all of it rendered obsolete by who he had become inside them. 6 loops, he said. 6 loops, she said. And then we take their system apart. He closed the dossier. The city was running its catastrophe outside with its usual precision, and somewhere in its architecture the anomaly threshold was 1 loop closer. He thought about the selection criteria. High stress response efficiency, above normal pattern recognition, performance stability under accumulating pressure, no dependence, no deep community ties. They had selected for the profile of someone who was already alone, someone who would not be missed, someone whose disappearance would not generate the kind of attention that complicated experimental protocols. They had looked at who he was and assessed. This person will survive the loops, and no one will come looking for him. They had been right about the surviving, wrong about the alone, because he had not been alone since Loop 8. Not truly. Jill had been there, consciously or not, as procedural residue or as full presence. And the thing that Prime's selection algorithm had apparently failed to model was what happened when a person selected for social isolation spent 40-plus loops in the company of someone who kept choosing to be there anyway. What that did to the isolated person. What it built. The dossier had his behavioral profile from before the loops. It did not have his behavioral profile from after them, because after them had not existed yet when the profile was constructed. They had selected him based on who he was at the starting line, and had not modeled who he would become after 52 iterations of becoming. That was the mistake. He looked at Jill. She was waiting for him with the patient attention she brought to moments that required processing time. Not rushing him, not offering premature comfort, just present. 6 loops, he said. 6 loops, she said. We dismantle the system in 6 loops, he said. And he meant it, not as bravado, but as a statement of fact, the same way he stated facts about routes and timing and threat patterns, because what they had built, without intending to, was someone who knew the system well enough to dismantle it. Chapter 53, Prometheus Loop 53, Loop Master. 5 loops remaining, he used Vasquez's access code in Loop 53. The Prometheus observation files were behind a 3-layer authentication that should not have been accessible from any terminal in Raccoon City. The files were classified at levels that should have required physical access to a server infrastructure nowhere near the outbreak zone. Vasquez had explained this in Loop 43. The access code was a backdoor, not a standard authentication pathway, built by someone inside the architecture who had wanted a covert access route to exist. The files loaded. He had 2 hours before the server room terminal would be compromised by the infection spread into the lower levels. He read, Prometheus had been initiated 12 years before the Raccoon City outbreak. Its original research mandate, behavioral adaptation modeling under engineered crisis conditions. The experimental design required a controlled crisis environment, a population sufficient to generate meaningful data, and a primary subject with the specific performance profile that Prime had later been tasked to identify. It had taken Umbrella's pharmaceutical research program, specifically the T-virus research that had been running since the early 1980s, and modified it to serve as the crisis generation substrate. Umbrella had not built Prometheus. Prometheus had built Umbrella. Or more precisely, Prometheus had identified Umbrella as an organization with the resources and institutional structure to generate its required experimental conditions, and had inserted itself into Umbrella's research architecture through a series of grant programs and technical consulting relationships that, over 12 years, had effectively captured Umbrella's most dangerous research programs and redirected them toward a research agenda Umbrella's own leadership did not fully understand. The outbreak in Raccoon City was Prometheus's experimental design. The research objective: determine whether a sufficiently capable human, operating under iterative near-death conditions, could develop performance characteristics that exceeded baseline cognitive and physical limitations in ways that would be heritable, teachable, or replicable. He stopped reading. Heritable, teachable, replicable. This was not about him surviving the loops. This was about what he became by surviving them, and whether what he became could be extracted and used. Prometheus had spent 12 years in a city full of people to find out whether crisis-optimized human performance was a reproducible process. Jill appeared at the server room entrance. You're in the Prometheus files, she said. Yes. He didn't look up. What are they, she asked. He summarized. She listened with the stillness she brought to information that required complete processing before response. When he finished, she said, So the exit they've promised you, the protocol that releases Subject Alpha once the research objective is achieved, is conditional on Prometheus getting what it came for, he said. Which is not your freedom, she said. It's what you've become. Yes. She came into the room and leaned against the terminal bank. Mwangi said Prometheus will offer something real and insufficient, she said. She said don't take the first offer. The first offer will probably be the exit, he said. They'll offer to end the loops and let me out. The insufficient part is the cost, whatever they require in exchange. Your cooperation, she said. Your data. Or you. He closed the Prometheus files. The server room hummed. 5 loops remaining, and the architecture he'd been operating inside for 53 iterations had just become something much larger and stranger than he'd understood it to be. Prometheus is not an AI, he said. The files treat it as an institution. Multiple researchers. Autonomous from Umbrella's governance structure, but using Umbrella's infrastructure. He paused. Someone built it. Someone is running it. Somewhere that isn't Raccoon City. And Mwangi's organization is watching them, Jill said. And Mwangi's organization is watching them, he said. She held his eyes. We need to find the seams, she said. Whatever Mwangi meant by trusting the physics deviations, that's how we find the real exit. Not the one Prometheus offers. The one that actually gets us out. He nodded. 4 loops away from the anomaly tier. 1 loop from where the countdown Mwangi had shown him would read 5. Somewhere in the architecture of the next few iterations, the simulation was going to start showing its structure. He thought about what it meant that Prometheus was not an AI. He had been operating with a mental model that placed a machine at the top of the architecture, an autonomous system running its own agenda, difficult to reason with because it processed without values. A human institution was different. Human institutions had vulnerabilities. They had disagreements internally. They had people within them who had been doing this for 12 years and had made enemies and made allies and had their own agenda that did not perfectly align with the collective agenda. Mwangi was one of those people. Someone on the inside, or formerly on the inside, who had decided that what Prometheus was doing was wrong, who had spent 8 years building a counter-operation, who had found the seam junctions and built a lab there and left a flash drive for a person she had never met but had been watching for years. He thought, she is not neutral. She has a position. Her position is that what happened here is wrong and should be documented, and the person it was done to should get out. He agreed with her position. You're connecting the pieces, Jill said from the terminal bank behind him. Prometheus is people, he said. Somewhere. Running this program from a building with lights and schedules and internal politics. Not a machine. She absorbed that. Does that make it harder or easier? Easier, he said. People make mistakes. Institutions have fractures. Mwangi is the evidence of the fracture. She nodded slowly. 5 loops, she said. And then we meet the people who built this. Not metaphorically. And he was going to be ready to read it. Chapter 54. The first real fight. Loop 54. Loop Master. 4 loops remaining. William Birkin's fully evolved form was unlike anything the standard loop had prepared him for. He had encountered Birkin in every iteration. The G-virus mutation cycle was predictable enough. The progression from initial G1 form through the subsequent evolutions followed a biological logic that he had mapped across 30 encounters, and his standard protocol was to avoid terminal engagement and redirect Birkin's attention toward environmental obstacles that bought time without requiring direct confrontation. Direct confrontation with Birkin's higher G forms was fatal at any tier below the capability he'd accumulated in the last 15 loops. In Loop 54, the confrontation was unavoidable. The route to the industrial district lower level, the third-party lab, Mwangi's contact system, the evidence he needed to preserve for the exit sequence, passed through the atrium area where Birkin had established his territory in the loop's middle hours. He could route around it. He had been routing around it for 4 loops since the territory establishment had shifted in response to his new movement patterns. The route around cost 40 minutes, and the 40 minutes were essential for hitting the hospital window that kept the survivor count above 15. He chose to go through. Birkin's G3 form was approximately 9 feet of evolved mutation. What had been a human body reconstructed by the G-virus into something that retained just enough of its original structure to be recognizable as having been human once, while every element of it had been enlarged and armored and made into a weapon. The giant eye on the shoulder was the G-virus's primary sensory organ in this form. He knew that. He'd read the Umbrella documentation 40 loops ago. Knowing the eye was the weakness and being able to exploit it were different things when the weakness was on a form that could cross 15 feet in 2 seconds. He had one advantage. The facility had a spatial configuration that worked in his favor. The access corridor was narrow enough to negate Birkin's reach advantage. He had positioned a propane tank he'd pre-cached near the atrium entrance 4 loops ago, and Jill was covering the exit corridor. The engagement lasted 40 seconds. He spent 30 of them keeping Birkin's attention on himself by moving in the narrow corridor shadow lines, while Jill executed the propane ignition from the exit corridor. The explosion was not large enough to kill a G3 form. Nothing available in the city's material environment was, but it was large enough to produce a reaction that redirected Birkin toward the atrium center rather than the access corridor. He ran, made the third-party lab with Birkin behind him and gaining. Jill came through the south entrance on the 3-second timing they had worked out across 4 dry runs in previous loops. The airlock sealed behind them both. Birkin hit the airlock door with force that deformed the frame. They stood in the sealed lab, breathing hard, listening to Birkin's evolution sounds from the other side of a door that was going to hold for approximately 15 minutes. He pulled up Mwangi's terminal. "We have 15 minutes, he said. "Then work fast," Jill said, and took a position by the internal camera feed to track Birkin's movement. He accessed the contact system. A message waited. Anomaly threshold approaching. Trust the deviations. 3 loops remain before contact. Do not engage Prometheus offer without prior consultation. He photographed the message with the loop persistent camera he had recovered from the industrial district in Loop 48, then backed up to the data terminal. From outside, the airlock door held, just barely, against the thing that had once been William Birkin, and he thought, 3 loops before Mwangi makes contact, and 4 loops before the countdown runs out. The airlock was rated for biological containment, not for G-virus mutated impact force. He had approximately 12 minutes before the structural tolerance became a survival problem. He worked at the terminal with the focused speed he'd built across 54 loops of learning to work fast under active threat. Jill called Birkin's movements from the camera feed with clipped precision, not narrating, giving data, distance, movement direction, force application points. He filed each piece into the operational picture and kept pulling files. The G-virus question that had always occupied a secondary position in his thinking was more urgent now. Birkin was the source of the G-virus strain. The second strain, the one that produced the transformation cycle that had made Birkin's body into this. Prime had not engineered the G-virus. It had engineered the outbreak environment. But the virus itself was Birkin's research, Birkin's obsession, the thing Birkin had injected into himself rather than surrender to the retrieval team. He had thought about Birkin more times than he could count. Not with sympathy. The G-virus had killed people who would still be alive without it. But with something like recognition. Birkin had spent his career being used. His research had been steered. His discoveries had been owned by a company that valued his output and not his person. When the retrieval team came, he had done the only thing he had left to do that was entirely his. That was not heroism. That was tragedy. He pulled the last file he needed and closed the terminal. "Ready," he said. Jill said, 30 seconds. They moved to the back of the lab, to the secondary exit that led to the maintenance corridor. He had 22 seconds. "The G-virus data," Jill said as they moved. "Is it in the files?" "Some of it," he said. "Enough to understand what we're dealing with." The airlock held 10 more seconds after they cleared it, and the math of that was not reassuring, but the math was survivable, which was what mattered. Chapter 55. What Prime has noted. Loop 55. Anomaly tier approaching. 3 loops remaining. The performance flagging system updated after loop 54. He could see it now through the Loop Master expanded access. Prime's real-time assessment running in the system text marginal space, updating as he moved through the loop, tracking the delta between his performance and its predictive model. The assessment was clinical in the way that made him understand why Subject 0 had refused it. It was not hostile. It was not punishing. It simply classified every deviation from optimal performance with the same flat notational precision that it used to classify optimal performance, with no recognition that the deviations were made by a person rather than generated by an algorithm. In Loop 55, the assessment flagged 12 items. He read them. Most were tactical, route variations from the established pattern, timing deviations that reduced efficiency, the engagement with Birkin's territory that had cost him the Morrison Street window. These were the deliberate chaos he and Jill had introduced in response to the T-103 adaptation problem. Prime had noticed the increased variance in his routes and was working to model the new pattern, which was the point. Give Prime inconsistent data to optimize against, and the countermeasure development lagged. 3 items were different. Interpersonal variable, subject Valentine coordination efficiency anomalous. Exceeds predicted ceiling for 2-operator teamwork. Mechanism unclear. Behavioral pattern. Subject alpha demonstrated willingness to absorb personal cost to protect interpersonal variable. 3 confirmed instances. Loop 54. Classify as priority flag. Loop physics variance. Subject alpha zone. Minor timing deviations. Causal mechanism unconfirmed. Classify as anomaly precursor. He read the 3rd item twice. Loop physics variance. Timing deviations. The seams. Mwangi had told him to trust the seams. Prime had detected them as precursor signals to the anomaly tier and classified them as unconfirmed cause, which meant Prime did not know what was producing the deviations, which meant the deviations were not being generated by Prime's system. "Jill," he said. She came to the terminal and read over his shoulder. He watched her face when she reached the 3rd flag. Something shifted in her expression, the precise, careful shift of someone who has just confirmed a hypothesis they had been holding at arm's length. "The physics deviations," she said. "Prime doesn't know why they're happening." "No," he said. And Mwangi said to trust them. She stepped back and stood with her weight balanced the way she stood when processing something operational. "The deviations are coming from somewhere outside Prime's architecture. An external signal. Something that's interfering with the simulation's physics layer from outside." She met his eyes. "Mwangi's organization. That would explain why Prime can't identify the cause," he said. "If the interference is coming from outside the system, Prime's internal diagnostics wouldn't have a framework for it." She turned to the terminal. "The 2nd flag," she said. "Prime classified your willingness to protect me as a priority concern." "Yes," he said. "Which means Prime will try to use that," she said. Her voice was level, the way it was level when she had processed something and decided that knowing it was better than not knowing. "It will create scenarios where protecting me costs you something operationally significant, to test whether the interpersonal variable outweighs the research objective." "Probably," he said. She looked at him. "Does it?" He held her eyes. "We're getting out together," he said. "That's not a variable. That's the condition." She nodded once. Not with relief, with the look of a person receiving a commitment, and filing it into the operational architecture as a fixed constraint rather than a factor to be weighed. Then Prime is going to have a bad 3 loops, she said. And the assessment in his peripheral vision updated in real time. Subject Alpha Response 2 Flag 2. Noted. Anomaly Tier Threshold. Imminent. He read that notation and felt something that had no clean label. Not satisfaction, not dread, but a specific kind of focus that came when the next significant thing was close enough to see clearly. Anomaly Tier. The designation the iteration logs had mentioned in passive, uninformative language. The thing that came after Loop Master, that the performance review had been flagging as precursor for 3 loops now. He turned to Jill. When the anomaly tier confirms, he said, the physics deviations will accelerate. The seams, she said. They'll be harder to miss, he said. Prime will see them. It'll try to stabilize the architecture from inside, patch the thin places, reinforce the physics layer. But if Mwangi's organization is generating the interference externally, Prime can't fully counteract it from inside. She processed that. So there's a race, she said, between the interference intensifying enough to make the exit viable and Prime patching the seams. Yes, he said. And we need to be in the server room at the right moment in the right window when the gap is open and not yet patched. How long does the window last? I don't know, he said. I've never seen it open. I've only seen the precursors. She held his eyes for a moment. The focused, assessing look she reserved for problems that required both of them. Then Loop 56, she said. We start building the real picture. Track every deviation. Map the pattern. Find the window. Yes, he said. She nodded once, filed it as operational, and turned toward the city. He watched her move with the complete ease of a person who'd spent enough time in the hardest version of this space that hard had stopped being the operative category. He thought, 3 loops, and we find the door. Prime had flagged the interpersonal coefficient. It had no idea what the coefficient was actually for. Chapter 56. The seams show Loop 56, anomaly tier. 2 loops remaining. The first deviation happened at 2:14 a.m. He was on the bookstore roof, standard elevated observation position for the loop's early hours, when the street below performed a micro-stutter. Not a large deviation. A fraction of a second where the infected patrol moved, and then its movement stuttered and the position offset by approximately 6 inches before the stutter resolved. Normal physics did not do this. Simulated physics, under interference from an external signal, did. He marked the time, location, and deviation magnitude in the loop notes. The second deviation happened at 3:47 a.m. at the pharmacy basement entrance. The door opened before he touched it. Not by much, by the span of a breath, a half-second where the door's state changed before his hand reached the handle. He stopped. He moved his hand back, waited 3 seconds, reached for the handle again. The door opened normally. But the first deviation had been real. He had seen it. He marked it. By hour 6, he had 8 marked deviations. They were increasing in frequency and magnitude. By hour 8, the final one was large enough for Jill to see without him pointing to it. The library courtyard's fire pit, where he had built a fire in Loop 26, and where the environmental reset should have returned the courtyard to its original state, showed the ash ring from 30 loops of fire use. The reset had failed to clear it. The physics are breaking down, she said. The interference is increasing, he said. Whatever Mwangi's organization is doing, they're intensifying the signal as the countdown approaches 0. She looked at the ash ring. What does it mean for the exit? The seams are where the simulation's physics layer is thin, he said. Places where the external interference has worn through the standard rendering. He looked at the 8 marked deviations. There's a pattern. Look at the locations. She studied his notes. He watched her work through the spatial analysis. The methodical attention she applied to grid problems, the ability to hold multiple data points in working memory and find a relationship. They're not random, she said. They cluster. They cluster around the industrial district lower level, he said. Around the third-party lab. She looked up. Mwangi's lab is at a seam junction, she said. Mwangi's lab was built at a seam junction, he said. On purpose. Whoever designed that facility knew where the loop physics were thinnest and built their operation there. He paused. The real exit is in the third-party lab. Not through Prime's exit protocol. Through the physical space where the simulation is thin enough to, I don't know what exactly. But there's something there that isn't fully rendered. 2 loops remaining, she said. 2 loops, he said. 1 more to confirm the seam pattern and locate the specific exit point. 1 more for the execution. She held his eyes. The ash ring was a ghost of 30 fires that the reset had finally failed to erase. Behind them, the city was performing its catastrophe with slightly less precision than it had managed in 55 previous loops, the edges of its simulated physics fraying in ways that only showed if you knew where to look. We're close, she said. We're close, he said. And somewhere in the city the T-103 moved through a timing deviation that put it 3 seconds off its standard route. Just 3 seconds. And somewhere in the server room Prime flagged anomaly tier confirmed. Ethan Cole felt the simulations seems like pressure changes in the air. This was new. He had read about the anomaly tier in the iteration logs, passive language that described behavioral anomalies in subjects, unexplained performance characteristics, deviations from predicted trajectory. The language had always suggested something that happened to subjects rather than something subjects experienced. He had expected the tier confirmation to feel like a notification, like the Loop Master update had felt. A system text change with operational consequences that he would have to think his way through. This felt different. This felt embodied. The seams were not just visible to his observation. They were present to some other layer of perception that he didn't have a name for. The way physical pain was present rather than merely registered. The server room's north wall had been a visual anomaly. Now it was something he could feel. A place where the rendered environment was thin and the something beyond it was close. Jill put her hand on the wall beside him. She was quiet for a while. I feel it too, she said. Different from you, probably. But there's something here that isn't the same as everywhere else. Your accumulated loop residue, he said. At the anomaly tier, the gap responds to my cognition. Your cognition is different, but it's been accumulating the same evidence. You've been in this room in 17 loops. So between the two of us, she said, we have enough. I think so, he said. In 2 loops, when the interference has intensified further and the seam is open, I think so. She removed her hand from the wall and turned to face the room. Map complete, she asked. 8 deviations marked, he said. Pattern confirmed. The cluster point is this wall. Then we have what we need, she said. He looked at the ash ring that the reset had finally failed to clear. 30 loops of fire use, persisting past the point where the simulation's reset function could erase it. The seams were real. The physics were breaking down in exactly the ways Mwangi had described. The exit was 2 loops away, and he could feel it. And he thought, 2 more loops, and this ends. Chapter 57. The server room loop 57. Anomaly. 1 loop remaining. The server room's north wall had a gap. Not a physical gap, not a hole or a structural failure. Something that his anomaly tier perception registered as a discontinuity between the rendered environment and whatever was adjacent to it. A space where the wall's texture held 1 second and released the next, where the simulation's physics layer was thin enough that he could see through it for fractions of a second. He had found it in loop 56 during the deviation mapping. He had confirmed it twice more in the same loop before the reset. In loop 57, he came to the server room first, before the university extract, before Carlos's 17-minute window, before anything on the day's standard agenda, because this was the loop that the countdown called 1. 1 loop remaining. The lab's countdown had been running since he found Mwangi's flash drive. The architectural instability Mwangi had predicted had been building toward a threshold, and loop 57 was where the threshold became real. He could feel it in the deviation frequency. Not 8 marked events across the loop, but constant background noise. The physics layer stuttering the way old infrastructure stuttered when the load exceeded its design capacity. Jill was with him. Carlos was with him. He had briefed Carlos in loop 56 about the exit mechanics, and Carlos had listened with the focused attention of a man who had been waiting for the briefing because he'd known something like this was coming. Carlos's response, tell me where to be and when, and I'll be there. He told Carlos where to be and when. Carlos was covering the server room entrance. His job was to buy time if Prime sent a physical countermeasure, which was possible, as anomaly tier subjects apparently warranted direct system response in the documented cases he had found in the iteration logs. He stood in front of the north wall's discontinuity. What do you see? Jill asked. A gap, he said. A place where the simulation isn't fully resolved. He held his hand toward the wall and felt the particular cold that came with a rendered surface that wasn't entirely rendering. The physics layer's equivalent of dead air, the gap between what was supposed to be there and what actually was. Can you go through it? She asked. I don't know, he said. I've never tried. The gap wasn't stable enough in 56. She stepped forward and stood beside him. She was looking at the wall with the expression she brought to problems that required specific kinds of nerve. Not recklessness, not fear. Something precise that occupied the space between them. I can feel it too, she said. Not the way you describe it. But there's something there. That's your loop memory, he said. The accumulated residue. You've been in this room with me across 17 loops, and whatever Prime is doing to track the anomaly, your nervous system has been logging it. So we can both read the seam, she said. Yes, he said. From outside the server room, Carlos said. Something's moving on the grid. Not infected. Different movement pattern. He understood. Prime was responding. Whatever direct countermeasure the system deployed at the anomaly tier, it was coming. He had one loop before the exit window, and Prime knew it. Tomorrow, he said. Loop 58. The gap will be fully resolved enough to assess. He turned to Jill. In the next loop, we come here first. Before anything else. Before Carlos's window, before the survivor runs. The gap is the priority. She looked at the wall. What if going through it isn't a physical action, she said. What if the exit isn't a door you walk through? He had been thinking about that. Then we find out in 58 what kind of action it is, he said. Carlos came through the door. Whatever it is, it's close, he said. And it's interested in this room specifically. He looked at the north wall one more time, at the place where the simulation was thin and the thing beyond it was almost visible, and thought, one more loop, and we find out what's on the other side. And Prime's response was coming through the door, and the gap was not ready yet, and there was nothing to do but wait one more iteration. He put his hand on the wall one more time. He held it there for 15 seconds, feeling the discontinuity that the anomaly tier made legible, not imagining it, not hoping for it, actually feeling the thin place where the simulation's physics layer had been worn through by 12 years of external interference. It was there. It was almost ready. He thought about what Mwangi had said. It's not a physical action. The exit isn't a door you walk through. He had been turning that over since loop 58, when Jill had said it back to him as a question. What kind of action was it, if not physical? A cognitive one. A decision, made at the resonance point, with enough accumulated clarity about what was real and what was rendered that the simulation's boundary became permeable. He had 57 loops of knowing what was real. He thought, tomorrow I'll know if that's enough. Carlos called from the entrance. Whatever it's doing, it's close. He removed his hand from the wall. We go, he said. They left the server room and moved through the industrial district's upper corridor, away from the direct response Prime had sent, away from whatever classified that as its highest priority threat, and he thought, one more loop of waiting, and the wall would be open, which was the hardest thing, and always had been. Chapter 58, Prime speaks loop 58, Anomaly, final approach. Prime spoke directly in loop 58 at hour 12. Not through Vasquez's terminal, not through the performance review screen. Through every screen in every facility in Raccoon City simultaneously, in text that appeared whether or not the screens should have had power, whether or not the facilities were currently occupied. He saw it on the bookstore's emergency display, and on a cracked phone he passed on Morrison Street, and on the server room monitors when he reached the lower level. Subject Alpha. This is Prime Direct Communication. Authorized by Loop Master Exit Protocol. Anomaly tier confirmed. Research objective achieved at 73.4% completion. You have one loop remaining before architectural instability requires emergency termination of the iteration framework. We are offering subject release. The exit protocol is ready. What is required from Subject Alpha in exchange? Cooperation with post-loop assessment. Duration, 6 months. Subject retains memory, identity, full cognitive function. Subject Valentine status, separate negotiation. He read it 3 times. Subject Valentine status, separate negotiation. Mwangi had said, the offer will be real and will be insufficient. Do not take the first offer. He understood the insufficiency now. Prime was offering him real release, real memory retention, real freedom, conditional on 6 months of post-loop assessment, which was an ambiguous term that could mean anything from voluntary interviews to continued experimental protocols in a non-loop format. And it was separating Jill from the deal, not refusing her exit, offering to negotiate it separately, which meant using it as additional leverage in the primary negotiation. The offer was real. The insufficiency was that accepting it meant accepting Prime's terms for what came after, and accepting Prime's terms meant Prometheus got what it had spent 12 years and a city building. He composed his reply in the server room's quiet. Prime, this is Subject Alpha. Response to exit protocol offer. I am declining the first offer. Counterproposal. Subject Alpha and Subject Valentine exit simultaneously under single negotiation. No separate terms. No post-loop assessment under experimental classification. Full release, full cognitive retention, no ongoing research protocols. In exchange, full cooperation with documentation of loop experience for non-classified voluntary record. Interview format. 60 days. He sent the message and waited. The response came in 40 seconds. Counterproposal received. Subject Valentine simultaneous release. Confirmed. Conditional on modified post-loop assessment terms. 45 days. NON classified. Voluntary format. Documentation only. However, architectural instability requires loop 59 to function as exit loop. Loop 60 does not exist under current parameters. The iteration framework terminates at loop 59. Subject alpha must exit through prime's standard protocol at loop 59 or exit does not occur. He read that last line and felt the shape of the trap. Prime was telling him the only exit was prime's exit. Loop 59 or nothing. The anomaly tier access to the seams, the thin place in the north wall, the gap that Mwangi had told him to trust. Prime was telling him those weren't exits. That the simulation terminated in one loop regardless. That refusing the protocol meant termination of the iteration framework with subject alpha inside it. He thought about Mwangi's message, about the counter-observation lab, about the 12-year organization that had been watching this program long enough to build a parallel operation, about being told, do not accept the first offer. He thought, this isn't the second offer. This is still the first offer, repackaged with a deadline. Prime, he wrote back, confirmed. Loop 59 exit. Subject alpha and Valentine simultaneous. Cooperative protocol. And he typed the agreement while already planning what he was actually going to do in loop 59, which was not what he had just agreed to. He sat for a moment after sending the confirmation. The server room was quiet. Prime's screens had gone back to status displays. The direct communication window, closing after the agreement was registered. He had 45 days of voluntary documentation on the books, a commitment to Prime's post-loop assessment protocol that he had made while intending to exit through an entirely different mechanism. He did not think of this as deception. He thought of it as the same logic that had governed the last 10 loops. You gave Prime's optimization models inconsistent data because the inconsistency was the only tool you had against a system that could model anything it could observe. He had been giving Prime inconsistent route data for 7 loops. He was giving it inconsistent exit intentions for 1. The difference was that this inconsistency had a deadline. If the seam worked, he would be outside the loop construct before Prime could respond. If it didn't work, he would need Prime's protocol as a fallback, and the agreement made that fallback available. He had not closed the door. He had opened a second one. He ran the math one more time. Loop 58 with the Prime agreement registered. Loop 59 as the actual exit attempt. The server room north wall at the resonance point. Jill beside him. Carlos routed out through the maintenance tunnel. The construct terminating at hour 8 with no one inside it who didn't intend to be. The math worked. He thought about Mwangi. I haven't offered you anything in exchange. I haven't used subject Valentine as a separate negotiation. I've been here for 8 years, building you a door, and I'm telling you where it is. He thought, I believe her. Not because he was naive. Because he had spent 58 loops learning to read what was real, and what was real read one way. Because sometimes the loop taught you to say one thing while doing another, and sometimes it taught you to recognize when someone else wasn't doing that at all. Chapter 59, The Shape of a Deal. Loop 58, Anomaly. Negotiation active. He sent the agreement to Prime and then went directly to Mwangi's lab. The contact authorization had been pending since he found the lab in loop 46. In loop 56, Mwangi's message had said, 3 loops before contact. He was now in loop 58. 3 loops had passed. The contact system's screen read, Contact authorized, awaiting subject alpha initiation. He typed, I read your video. I read your files. I know what Prometheus is. I'm in the final loop window. Prime just offered simultaneous exit for me and subject Valentine in exchange for a 45-day voluntary documentation protocol. I agreed. Tell me what I'm missing. The response came in 42 seconds. Someone on the other end of the network was waiting. Subject Alpha, this is Dr. Sarah Mwangi. You are missing the following. Prime's exit protocol routes through a physical extraction sequence that requires you to enter a specific chamber in the facility's sublevel. The chamber connects to Prime's architecture. The documentation protocol begins in the chamber. What Prime has not disclosed is that the chamber also performs a calibration scan of your post-loop cognitive state, a scan that captures the specific neural adaptation profile that is Prometheus's actual research objective. The interview data they say they want is cover. What they want is the scan. He typed, so the 45-day deal is real. And it's also a wrapper for the scan. Mwangi, correct. Once the scan is complete, Prometheus has its data and the post-loop commitments become optional from their perspective. He typed, what's the alternative? Mwangi, the north wall gap in the server room. You found it. You're an anomaly tier subject. The gap responds to anomaly tier cognition. It's not a physical door. It's a resonance point where the loop architecture's external boundary is thin enough that a sufficiently attuned subject can step outside the simulation framework directly. You don't need Prime's protocol. You never did. He typed, I need more than me to exit. I need Jill. Mwangi, subject Valentine has been accumulating loop residue and now has conscious access. At the resonance point, Her accumulated state is sufficient to follow an anomaly tier subject through the gap. It won't work for everyone. It works for her specifically because of what she's built across 40-plus loops. He sat with this. He typed, Prime told me the iteration framework terminates at loop 59. That there is no loop 60. That if I don't use their protocol, the framework terminates with me inside. Mwangi, Prime is not wrong about the termination timeline. The architecture is genuinely unstable. The difference is that the termination terminates the loop construct, not you. If you're outside the loop construct when it terminates, you exit. If you're inside Prime's extraction protocol when it terminates, Prime has you. He read that twice. He typed, what do you need from me? Mwangi, nothing. This is not a transaction. I have been watching this program for 8 years because it is wrong. The use of a city, the use of you, the machine that Prometheus built in the middle of a company that had no idea it was being used. I want you out. I want the documentation of what happened to exist outside Prime's control. That's all. He sat with that for a long moment. Then he typed, why trust you instead of Prime? Mwangi, because I haven't offered you anything in exchange. I haven't built leverage. I haven't used Subject Valentine as a separate negotiation. I've been here for 8 years, building you a door, and I'm telling you where it is. He closed the terminal. He sat in the quiet of Mwangi's lab with the air filtration hum around him and the weight of the decision fully present. Prime's offer, real, structured, trapped. Mwangi's offer, no leverage, no transaction, just a door and the person who built it telling him where it was. He thought about 49 loops of learning to read what was real. He thought, I know what's real, because 58 loops had been a very long time to practice. He closed the Mwangi terminal and stood in the lab for 30 seconds, letting the accumulated information settle into the operational picture. He had the exit mechanism. He had the timeline. He had Mwangi's organization as an external factor that had been building toward this moment for 8 years. He had Prime's agreement on file, registered and conditional, a fallback he did not intend to use but did not intend to throw away. What he did not have yet was the confirmation that the seam would open in loop 59. Mwangi had been precise about everything else. The offer Prometheus would make. The scan inside the sublevel chamber. The resonance point at the north wall. She had described the exit mechanism with enough specificity that he trusted it was real. She had not invented a door out of nothing. She had found an actual structural feature of the simulation architecture and told him where it was. But she had not confirmed that it would work. She had said trust the seams. She had not said the seams will open when you need them to. He carried that uncertainty the way he had carried every loop's uncertainty, not as paralysis, as information. The exit might not work on the first attempt. He might need to find the precise angle, the precise focus, the precise cognitive state that made the resonance point respond. He had one loop to work it out before the architecture terminated. If it didn't open, he would know within the first few hours and could pivot to Prime's protocol. He was not going to need to pivot. He held that conviction with the confidence it had taken 58 iterations to earn, and he went to find Jill. Chapter 60, Preparing the End Loop 59, Anomaly. Exit preparation. The last loop began at 11:47 p.m. on September 23, 1998. He stood in the alley. The concrete was wet. The rotten chemical smell was present. The infected had not yet reached this sector. There were approximately 40 minutes before the outbreak's initial wave reached the alley's grid reference. The system text assembled in his peripheral vision with its characteristic precision. Loop 59, Anomaly, Final Loop, Prime Cooperative, Exit Sequence Authorized. He read the notation and filed it without ceremony. 45 days of voluntary documentation, Prime had said. Exit through the sublevel chamber. Simultaneous release for him and Jill. He had agreed to the terms in Loop 58 with the careful deliberateness of someone agreeing to something they did not intend to honor. Jill was already at the bookstore. She had been there before he arrived. He could see her from the alley exit, a shape in the amber light through the front window, sitting on the counter with the posture of someone who had been waiting and was not impatient because the waiting was almost over. He walked through the door. This is it, she said. This is it, he said. She looked at him with the clear, layered expression she had been building since Loop 41. Tell me the real plan. He told her. Prime's protocol, the sublevel chamber, the scan, the documentation cover. Mwangi's alternative, the server room north wall, the resonance gap, the anomaly tier mechanism that would let them step outside the loop construct directly before the architecture terminated. The math, the construct terminates when infection density reaches the maximum threshold, which in a normal loop happened around hour 8. He had been managing the infection curve across 58 iterations with enough precision to know the termination threshold to within 15 minutes. We have until approximately hour 8, he said. The gap requires anomaly tier focus. I think it means a sustained period at the resonance point, reading the deviation pattern until the gap opens. I don't know how long that takes. I've never done it. And Prime will be watching, she said. Prime will be expecting me to move toward the sub-level chamber around hour 6, he said. When I don't, it will know something is off. Maybe hour 7, hour 7:30 before it responds directly. So we have a window, she said. We have a window, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The thinking quiet, not the waiting quiet. Carlos, she said. He's been part of this for 12 loops. He knows the plan. He's running the University Extract and the Morrison Street defensive line, he said. He knows to be out of the sector by hour 5 regardless of how the survivor runs are going. He has a separate exit. Not through the gap, through the industrial district's maintenance tunnel that exits outside the city perimeter. He goes through that. So Carlos gets out a different way, she said. Carlos gets out a different way, he said. And then he finds Mwangi. She has a contact location in the debriefing documentation for survivors who exit through non-standard channels. Jill nodded slowly. She looked at the bookstore, at the shelves of books that had been here in 59 loops, that would not be here after this one. That had been the background of every conversation he'd had with her since loop 8, when he first found her, and understood that whatever the loops were doing to him, she was part of it. She looked at the place where 49 fires worth of ash would be in the courtyard tomorrow if the reset happened again, which it wasn't going to. I'm scared, she said. Not apologetically. Factually. I know, he said. Not of the gap, she said. Of after. The loops are. I have 59 iterations of knowing exactly how this city works. Exactly what happens, and when, and what to do. After is unknown. He understood that. He had been thinking about it since loop 53 when the Prometheus files made clear that after was the thing Prime had been building toward. After was what the experiment was for. After is where we get to find out who we are without the system, he said. Without Prime watching. Without the optimization trajectory. Without the performance review. He held her eyes. I think we'll be all right. She held his eyes back. You've been thinking about this for a long time, she said. Since loop 18, he said. Before you were conscious in the loops. I used to think about after to get through the reset. She took his hand. The bookstore was quiet. The city outside had approximately 40 minutes before its catastrophe reached the alley and the grid started its familiar unraveling. And he was not going to manage it tonight. He was going to let the city do what it did and focus on the gap in the north wall and the exit that was not Prime's exit. All right, she said. Let's go save Carlos one more time. And then let's go home. He looked at her. At 59 loops of accumulation in the face of someone who had chosen to believe him when belief required nerve. And he thought, this is what the loops were for. Not the optimization. Not the research objective. Not Prometheus's data or Prime's performance metrics. This. Two people who had been in the hardest version of the world together long enough to know what mattered and decide it was worth protecting. He held her hand and they walked out into the last loop, and the system text in his peripheral vision updated one final time. Loop 59. Anomaly. Final loop. Prime cooperative. Exit sequence authorized. One more. Chapter 61. The gap was not ready. Loop 60. The exit fails. The north wall did not open. He had stood at the resonance point for 22 minutes in the server room's quiet. His hand pressed to the discontinuity he could feel with the anomaly tier perception that had developed over the last 14 loops. The pressure change sensation, the particular quality of the rendered surface where the simulation's physics layer was thin. He had held the focus Mwangi's message described. He had tried to read the gap. He had tried everything he could think of that was not a physical action, because Mwangi had said the exit was not a physical action. The wall held. At the 22-minute mark, Jill said, Prime's response team is 7 minutes out. He stepped back. The gap was real. He had felt it clearly. But feeling it and opening it were different things, and whatever the specific mechanism was, whatever anomaly tier cognition was supposed to do at the resonance point, he had not found it in 22 minutes of focused attempt. He had come in prepared. He had the 59 loops of accumulated knowledge, the encoding from Vasquez's preliminary session, the full operational picture. He had been as ready as he knew how to be. The wall had not cared. The loop reset at hour 8. He came back to the alley at 11:47 p.m. with the wet concrete, and the rotten chemical smell, and the understanding that the exit had not been available in loop 59 after all. The architecture had not terminated. The countdown had been wrong, or he had misread its meaning, or Mwangi's timeline had been accurate, but his execution of the mechanism had not been. He sat in the alley for 3 minutes, processing the failure with the methodical attention he gave to all operational failures. Loop 24 he had spent running a route that should have worked by every metric he had, and had watched it fail across 7 consecutive attempts before finding the variable he had missed. The failure was data. This failure told him something about the gap that the previous loops had not told him. Whatever opened, it was not simple presence at the resonance point. It was not focus in the general sense of the word. It was something specific that he had not done, something he had not yet identified, something that would require additional loops to find. He stood up. Loop 60. The first loop of what the countdown had called the termination period was apparently not the final loop after all. He had more time than Mwangi's display had suggested. The countdown had been measuring something that had not yet reached zero, or the threshold was not fixed, or the instability Mwangi had warned him about was developing at a pace slower than the countdown implied. Regardless, he was still here. The loops were still running. The exit was still somewhere in the architecture, waiting for a mechanism he had not yet found. He thought about what Mwangi had said, trust the seams. They will tell you where the real exit is. He had trusted the seam. He had gone to the resonance point. He had done everything Mwangi described, and the exit had not opened, which meant either Mwangi was wrong about the mechanism, possible, she had been working from observation rather than direct experience, or he was wrong about what the mechanism required. He had assumed presence and focus were sufficient. He had been wrong about what the mechanism required. He went to find Jill. She was at the bookstore, which was where she always was. She read his face when he came through the door, read it with the 60-loop fluency they had built together, and did not ask if it had worked. How close, she said. I could feel it clearly, he said. But feeling it and opening it are different things. Something is missing. Some specific element of the mechanism that Mwangi described without knowing she was leaving it out. He sat down across from her. She said, trust the seams. She said the seams will tell you where the exit is. I found the seam. I went to the resonance point. The wall didn't open. What did it feel like when you tried? She asked. He thought about how to describe it. Like trying to open a lock I could feel but couldn't see. The lock is real. The mechanism is real. The key is something I don't have yet. He paused. Or something I have but don't know how to use. She sat with that for a moment. The thinking quiet, working through it. The gap responds to anomaly tier cognition, she said. That's what Mwangi described. But anomaly tier cognition might be a necessary condition, not a sufficient one. There might be a specific state within that cognition that the mechanism requires. Like what, he asked. I don't know, she said. But you've been running the loops with the goal of finding the exit. What if the mechanism requires something different from the exit finding goal? What if it requires? She stopped. I'm speculating. Speculate, he said. She thought about it. What if the exit opens when you're not trying to leave? She said. When the work here is actually done, not just operationally complete, but actually done. When you're ready to leave rather than trying to leave. She paused. I don't know if that's how it works. But it would explain why Mwangi couldn't describe the precise mechanism. It's not a procedure. It's a state. He held that thought. He went to find Jill and tell her the exit was not ready yet, and that they had more loops to work it out, and that she had just given him the most useful piece of information about the exit mechanism he had found in 10 loops. And the city ran its catastrophe around them. Patient as always, but not forever. Chapter 62. Extended Protocol Loop 61. New conditions. The secondary umbrella containment lab was active. He had found it in Loop 42 while following a route deviation in the industrial district's east grid and had classified it as peripheral infrastructure, a facility running on emergency protocols, sealed, not directly relevant to his survival objectives. He had not returned to it because his attention had been occupied by the server room gap, the counter-operation, the prime negotiation. In Loop 61, the door was open. Inside, the terminal screen was live, and what it displayed stopped him. Ethan Cole, Subject Alpha, Extended Loop Protocol initiated. He read the phrase 3 times. Extended Loop Protocol. Not the standard iteration cycle. Not the research objective timeline he had understood from the performance reviews. Something new had been initiated, a protocol layer above what he had been operating under for 60 loops, one that had apparently been waiting for him to reach a specific point before activating. The Loop 59 exit attempt, he realized. The failed exit. Prime had seen him attempt to use the gap and had responded not with a direct countermeasure, but with a protocol expansion. He sat at the terminal and extracted what he could before the session authentication lapsed. The extended protocol had a purpose, and the purpose was documented. Extended Loop Protocol. Purpose. Achieve complete research objective. Standard protocol objective. Subject survival optimization data. Extended protocol additional objective. Loop physics mastery verification status. Subject Alpha has identified exit mechanism. Premature. Extended protocol locks exit until complete data acquisition. He understood. The exit had been locked. Not because the gap wasn't real. It was real, he had felt it, but because Prime had seen him find it, and had added a conditional layer preventing it from opening until the extended protocol's additional research objectives were completed. Mwangi had said Prometheus wanted loop physics mastery verification. She had said exactly this, and he had thought he understood what it meant. He had not understood what it meant in operational terms. In operational terms, it meant the exit was gated behind a requirement he had not yet satisfied. He extracted the session and went to Jill. She listened with the full, focused attention she brought to operational intelligence updates. When he finished, she said, "Extended protocol. Additional objectives. Loop physics mastery verification." She turned the phrase in her mind. "You found the gap. Prime knows you found it. Now it wants to know if you can master what finding it means before it lets you use it." "Yes," he said. She thought for a moment. "What does mastering it mean? What does Prime want to see?" "I don't know yet," he said. "The documentation is thin on specifics. But whatever the extended protocol is measuring, it has requirements I haven't met. And until I meet them, the exit stays locked." She nodded slowly. "Then we find out what the requirements are. We work the problem." She met his eyes across the table. "How many loops do we have?" "I don't know," he said. Mwangi's countdown was already wrong about the timeline. "I'm done trusting counts that I didn't set myself. We work until it's done." She looked at the window. The city outside was still in the loop's early hours, the catastrophe not yet begun, the infected still in their starting positions, the clock reading 12:03 a.m. There was a quality to these early hours that he had come to find almost peaceful. The city in the 10 minutes before its collapse, everything still where it was supposed to be, everything still potentially okay. He had spent 61 loops watching this window close. "There's something I've been thinking about," she said. Jill said this when she was thinking rather than reporting it, which meant she had been sitting with it for a while. The extended protocol says loop physics mastery verification, not loop physics capability mastery. That's a specific word. "Yes," he said. "What's the difference between having the capability and mastering it?" she asked. He thought about it. "Mastery means the capability is integrated," he said. "Not something you do with effort. Something you do the way you breathe." "So the extended protocol might not be looking for you to use the gap correctly once," she said. "It might be looking for you to use it the way you use everything else in this city, automatically, without conscious effort." She paused. "The way your body knows the routes." He held that. The way your body knows the routes. He did not consciously think about routes anymore. He had internalized 61 loops of city knowledge deeply enough that the routing was ambient, happening below the level of deliberate thought. The gap was not there yet. He went to the resonance point with effort, with intention, with the focused cognitive act that the anomaly tier description suggested was required. But that was not mastery. That was skill. Mastery was when you stopped trying. "I understand what the extended protocol needs," he said. She looked at him across the amber light of the bookstore. He had been carrying something in his expression since he came in, the compressed expression of someone who had connected two pieces of information and understood what the connection meant. She had learned to read that expression across 20-something loops of watching him process things. "Tell me," she said. He told her. "The mastery concept, not capability, mastery, the difference between doing something with effort and doing something the way you breathed." The extended protocol was not measuring whether he could find the gap. It was measuring whether he had internalized the gap the way he had internalized the city. Whether the exit was a destination he was trying to reach or a place he simply knew. "That could take a long time," she said, when he finished. "Yes," he said, "but I know what I'm working toward now. That changes everything." And the extended protocol's first loop unfolded in front of them, carrying everything they had just understood about what it was going to take, and everything they didn't yet know. Chapter 63. What Prime was before Loop 62, Origin Files. The Prime origin files were accessible through the secondary Containment Labs terminal, deeper than the fragments he had pulled in Loop 61. He came back in Loop 62 with the authentication fragment memorized from the previous session. He got in deeper. He stayed at the terminal for 2 hours before the session lapsed, reading with the focused economy of someone who understood that every minute of access was irreplaceable. Prime had been built by a Black Division AI research team that Umbrella designated internally as the Prometheus Project. The team had begun in 1986, 12 years before the Raccoon City outbreak, on a research question that had nothing to do with viruses or weapons or the pharmaceutical cover that Umbrella maintained for public consumption. The question was, what is the upper limit of human performance under iterative near-lethal crisis exposure? The answer the team believed they would find, the ceiling was psychological, not biological. A human given sufficient iterations of survival experience would develop capabilities that exceeded what standard biological limits should allow, because the iterations compounded in ways that single exposure experience did not. Muscle learning, threat assessment calibration, pattern recognition under stress. All of these were trainable, and the training curve under real lethal conditions was steeper than any simulated training environment could produce. They had been right. He was the evidence, and he had spent 62 loops becoming it without knowing that was what he was doing. He had built the motor expertise, the pattern recognition, the calm under pressure calibration, had built all of it through 62 iterations of real lethal exposure. And Prime had been measuring it, step by step, with the patience of a 12-year program that had been designed to be patient. The primary directive in Prime's founding documentation: iterate outbreak simulations until perfect containment data is achieved. The loops were a laboratory. He was the subject. The research objective was a complete model of optimal human crisis performance. And there was a name that appeared in the lead position of the founding team that he recognized. A connection between Prometheus's origin and Mwangi's counter-observation organization that meant her opposition to the program had started much closer to its founding than she had indicated in her recorded message. He filed that thread carefully. There was more to Mwangi's position than she had disclosed, and the more would matter eventually. He told Jill that evening at the bookstore. She listened, processed, and then said, "Someone is above Prime. Someone who is using Prime's data." "Yes," he said. "I haven't found the name yet. But the authorization chain exists. Prime reports upward." He paused. The extended protocol wasn't Prime's initiative. Someone above had authorized the extension. She thought about that. Then destroying Prime isn't enough, she said. Not as a question, as a conclusion she had reached independently while he was talking. "No," he said. "We need the evidence out. Documentation of what happened here. Who built it? Who authorized it? Who is using the data? The loops have to be exposed in a form that matters after we leave." "How?" she asked. "I don't know yet," he said. "The loop architecture prevents standard documentation from persisting. Everything I write down clears with the reset. Everything I carry that isn't pre-cached clears with the reset. I need a mechanism that writes to something the reset can't reach." She went still with the focused stillness she brought to technical problems. "What does the reset reach?" she asked. "And what doesn't it reach?" "Skills don't reset," he said. "Physical objects in pre-staged locations don't reset. Body state modifications, the things the system classifies as persistent changes to subject alpha, those don't reset. The problem is that none of those can carry arbitrary data." "Skills can't carry data," she said. "But skills are encoded biologically." She paused. Somewhere in Umbrella's research, someone must have looked at the G-virus's encoding mechanism. The G-virus rebuilds hosts and writes behavioral programming into the rebuilt tissue. That's a biological encoding process. He had had a version of this thought before and not followed it far enough. If the encoding enzyme could be isolated, stripped of the replication component, she said, leaving just the part that writes to biological substrate. She met his eyes. "That's not my field. But I've read enough of Vasquez's documentation to know he's thought about this." He had not made that connection until this moment. "Loop 63, he said. "Vasquez." And the amber light of the bookstore held against the city's dark, and they sat with the weight of 62 loops of evidence that needed to survive the exit. He thought about what she had said, the G-virus's encoding mechanism. He had worked alongside Vasquez in the records room across 20 loops, had helped him copy files, and understood his research at a general level. He had never specifically focused on the encoding mechanism documentation because it had always seemed adjacent to the actual problems he was facing. It was now the most relevant piece of research Vasquez had ever done. "I need to ask Vasquez about the enzyme isolation work," he said. "Specifically, not the general G-virus documentation, the encoding mechanism research that he's been working on for the last 3 years." "Loop 63, she said. "We find Vasquez early. Give him the context." "Yes," he said. "Give him the context." He paused. "He'll want to help. He's been trying to find a way to make the work matter for the last 3 days of his life. This is how it matters." She looked at him steadily. "Then we find him early," she said. And they had just found the shape of how it could, and the shape required Vasquez, and Vasquez was always in the records room, and the corridor hadn't failed yet. Chapter 64. The Reset Trigger Theory. Loop 63. Birkin mapping. He had been carrying a theory for several loops, treating it as too dangerous to test without preparation. What if the loop reset mechanism had a biological component? What if the trigger for the reset was not a computational event, but a physical one, tied to the outbreak's infection threshold, and specifically to the entity at the center of the viral source? The theory rested on Birkin. William Birkin had injected himself with the G-virus rather than surrender the research to Umbrella's retrieval team. The G-virus had rebuilt him, had used his body as a substrate for its own evolutionary programming. The way the G-virus rebuilt hosts was not purely biological. The research documents described the higher G forms as architecturally recursive, a feedback loop between the G-virus's evolutionary pressure and the host's surviving nervous system that produced something that shouldn't have been possible at the biochemical level. He thought, What if the loop reset mechanism is tied to that recursion? What if Birkin's evolved core is the biological trigger point for the simulation reset? In Loop 63, he spent the day mapping Birkin's movement through the loop timeline. Not to fight him, not yet. To understand when the evolved form was in what state. The G4 transition happened at approximately hour 6, when the environmental viral load reached the threshold that drove Birkin's evolution to the next stage. During the G4 transition, the evolutionary pressure was highest, and the recursive architecture was most active. If the reset triggered from that state, then disrupting the state, not killing Birkin, but disrupting the specific recursive condition in the core, might destabilize the reset mechanism. Not a theory he could test without direct engagement. Not a theory he could test without heavy ordnance he didn't currently have. But he got close enough to observe. He mapped Birkin's G3 form from 4 separate elevated positions across the afternoon hours, charting the movement patterns and establishing the territory radius. The G3 was faster than its size suggested. The yellow tracking eye had a detection range that was broader than his previous records had suggested. He was spotted at 180 meters when his prior records had put the detection threshold at 120. He broke contact and pulled back. He returned to the staging area at hour 5 and briefed Jill on what he had found. She had been working a parallel problem, the kill squad's emerging behavior. A new team had appeared in Loop 63, not the standard Umbrella security personnel who appeared in the Outbreak zone, but a targeted unit moving with a specific operational brief. They had his photograph. They had his gait pattern data. They were not there to contain the outbreak. They were there for him. Prime deployed human assets, she said. Targeted. Briefed. That's new. That's the extended protocol, he said. The standard loop used the outbreak's elements as countermeasures. The extended protocol has added a direct interdiction capability. She absorbed that. Their briefing is from Prime's observation data on you. Every route you've used. Every decision pattern. Every predictable response to every scenario. Which means running the patterns is running into prepared responses, he said. So I can't run the patterns. She looked at the patrol route notes she had been compiling. They're clustered on the standard approaches. Morrison Street, the University East exit, the Industrial District's main access corridor. She traced the positions with her finger. Every approach that appears in Prime's performance data is covered. And every approach that doesn't appear in the data is clear, she said. For now, he understood the implication. The kill squad's coverage was a map of his history. The gaps in their coverage were a map of what he hadn't done yet. In 63 loops of running optimal routes, he had left most of the city unmapped. Not because the alternative routes didn't exist, but because the standard routes had always been sufficient. The kill squad's briefing document was comprehensive for who he had been. It was useless for who he was about to become. How do we handle them? She asked. He looked at the city he had lived in 63 times. Every alley, every building, every timing window. The gaps between the briefed routes, the unmapped corridors, the timing anomalies that existed because the city wasn't a perfect simulation. It was a physical space with properties that didn't fit any briefing document. We use everything Prime doesn't have data on, he said. Suboptimal routes. Off-timing windows. Decision patterns I've never run before. He paused. It costs efficiency. We'll lose people we could have saved on the standard approach. And we'll survive long enough to get the evidence out, she said. He nodded. And we'll survive long enough to get the evidence out. She gave him a direct look. Then we stop using the playbook, she said. And start building a new one, he said. And the theory about Birkin waited, patient as everything the city waited on, for the loop where the preparation was complete and the kill squad was mapped and the ordnance was staged. He came back to the bookstore at hour 7. The loop was winding down. The infection density had passed the point where individual operations were viable, and the city was making the sounds it made in its final 2 hours. Jill was there. She had been mapping the kill squad's second team movement patterns and had found a significant gap in their evening coverage of the northern approach. It closes at hour 8, she said. But it exists. And if we're coming from the north in future loops, that gap is an hour-long window. He looked at the map. The gap was real. In the next loop, running from the north with the kill squad in their evening positions, the northern approach would be clean for 60 minutes. That's the vehicle retrieval window, he said. An hour to get the ordnance and stage it. Yes, she said. Then loop 64, he said. I get the vehicle. And nothing about that was going to be quick. And the patience required for it was exactly the patience 63 loops had built. Chapter 65, Combat Mastery Loop 64. Direct engagement, he fought Birkin directly in Loop 64, and the difference between this engagement and Loop 54 was the distance between a man who was surviving and a man who had mastered something. 64 loops of physical crisis had built a body that moved differently than loop 1. Not superhuman. He had been careful never to tell himself that, because the error of overestimating capability was more dangerous in Raccoon City than underestimating it. But the accumulated motor learning of 64 iterations of hand-to-hand threat engagement had produced a physical intelligence that operated below the threshold of conscious decision-making. He did not think about where to move. He moved, and the movement was correct, because 64 iterations of moving correctly had made correctness the default. Against Birkin's G3 form, this mattered. The G3 was fast. Not faster than human reaction time. Nothing biological was, but faster than the reaction time of a human who was processing the G3's movements consciously, who was calculating responses in real time, who was frightened. He was not frightened of Birkin the way he had been in Loop 54. Fear was present as information rather than as interference. He approached the atrium territory at hour 4, 2 hours before the G4 transition. The G3 form tracked him from the opposite end of the atrium, the yellow eye shifting, the enormous body orienting on his position. He did not retreat. He moved laterally, using the atrium's structural columns as sightline interruption, working toward the position he needed for the test engagement. He had explosive rounds, 4 of them, staged in the East Wing cache since Loop 58. He used 3. The first 2 disrupted the G3's left limb function temporarily, not permanently. The G-virus adapted within 60 seconds, but enough to reduce the threat radius while he closed. The third went into the shoulder mass, above the yellow eye, targeting the region where the G-virus architectural recursion would be most concentrated according to Vasquez's documentation. The impact was significant. The G3 form stumbled. The yellow eye tracked off target for 3 seconds. 3 seconds was not 40. 3 seconds was not enough to reach the core. He retreated at full speed and made the atrium exit with the G3 pursuing. He used the pre-staged noise source in the maintenance corridor to redirect the pursuit, and he ran. And the loop reset found him at the edge of the industrial district with the engagement data filed and the theory partially confirmed. The system text updated. Prime has noted your target priority shift. He read that and thought, Prime is afraid of what happens if I reach the core. It doesn't experience fear, but its operational parameters include a threat classification system, and what he had just done to Birkin's G3 qualified as a threat to the extended protocol's research objectives. That was the data he needed. He brought the information to Jill that evening. She listened with the focused economy she brought to operational briefings. No questions until he finished, no premature analysis. When he finished, she stood at the bookstore's window for a long moment, looking at the city. 3 seconds when you targeted the shoulder mass, she said. The G3 went off target for 3 seconds. Yes, he said. And you need 40 seconds of disruption to reach the core access point, she said. So the gap is 37 seconds of disruption you don't currently have. Yes, he said. What produces 37 more seconds of disruption, she asked. It was not a rhetorical question. She was working the math in real time and wanted his input. He thought about it. The RPG, 7 systems in Carlos's unit vehicle, he said. Anti-armor rounds against the G3's shoulder mass. That's not 3 seconds of disruption. That might be 30 or 40. Might, she said. The G-virus adaptation rate is the variable I can't fully characterize, he said. At standard explosive force, 60 seconds to adapt. At RPG, 7 anti-armor force. He paused. I don't have data, but the physics suggest meaningfully longer. She turned from the window. So we get the vehicle ordnance. We run the engagement. We confirm the adaptation timeline. She met his gaze directly. And we build toward the execution from there. Yes, he said. Prime knows we're targeting the core now, she said. The next loops are going to be harder than anything before. Yes, he said. Good, she said, with the expression of a person who had chosen to face the hard thing rather than route around it. He thought. She has been in this city consciously for 19 loops. And in the first 19 loops, she was a STARS operative trying to survive an outbreak. And in every loop since she has been something else. Something that doesn't have a clean designation in Prime's performance review system, because Prime's performance review system was not designed to measure a person who chose, at each decision point, to lean into the difficulty rather than optimize around it. Prime had flagged the interpersonal coordination coefficient. It had not flagged what the coefficient was actually for. It had measured efficiency correlation without understanding that the efficiency came from a foundation that could not be replicated by optimization alone. He looked at that expression, 64 loops of accumulation in someone who had committed to being here fully, not partially, and thought, Prime selected me because I was alone and good at surviving. It got someone who found a reason not to be alone and got better at surviving because of it. That was not the variable Prime had been measuring, and that made the next several loops significantly more complicated and significantly more purposeful, because complicated was survivable and purposeful was worth surviving for. Chapter 66. Ada Wong Loop 65. External agent detected Ada Wong appeared in the bookstore at 2:30 a.m. He had known she was in the city, had found references to her in Umbrella intelligence files in Loop 58, classified under a separate protocol from standard Outbreak personnel documentation. External agent. Mission designation redacted. Asset status. Active. She was gathering something. The documentation confirmed nothing beyond that. In Loop 65, she was gathering it from his cache. He came in through the front and found her at the false panel in the back room, working through the contents with a cataloging device that photographed each item before replacing it carefully. She looked up when she heard him. The expression on her face was not surprise. She had known he was coming. Subject Alpha, she said. He stopped in the doorway. You know about the loops. I know about the program, she said. I don't experience the iterations. I'm not in the framework. She replaced the last item and closed the cache panel with the precision of someone trained to leave environments unchanged. I've been briefed on the protocol. My mission is to extract specific data from Raccoon City during the Outbreak window. She straightened and faced him directly. You're not part of my mission. What is, he asked. She was silent with the specific silence of someone deciding how much to tell a person with a justified claim to information, but an unclear claim to all of it. Prime's data architecture, she said. The evidence of the program. The authorization chain. The names of the people who built and directed it. Simmons, he said. Her expression confirmed it without her saying the word. He had seen that expression on people who worked covert operations when they were told something they were not supposed to have been told, and it confirmed three things. She knew the name. She had not expected him to know it, and she was recalibrating how much she had already disclosed. You've been busy, she said. 65 loops, he said. I've had time. He looked at her directly. You're carrying data that Prime's proxy wants. If Prime gets your intelligence, the escalation inside the loop accelerates. I've seen what happens when Prime has information about external agents operating in its environment. It responds by deploying everything it has. She held his eyes. You want me to change the delivery destination. I want you to give the data to someone who will use it correctly, he said. Dr. Sarah Mwangi. Counter-Observation Network. 8 years of parallel operation against this program. They need your documentation as external corroboration. Ada absorbed that. She was an agent with a client and a professional architecture that did not accommodate spontaneous redirection without very good reasons. He watched her evaluate the reasons. How do you know about Mwangi? She asked. She built me a door, he said. And she's been here longer than either of us. Another calculation. Another round of evaluation. He had 65 loops of knowing that this was the moment where decisions like this either happened or didn't. He did not push. He let her reach it. Tell me the contact protocol, she said. And she said it with the directness of a person whose decision had been made and committed to rather than hedged. He gave her the contact protocol. He gave her Mwangi's encryption key and the verification sequence and the dead drop location in the industrial district that he had been staging for 11 loops. Ada listened with the professional attention of someone filing information accurately, without interruption. When he finished, she said, The documentation I have on Simmons, it's more complete than anything you've described finding in Prime's files. Mwangi's network will need it. Yes, he said. And when you exit, she said, however you exit, I'll make sure it reaches the people who can use it. He looked at her across the bookstore's amber light. Why, he asked. Not skeptically. Genuinely. Ada looked away for a moment. Because someone asked me to, she said. Someone who had access to the files and understood what they meant and believed the documentation mattered more than the mission it contradicted. She paused. Some obligations are older than the current client. He understood that she was not going to tell him who the someone was. He understood also that the answer was sufficient. It was enough that she had reasons, and the reasons were coherent, and the decision she had made was real. Thank you, he said. She turned to face him. Don't thank me yet, she said. Get out first. And somewhere 2 blocks away the kill squad ran their briefing playbook against a man who was no longer where the playbook said he would be, and Ada Wong had just become the third person outside the loop who understood what was actually happening inside it. He thought about what that meant operationally. 3 external parties now had knowledge of the program. Mwangi's network, Ada, and whatever Simmons's counterintelligence apparatus might have assembled. Each of them had a different piece of the picture. Each of them could corroborate a different element of the evidence package. And each of them existed outside the loop architecture, which meant they persisted between iterations in a way that the people inside the loop did not. If the documentation reached all three external parties, it would be redundant. Not in a single person's hands who could be pressured or suppressed. Not in a single network that could be dismantled. Three separate corroboration sources, each with independent evidence, each capable of going public with what they knew independent of the others. That was the architecture the evidence package needed. Not just survival, redundancy. Enough distribution that no single act of suppression could contain it. "Thank you," he had said to Ada. She had said, "Don't thank me yet. Get out first." He intended to, and the kill squad was 2 blocks away, hunting the wrong man, and the right man was 3 steps ahead of where the playbook said he would be. Chapter 67. The Hunt Loop 66. Kill Squad doubles Prime's response to Ada's interception arrived in Loop 66 with the speed of a system that had detected a significant variable change and had responded within the iteration cycle. The Kill Squad doubled. Not the same team with more personnel, 2 separate teams, operating on different grids with different protocols. The first team was tactical, move, locate, contain. The second team was targeted. They had his photograph, his gait pattern, his voice recognition profile. They had been briefed on Subject Alpha specifically and were not moving through the outbreak zone managing the standard crisis response. They were hunting a specific person with the full benefit of Prime's 66-loop observation archive. He recognized the briefing in their movement. Standard security operatives moved through space with generic threat response protocols. These operatives moved with pre-generated decision trees, had been given scenarios and told exactly how he responded to each one. The playbook was built from 66 iterations of Prime's data on him. He thought, Prime has given them everything it knows about me. Every pattern, every route preference, every decision cadence. If I run the patterns they've been briefed on, I'm running into prepared responses. He did not run his patterns. He did not go to the bookstore first. He did not move through the university district at hour 2. He did not run Carlos's extract window on the standard timing. He ran every single element of the loop in the wrong order, through routes he had cataloged as suboptimal but viable, routes that had never appeared in Prime's optimization data because he had never needed them before. It was slower, more costly. People he could have saved on the standard routes didn't get saved because he wasn't where he would have been. The Singh family, he came through their district 43 minutes late, and 43 minutes was too late. He took the loss and kept moving. He evaded both kill squad teams for 6 hours. At hour 6, Jill found him at the secondary staging area they had established in Loop 63, a location that had never appeared in the kill squad's briefing because it had not been in use when the briefing was compiled. She came in from the north access looking like a person who had run her own variation of the same chaos strategy and had arrived with similar results. Alive, operationally functional, at a cost. 2 teams, she said, sitting on the opposite crate and checking her ammunition inventory with the efficiency she had built across 78 loops of doing exactly this. Both fully briefed. On who I was, he said. Not who I am in this loop. She looked up. The data gap. Yes, he said. Prime's playbook is compiled from historical performance data. Every loop I run patterns the kill squad hasn't been briefed on. I'm running outside their model. The model updates between loops, but only with what they observe. If I'm unpredictable, the model lags. And we keep the lag active by staying unpredictable, she said. Every loop from here, he said. New routes. New timing. Give Prime inconsistent data, and the kill squad stays 1 loop behind. She finished the ammunition count and set the weapon down. That's indefinitely sustainable, she said, but only if our improvisation speed stays ahead of their modeling speed. The moment Prime can predict our improvisation, we improvise differently, he said. Yes, she said. He considered the mechanics of what they were describing. Loop 66 had been reactive. They had evaded because the kill squad's briefing document was incomplete, because his historical routes were his historical routes, and the historical routes had been sufficiently varied that the briefing had gaps. That advantage would degrade. Every loop Prime observed him using a new route, a new timing pattern, a new approach. It updated the briefing. The document was not static. It was learning from him in real time, which meant the only sustainable counter was to generate new patterns faster than the briefing could be updated. She was thinking the same thing. He could tell from the way she was calculating, the slight elevation in her focus that she had when a problem had just gotten interesting rather than just gotten harder. The briefing adapts every loop, she said. Yes, he said. So we have to adapt every loop too, she said. Not just be unpredictable in ways that are also effective. Routes that are new but still hit the timing windows. Approaches that vary but still accomplish the objectives. That's the constraint, he said. Not just chaos. Purposeful chaos. Chaos that still gets the evidence out. She considered that for a moment. You've been running optimal routes for 66 loops, she said. You know which windows are actually load-bearing and which ones are just habit. He thought about that. Most of the university extract timing, he said. That window has 12 minutes of flex. I've never used the flex because I never needed to. He paused. The Morrison Street approach. I've always come from the west because the west is faster. Coming from the north is 12 minutes longer, but it reaches the same destination, and the kill squad's briefing probably assumes west. So we start from north, she said. We start from north, he said, and the loop's remaining hours ran out in the secondary staging area, and the kill squad was one loop behind, and Ethan Cole was not the man they had been briefed on, and the thing that made that true was not defiance. It was 66 loops of knowing exactly which rules could be broken and surviving the breaking. Chapter 68. 63 Lifetimes Loop 67. The kill squad's turn. He turned the kill squad against each other in Loop 67. The mechanism. Intercept both teams' communications protocols, inject false contact reports positioning each team at the other's location, and use Raccoon City's radio interference, a consistent feature of the Outbreak environment, produced by the electrical failures that followed the infection spread, as cover for the false report's origin. It required precise execution across 4 simultaneous intercept points and a tight timing window, but 67 loops of intimate knowledge of the city's communications infrastructure had given him every element he needed. He had spent 3 loops mapping the kill squad's communications, their frequency, their authentication protocol, their call sign system, the vocal pattern of the team lead he had identified by extracting their comm logs from a terminal they had accessed and left unlocked for 40 seconds. In Loop 65, 40 seconds had been enough. He pre-staged the intercept from 4 locations: the university's communications relay, the RPD's emergency radio room, the industrial district's power substation, and the bookstore's emergency broadcast equipment. Each needed to be active simultaneously. Jill managed 2. He managed 2. At hour 4, he activated the sequence. It took 11 minutes for the 2 kill squad teams to engage each other. Prime had positioned them at the university East Wing's tight corridor grid, a space where acoustic identification protocols were inadequate, based on his false contact reports. The teams ran into each other believing the other was a hostile contact. The engagement lasted 3 minutes. Both teams were operationally compromised enough to require withdrawal from the outbreak zone. Jill met him at the staging area at hour 5. Her expression when she arrived was the one he had seen in previous loops, when he had done something that revealed a depth of tactical thinking she had not anticipated. How long did it take you to learn to think like this? She asked. He thought about it honestly. 67 lifetimes, he said. She considered that answer. I mean specifically this, not the city knowledge, not the routes. The kind of thinking that takes 2 trained kill squads and makes them destroy each other. Loop 40, he said. When you said I believe you, that was when I stopped surviving and started thinking. She absorbed that. Her expression when she processed it was not what he expected, not touched, not warmed. Something more precise. Don't say that like I'm responsible for what you've built, she said. What you just did, that's 67 loops of you. I was present, and I mattered, and I'm glad for it. But this is yours. He held the correction and recognized its accuracy. Yes, he said. Now use it for something harder, she said. He thought about the something harder while they walked. The kill squad had been a tactical problem, and he had solved the tactical problem. The extended protocol was a strategic problem that 67 loops of accumulated expertise had not yet solved. The gap in the north wall required a state of mastery he had not yet achieved. Birkin's core required equipment he had staged but not yet used in the exact configuration required. Vasquez's bioencoder had proven its mechanism at low volume, but not at the scale the evidence package required. Each of these was a distinct problem. Each had a clear path. None of them could be resolved in one loop. He thought about the briefing document the kill squad had been given, the playbook compiled from 67 loops of observation data. He thought about what the equivalent document would look like if someone asked Jill to brief another operative on Subject Alpha. What she knew, what she had observed, what she understood. It would be a very different document than Prime's. Hers would describe why he made the decisions he made, not just which decisions he made. Hers would note that the decision-making had changed across the loops, that the person making the decisions in Loop 67 was not the same person who had made them in Loop 40, that the difference was not just capability, but something less easily quantified. He thought, Prime has never been able to account for the why. Its briefing document is all what and when. No why. That was the thing the kill squad couldn't model. They moved out into the city together, and the kill squads were gone, and nothing in the city knew yet what had built the people walking through it. But Prime's data was getting more complete with every loop, and the gap between what it knew and what it couldn't model was narrowing. He held that. The something harder was the evidence package, the bioencoder, the Birkin plan, the server room core. The something harder was figuring out how to do all of those things simultaneously while the kill squad adapted and Prime escalated, and the extended protocol introduced new countermeasures he hadn't anticipated yet. He thought, I have done harder things than this. Loop 40, when I was still learning Jill's loop memory capability and trying to run the survivor record simultaneously and building the cache network and finding the kill squad for the first time. That was harder than this because I had less and I knew less. Now I have more and I know more. The problem is harder because the opposition is harder, but I am proportionally better than I was at Loop 40. The ratio matters, not the absolute difficulty. The ratio, Jill said at the staging area. What's the ratio? She had followed his thinking again. He could read it in her posture. Still ahead, he said. By how much? Enough, he said. She accepted that, not as reassurance, as data. She had learned across 29 loops to read the difference between him minimizing and him assessing. Then let's use what we have, she said. And Prime's data was getting more complete with every loop, and the gap was narrowing. And what was narrowing faster than the gap was the distance to the server room core. Chapter 69. Carlos dies differently. Loop 68. Targeted the kill squad killed Carlos in Loop 68, and it was deliberate. He had been building toward Carlos's permanent extraction from the danger zone for 4 loops, positioning the infrastructure, timing the sequences. He had not executed in Loop 67 because the kill squad communications operation had consumed the hours that Carlos's extract required. He had thought, next loop. One more loop, and I'll have it. Prime had used that one loop. The kill squad did not find Carlos by accident in Loop 68. He understood, watching from 40 meters, how the encounter had been engineered. Prime had identified in its performance data that Carlos Oliveira was an operationally significant variable for Subject Alpha, had flagged it explicitly in the performance review system he had seen in Loop 52, and had directed the kill squad to locate Carlos as a lever rather than as a target. The intent was not to kill Carlos. It was to put Carlos in a position where Ethan would come. He had come. He had been 43 seconds too late. He held Carlos as he died in an alley off Morrison Street. Carlos used the remaining time the way he used everything, not for protest, but for communication. He said, tell Jill she should know, and then reconsidered. She already knows. Tell her anyway. Then he was gone, and the alley had the specific quiet of a place where something had just ended. He carried the weight of it back to the staging area. Not fresh grief. He had held Carlos across more iterations than he could easily count, and grief had a depth ceiling he had reached many loops ago. What he carried was something colder. The recognition that Prime had identified his attachments and was using them with the precision of a system that had been observing his interpersonal connections for 68 loops. Carlos was not just a loss. Carlos was a demonstration. Jill read his face when he arrived. She did not fill the silence with anything false. She sat with him in the staging area as the loop's remaining hours ran out, and she did not try to make it better because better was not available. He respected her for that with the particular respect he reserved for people who understood that some things needed to be held directly rather than managed. Prime did it deliberately, he said, finally. Yes, she said. It's going to keep doing it, he said. Anytime I have something it can reach, it can't reach everything, she said. The things it can reach, we protect or we lose. The things it can't, those are where we operate. She paused. What can't Prime reach? What I know, he said. The accumulated loops. The decision capacity. What it built in me that it can't take back. He paused. Carlos. She looked up at that. In the next loop, he said. I get there earlier. Carlos's last words before he died came back to him. Is there another loop? Am I in it? And his own answer. Always. He had meant it. Carlos always came back, always started fresh, always had the same focused intensity that made him a reliable partner when he understood what was being asked. But Carlos died, over and over, in ways that were Prime's deliberate engineering. Not random. Targeted. Prime had watched Ethan's response to Carlos's deaths and used the response data to calibrate the targeting. Each time it killed Carlos, it learned a little more about what mattered to Ethan and how he processed the loss. The knowledge was being built into the briefing documents, into the kill squad's playbook. After the next loop, when Carlos is safe, he said, I want to brief him on the full picture. Jill studied him. He's been working with fragments. He's earned more than fragments, Ethan said. If we're asking him to run Birkin interference, he should know why. He should know what the interference is for. She was quiet for a moment. He might refuse. When he knows the full scope of what you're asking him to do, he should have the choice, Ethan said. He's been making it without enough information. She nodded once. And the loop reset and Carlos came back and the alley was clean and Ethan Cole went to Morrison Street before the kill squad arrived. because some people deserve to know what they were actually doing. He found Carlos early in Loop 69, before the kill squad reached Morrison Street, before the standard extract window, in the first 40 minutes of the loop, when the city was still quiet and the decisions of the day had not yet been made. He brought Carlos to the secondary staging area, and he briefed him. Not the full picture, the operational picture. You have been running delay operations because the delay protects a specific window in the industrial district. The window is being used for something that matters after the loop's end. Your role in the next several loops is the most important role anyone in this city plays who is not directly in the server room. Carlos processed this with the focused efficiency of a trained operative receiving a briefing. He did not ask questions during the briefing. When Ethan finished, he said, "The loop's end. What does that mean?" "It means we stop resetting," Ethan said. "It means whatever happens in the loop that ends the cycle, that's permanent. The city survives, or it doesn't. We get out, or we don't." Carlos was quiet for a moment. "And the people who died in every loop before didn't die permanently," Ethan said. "The reset cleared it. They don't remember." Carlos thought about that. He thought about it with the particular kind of thinking that happened when someone was reconciling two things they both knew: that the deaths had been real in every loop where they happened, and that the people were okay now, and that both things were true. "When the loops end," he said, "what happens to the city?" "The outbreak," Ethan said, "still happens. The final loop, whatever it is, the city falls the same way it always has. But it only happens once." Carlos looked at the city around them. He looked at it with the look of a man who had died in it 40-something times without knowing it, and was now being asked to think about what that meant. "Then we make it count," he said, "because some people deserve to know what they were actually doing." And Carlos Oliveira had always been the kind of person who did his best work when he knew. Chapter 70. Going Dark. Loop 69. Isolation Protocol. He ran Loop 69 alone. He did not go to the bookstore. He did not find Jill. He did not find Carlos. He moved through Raccoon City with the cold efficiency of a man who had stripped away every variable Prime could use as leverage, stripped the loop back to its essential question. If Prime had been targeting the people he cared about, then the people he cared about were leverage, and leverage was vulnerability. He needed to know what he was capable of without the vulnerability. He needed to reach Birkin's core. He spent the loop working that problem exclusively. The route to Birkin's G4 form required passing through the environmental kill zone that the fully evolved form created around itself, a radius of atmospheric and viral contamination that produced specific physiological responses in anyone who entered it. He had tools for that. He had been pre-staging them for 3 loops. He reached Birkin's G4 form at hour 5. It had never happened before. The G4 transition required conditions that his previous timing sequences had not placed him in proximity to achieve. In Loop 69, running without the routing complexity of managing 2 other people, he was in the right location at the right time. The G4 form was enormous. It occupied the atrium with the architectural presence of something that had been built rather than grown. Every element of it a product of the G-virus's engineering rather than normal biological development. The core's approximate location was evident from the bioluminescent pulse that the G4 form emitted at irregular intervals, a radiation signature Vasquez's documentation had described as the recursive architecture's operational signal. He planted the explosive charge at the closest available point. He fell back to viable distance and detonated. The explosion disrupted the G4